Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We've already started North America. Europe's already done, and we're on to day number 2 of Stage 1 of the North American Regional. I'm your host, LeafX. Alongside me is the ever-present Gibbs, Dr. Stephen Corelli, and of course, we're babysitting Turtle today on the desk. Welcome, guys.
This is not fair. Why do I always get the flack for being young? This is not fair. Gibbs was roasting me when I came in here. You know, what do I have to do to prove myself?
You're born in 2000. I mean, there's not much more to say there. You're just a baby. You'll always be a baby. 2000, really? 2000.
What is this boomer talk? I don't appreciate it.
Like, what is Y2K to you? Nothing. You weren't even born yet. I mean...
Either way, enough bullying today. It's because we love you, Turtle. But yeah, again, we got today. Group B is stepping in today, but we have a lot to cover in the next 30 minutes before Group B gets to the pitch here. So let's just reminisce what we've seen so far. I mean, it's from what we've seen, Gibbs, from North America compared to EU, what we saw a few weeks ago. How's things looking? I mean, it seems like there's a lot of underdog potential here.
Yeah, for Group B, it feels like very top heavy, but for Group A, we thought it was going to just go by, just like EU United will make it through with all the other RLCS teams because they began so well. But at the end of the day, that didn't really work out for them. And so far now, for the first weekend for Europe, every single day, one team from the old RLCS was eliminated. And that happened again so far for North America. So there's 5 teams playing today from the old RLCS system. Will one of them go home today? Maybe.
Well, we're going to talk about that in just a few minutes. We got to recap what happened yesterday in case you guys unfortunately missed it. So let's take a look at the standings, the final standings from Group A, and find out what 8 teams made it to the next round. There were 16 teams that made it or started into that group. And as I just mentioned, only 8 through. The Peeps, Space Station Gaming, Charlotte Phoenix, the Sonics, Rogue, Kansas City Pioneers, Continuum, and Jamal Jabari have made it through to that final round here. Now, I want to recap some of these. Obviously, there are way too many matches to happen because of this Swiss-style tournament. So let's just recap a couple that really caught our eye and get you, Gibbs, to start things off here.
Have to talk Space Station versus E United, the battle of the 2-0 teams. And at first, it looked like Space Station was going to cakewalk through the series, but then E United, they battled back, and then it came down to that game 5 overtime that seemed to last forever. But only 10 to 15 seconds into that overtime, Ajax, wide open net, and he misses it, hits the post, and it goes out. It was basically an inch from going in. And that was the difference for E United. They lost that game after a really long overtime where Wonder Mike needed maybe 12 more boost to make a save. And then after that, they didn't win another game after that, got swept in back-to-back series, and they are not playing next weekend.
Yeah, it really was the beginning of the end here for United in this Space Station game. They never went on to win another single game for the rest of the day. And it was a grueling day for them. But at the end of the day, this is how the system goes. And you have plenty of chances, especially after winning their first couple series. You have a lot of extra chances to go through. Unfortunately, not able to get another win against Charlotte Phoenix or the Pioneers. So for E United, this was a huge turning point in their day. Space Station dukes it out with them and eventually wins with that 7-minute overtime.
Yeah, Space Station, they had to battle throughout the day. They played KC Pioneers and went to 5 as well. So the number 1 seed maybe didn't hold its value in terms of the length of the series. We thought they might get in a little bit easier, but at the end of the day, the best teams win in game 5, and Space Station did that.
Well, speaking of that Charlotte Phoenix match, I have notes here, so I know what the answer is. But Turtle, what match caught your eye?
I mean, you already mentioned it, Charlotte Phoenix versus E United. This was my favorite series of yesterday just because it was so satisfying to see Charlotte Phoenix finally come out here and close out a game. And not only did they win the series, they did it with a 3-0 sweep. Yeah. So this was great to see because Karma, she's always here so close. I mean, Jorby even went on a rant yesterday talking about how they get so close. They come up to that line, but they never can cross it. And you got to give props to Shadow. This was probably one of the best individual performances we've ever seen from a single player to just put the whole team on his back. He was going for solo plays, crazy backboard dribbles, and then also the backflip earlier on that looked like an accident that he turned into a great goal. Just overall, it was such a fun series to watch, man.
Yeah, that game too for Shadow was so good. 2 solo goals, basically. He did it all. And then they're up 2-0. And the one concern you have is please just close this out, Charlotte Phoenix, because we don't want them to start losing games. And then it goes to a game 5 where we've seen Charlotte Phoenix throw before. So this was a great beginning for them where they get the sweep.
Yeah.
They didn't have to breathe too hard, which is nice. They're in top 16 where they're expected to be. And now from here on out, they're going to play really tough competition, which is great practice, but they still have a shot to make it to that bracket stage.
Well, Corelli, I'm going to give you a chance now to see if there's any match before we move on here. Which one caught your eye?
It was definitely Peeps versus Rogue for me, and it was mostly because of how well Peeps did. I was extremely worried about this Peeps team coming in to this first stage in Group A, and starting off with the 3-0 win over XSET and the 3-1 win over Sonics. Coming into this Rogue matchup was going to be their biggest adversary in my eyes, because Rogue, I mentioned it yesterday, had been on such a huge uptrend as far as play, and it feels like the Peeps didn't have the, well, we know the Peeps didn't have a great grid. Just a few days prior, they didn't win a single game, just got swept twice in a row. So everything was put to rest, though, with these three matches, and particularly against Rogue coming out in a 3-0 sweep. They looked phenomenal against Rogue. Gyro was playing amazingly. I felt like Peeps were really reinvigorated coming in to this group, coming into this day, and I'm extremely happy to see them have such a successful stage one.
Yeah, I mean, for Rogue overall, I think the communication was a bit off during this series. It was a good wake-up call, because later on we would see them go and take a few series themselves and finally make it and qualify to stage 2. So these guys, this is that series where, you know, their communication was off and they needed to fix it, and they did just that going forward.
Yeah, no, this is something I think that we really learned from the Peeps again, is that it's an ever-present thing. Gibbs called it the actual official rule 1 of Rocket League, is you just don't sleep on the Peeps. It's just been a continued thing over the years, right? But anyways, we're going to move on and talk about kind of, I guess, that off season a bit. You know, we'd already started Season X, Rocket League Championship Series Season X, but it was Europe that was going on. But we did have some action from North America. So we've already seen these guys on the field and seen what they can do coming into this new season. And that, of course, is a result of the grid. The grid is a 9-week tournament that runs alongside this fall split for Season X, where that first spot can get you a spot to that major. So right now for the teams, it's a lot of good practice, a lot of extra prize money, and it's giving us a lot of extra good Rocket League. So let's keep things on group here. Let's take a look at Group B and just see what teams, of course, we have in this. So you guys know who is going to be playing today, and talk about the grid and these teams and how they've fared, what we've seen so far in those first 2 weeks. Gibbs, I'll let you start off here.
We have to talk about G2. They had a miserable offseason. And honestly, for me, I felt like they were falling into the same trap after Season 8, where they looked so good. Well, back in Season 7 with the World Championship run, then JNAPS is like, yeah, we got complacent and we probably shouldn't have. And they had a terrible Season 8. What do they do after that? It seems like they took a very long vacation once again. They were regional champions. They won Spring Series so convincingly. Then they all leave the team house, which makes sense. Obviously, go back to your families. But it just seemed like they weren't playing Rocket League as much. And then every finish after that, 9th, tied for 3rd. No, that's a good finish. Tied for 7th, tied for 7th. But then the grid comes back. They get a tied for 3rd finish and then a first place finish in grid week 2. So finally, these last 2 weeks, G2 looks like they're back on top. It took forever. And honestly, it seemed incredibly risky, but these guys seem like they are geniuses. They go back to the team house and something clicks. Maybe it's the home decor there. I'm not sure, but something is.
I don't know. To me, I've always said this, and I'm going to say it again too, but to me, G2 is like this, and they'll continue to do this. It is just I'm trying to keep it in the box here. It is a roller coaster that will always be on and off. This roster will have down periods. They will come back. It's just, I think, to me, just a side effect of the play style that they have. You know, all 3 of those players need to be on and at peak flow state to be able to keep that offense that they keep going. So I expect another downturn somewhere down the road. Just hope for G2 that this one stays up there for a while. But on the other end of things, Corelli, we've seen another team that's supposed to be at the top having a bit of struggles, and that's NRG.
Yeah, well, I mean, they struggled initially in the first grid. I think that this top 4 finish in week 2 of grid was much better. But yeah, but their offseason was pretty good as well. But NRG, you know, they had a pretty good run in this previous grid, and I expect this NRG to do well. I mean, even after replacing Turbo Pulse, you bring on someone like Squishy Muffins, surely NRG are going to do well. I think there's just a bit of an adjustment period, and we expect NRG to do extremely well.
Now, one of the biggest weird things that happened for NRG, like over these past two grids. They lost 3 series in a row. That hasn't happened since 2017, before Justin. So that was the Season 4 World Championship where they lost to the Chiefs, that major upset. That's how long ago it was when NRG lost 3 series in a row ever. So this was a problem, but they did run through that lower bracket of week 2 of the grid and then finish top 4. So it looks like they're figuring it out. It didn't look perfect, which is what we expect, like after that incredible offseason from NRG, but slowly putting it back together.
And Turtle, for you, were there any other surprises, just looking back at the grid here before we move on, that caught your eye, that now that we've seen them on the field, you've either, whether it's a good surprise, a bad surprise, something that just kind of is like, whoa, didn't expect that?
I mean, for me, I've been watching and casting all the Alpine Esports matchups, and I think that it's a delight to see a team like Alpine as the underdogs and a team that not a lot of people respect come in with a really rough first week, but then bounce back completely in week 2. I mean, they brought it to a game 5 against a hot Sonics, and they were overall just on point, and they beat out version 1. I mean, there were a lot of great victories for them, and I think that the grid is just something where you can see a team, you know, not have the best of communication, and, you know, the defense is a little bit lacking, and see them progress because they have all this experience, all this practice against top tier teams like Sonics, like version 1, players who are veterans, and they can keep grinding it out and improve week after week. So for me, it was Alpine. I think these guys are on the ascend to the top, and I think it's going to be even more fun to watch as the grid progresses.
And one of the interesting things with Alpine, the only team to not make a roster move outside, of course, G2. So they are really confident with those 3, and they're going to grow throughout the season. The offseason, again, not great. But once that grid came back, it seems like teams are starting to pick up the pace and know that they're about to play in a huge regional.
Yeah.
Well, Gibbs, a professional over here, mentioning rosters because that's what we're moving right next to. So thank you for creating that transition for me. Let's talk about these because a lot of your favorite teams look a little bit different now coming into Season X here. So let's just take our favorite. There's way too many to cover, but let's take our favorite ones, roster moves, and just kind of talk about them and how we feel that they're going to impact these teams. Corelli, I'm going to let you start this one off.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about Turbo on Envy, and I'll be quite blunt and honest here. I don't care who Turbo is replacing. There is no argument that you can formulate to tell me that Turbo isn't going to be a good addition to this team. This guy wins. If you go to Turbo's Wikipedia page and if you sort by his placements, you have to scroll multiple times before you get to the second place finishes. It's all first place. So for Turbo Pulsa, sure. Is he not like this crazy mechanical monster? No, of course not. That's not what he brings to a team. What he brings is that solid midfield presence and filling in a lot of the gaps that leave players like Justin or you know, even now with Atomic to fill in, or he can fill in the gaps and let those players, he makes his teammates look a lot better and let those players do what they do best. And that's what Turbo Pulsa brings to a team. And nobody can tell me until Turbo Pulsa has a couple bad seasons or until he stops winning world championships, you can't tell me that Turbo isn't a good pickup for any team.
Yeah, I mean, that's when he's in his element, though. It's when Turbo is either kicked or replaced off another team, goes to a new roster where he has to kind of take them up with himself. Yeah, exactly. That's how he starts to feel confident again. And it probably gives him the passion because it's that slight adjustment, that little novelty in that change of environment that will boost not only his confidence, but his performance. I mean, the dude, every time he goes to a new roster, will have outstanding results. Whenever he first joined Envy, we were surprised to see them ascending to the top as well. Mist was popping off. And of course, Atomic, you can compare him to Justin with his mechanics. If they're all feeling well and Turbo is leading the charge, not only is in every overtime are they going to win because they have Turbo, the overtime king, but they're also going to keep improving mechanically. It's just awesome to watch.
It was perfect for Team Envy because if they come in, they're like, we probably want to make a roster move and try and figure this out. And then they're like, wait a minute, NRG dropped Turbo Pulsa? Okay, that makes it really easy to pick who you're going to pick. But you have to talk about Squishy going to NRG to basically make that team have energy again, which I know, bad pun. But like it seemed like they were getting a little complacent, like a little bit boring, and Turbo like at times can maybe not play as much Rocket League as he probably should. So it looked like NRG was like, we just want someone to come in and make things happen. And Squishy, you talk about some success. He's got tons of success as well. 5 major championships. So he knows how to win when we get to the big stage. But he looked so good last season on a Cloud9 team that didn't look that great. And Squishy really shined. And honestly, I thought back in the old days of Cloud9, it was more Gimmick who would lead the way with Squishy just right behind him. But Squishy really look like the best player, one of the top 5 players probably in all of North America. And of course, he's great friends with Garrett and Justin. So he comes over to this team, and what do? They basically win everything unless they play Turbo Pulsa in the finals. They lost 1, but that's okay. They've been doing great up until the grid. So maybe a 2-week down slump, but they should bounce right back.
Right, and you talk about work ethic as well. I don't think there's anyone that would say that Squishy isn't a hard worker across the board in the things that he's put himself in, not even outside of the competitive world. I mean, the grind that Squishy puts in, and you will expect him to put that in for his team here for NRG.
We got a little more time to get one more in there. So Turtle, any roster move? Obviously, those were the biggest ones there. There's a couple other notable ones here. So which one of those did you really see as, hey, this is going to be impactful?
I mean, we were just talking about Squishy leaving the old former Cloud9. So Torment and Gimmick, they're left stranded. They didn't know who to pick up, and they got AXB, which I think is basically like winning the lottery. I have absolutely no complaints about AXB. The dude is a monster. He can do it all. He can pass, he can shoot, he can fill in on the defense. But the only concern I have for version 1 now is who's going to be the striker. You know, Gibbs, you mentioned it yourself. Back in the old days, Cloud9, Gimmick was a beast. He was the guy who was finishing all the shots. He had all the spotlight, but he's kind of fizzled out a little bit. So I think that with AXB coming on the roster, I'm not really concerned on how he's going to play. I'm concerned on how Torment and Gimmick are going to be shooting and receiving these passes. Because to me, that's the deciding factor on if version 1 are going to be back on top or if they're kind of going to fizzle out and go to the bottom.
Now, let's not forget Torment. He's an MVP, a world championship MVP. When he moves up on offense, he's got some moves as well. He said it like in an interview. Now with AXB, he's freed up a little bit. He's allowed to rotate upfield a lot more. So we'll see if he can get on to the offensive side.
Well, enough about the past and things that have been, because now we need to look at things that will be. So let's take a look at that Group B again, just to reinvigorate your memory, guys, on who's going to be playing throughout today. This is a Swiss tournament. We're going to see lots of matches today, and these are the teams that will be in action here. Now, I want to get some early predictions from you guys. I'm going to start this one off because you guys have been talking a lot here. And I want to find some early predictions on what team do you think will go 3-0 and what team is going to have to go the full day today and go to their 5th round and go 3-2 to make it through. Again, I'm going to start things off, excuse me, and I'm going to talk about a team that Turtle talked about before, and that's Alpine. Now, when we're making our picks before, Gibbs is like, okay, you're crazy, but I don't know, man. I mean, like, you guys picked all the easy ones, so I had to put some thought into this one. So for me, Alpine, I mean, like, look at the results over the past grid there when they made it into that top 8. It wasn't an easy route. It's not like they just had easy games to get there. They went to a game 5 against Onyx, who's qualified into next week into stage 2. They went to game 5 against E United, which, I mean, based off the performance yesterday, maybe that isn't such a big victory, but they did also 3-0 version 1, who is a team full of high caliber players that know what they're doing, have been in the RLCS for a long time. So this was not an easy route. So for me, Alpine going 3-0 isn't an unreasonable feat. I mean, this team has been on the up and up for a very, very long time now. So I don't think it's unreasonable. It's not going to be easy again, but I don't think it's unreasonable. And for my 3-2 team, I have to give a shout out to Infinite Shots here. This is such an incredible story. First ever Mexican players in RLCS, and it's a full Mexican team as well with Ness, Prezis, and Lucky. This is such an incredible moment for these players. They are so stoked. You've seen them on Twitter popping off, being so happy. I love to see that. And that's what's so cool about this format, is that this can happen. Any of these teams can make it through, and now these kids have their dreams coming true as well. So to be able to play against RLCS teams and in the RLCS is, in all honesty, they've already won. And there's nothing to lose. And we've seen when teams have that nothing to lose factor, starting way back to season 2 with Take 3, call it the Take 3 effect for a reason, is that you can end up popping off when you're just there to have fun. So for me, Infinite Shots, it's not going to be easy. They have a lot to prove, less experience than the other teams. That's why I think a 3-2. But I do think that road is possible. And now that my spiel's over, Corelli, I want to get your predictions on it.
Yeah, so for me, the team that's going to go 3-2 is Nefarious. I really like this team, Buddy, Jay Wisma, and Adam. And with that pickup of Adam, I think only increases this team's potential. I picked this before they beat Omelet earlier on in the first round. And now that they have beat Omelet, I feel even better about it. I'm just that good of an analyst, Gibbs.
Wow.
But I do feel like Nefarious does have a good shot of qualifying here. This team has made some late qualifier runs before, if you go back to WSOE. So this is a team that knows how to get through qualifiers and navigate some tough teams. On the flip side of things, I have a 3-0 for NV. Again, the same spiel that I talked about with Turbo Pulsa. Again, this is a team that's on a huge uptrend. I do feel like NV are going to do extremely well here in RLCS X. They need to get through the first day. They already took down their first match against Infinite Shots, and now they have to play Leaf's beloved Alpine Esports, which I don't feel like NV is going to have too much of a problem with. So for me, I feel like NV has a 3-0 potential quite seriously today.
You made some good points, so let's move on to some bad analysis. Gibbs, what you got?
Wow. Well, speaking of bad teams or bad analysis, G2, they're going to go 3-0. I like this team a lot. I didn't like them throughout the offseason, but there's some magic going on in this team house. I think they will finish 3-0 here. And then version 1 on the opposite side, a 3-2 finish. Like, I think with AXB, they're still trying to find that form. 2 bad grid results for them. They don't have the offensive capability yet. And I think that's because Gimmick is still trying to do a little bit too much. Once in a while, he'll pull off an insane shot. In both grids, he's had some incredible goals that no one else can score. The problem is, a lot of times he'll go for things like that, and then he's out of position, and it makes it a lot harder on the opposite side. So I think version 1 might have a little bit of a hard time, but I think that this group is more top-heavy, so I think version 1, they'll still squeak through with a 3-2 win.
And Turtle, get your early predictions in there, how this today is going to go.
Well, I'm going to start off with Omelet. I think they're going to be the 3-2 team. That's what I think at least is going to have a little bit of a difficulty making it. Omelet, I love them. I think they are a great roster. I think sometimes there's a little bit of some inconsistencies on the defense because they just throw everybody forward. But I think Luke is a beast. That dude is amazing. The little touches he gets on offense is incredible. And that's why I think no matter who they play Omelet, they're just going to make it. It's just that easy of a decision because these guys, they're the underdogs you need to pick, and you got to have confidence in. And then, of course, NRG. Nobody else mentioned NRG. They had like one bad weekend in the grid, and everybody disrespects them. I don't understand this. They're going 3-0, baby. This is going to be easy for them.
All right. Well, we got our early predictions in. So now let's look at how things have already started going. As we look at the results, round 1 was going before the show started here. While we were talking, things were already happening, and we're going to be spectating into round 2. Let's take a look at the standings for Group B. And as it stands so far, see what teams have already got their wins and have got some losses already. And to me, Gibbs, this is looking relatively, on point.
Yeah, with Omelet and Pittsburgh Knights, maybe you could have those results flipped and then it would be exactly what we expected, but not anything too crazy. The top 5 teams, all teams from the RLCS, and they had 4 sweeps and 1 match go 3-1, and that was for version 1. So looking pretty good for those guys.
And Corelli Turtle, I feel like I can't ask. This just looks normal. I mean, we can probably take this graphic down, right? Like this is standard NA, right? Like this is normal North America. Yeah. Okay. We can move on. Let's
nothing scary.
Yeah. Let's talk about the matches that are coming up here then, and see if maybe things will start to shift as we move forward. Checking up our round 2 matches, just a reminder that 2 of these matches will be on the twitch.tv/Rocket League channel, the one you're watching right now. That'll be NV Alpine and then NRG versus 72 PC afterwards. And then, of course, we do have another stream, twitch.tv/eLeague TV, where you'll be getting that version 1 frontline match and as well as Infinite Shots and Pittsburgh Knights. So make sure you guys press that squad stream button underneath on Twitch here, if you're on Twitch, to make sure you can watch all the Rocket League that you can. But looking forward to these matches. I'm going to start with you again here, Gibbs. Are there any matches particularly that stand out here that you think, besides the ones we're watching, that might be some bangers?
I think, honestly, I just want to see NRG on the field because I thought their grid in week 2, they made top 4, but it was shaky. It definitely wasn't the play you expect at NRG. So I want to see what they're bringing to the table today.
And Corelli, I'm going to ask the same question to you. Anything off the table here that, most of these matches are honestly going to be good?
I think so. I think we may underestimate the lower seeded teams here. I mean, I think that Nefarious can give G2 a very rough go. I don't want to count anyone out quite yet because NA, the skill level from basically what was the rival series level up to RLCS is quite similar. It's more about just that experience and synergy that these teams have. And I do feel like these newer teams coming on are giving these older kind of veteran status players a really rough time, really rough go. They're not easy wins anymore. I don't think anyone's an easy win here.
Well, let's talk about that first one. I'm going to let you start off on discussion on this one, Turtle. Kickoff is about to start, and the first teams hitting the pitch in round number 2 on this broadcast will be Envy versus Alpine. Corelli already mentioned this match before, and I think both you and I, Turt, are you know, we're
believers.
Kind of rooting. You're obliged to, and I believe they can.
Hey, look.
Yeah.
There is no bias there, all right? Alpine, they're just nuts. You got to look at them because Magic Bear, if you know him from the 1v1 scene, you know he has the skill, the potential. But then I think there's a lot of sleeper picks on here like Jordan and Percy. Percy actually has a very similar play style to Sipical, in my opinion. I think that he has a lot of these crazy mechanics and setting up his teammates. And, you know, unlike Corelli, I believe in these guys. I don't know why Corelli just sees Turbo Pulsa and like completely loves that roster. I don't understand what that is. You don't believe in them at all, Corelli? Come on, you got to have some respect for Alpine.
It's tough to bet against the world champion. How many times, Turtle? How many?
I don't want to talk about it. I wasn't asking the championship number. I was asking about the specific matchup, okay?
No, I agree. I'm not trying to say Alpine Esports is a bad team. I do think, though, Envy have the slight edge coming into this matchup. Turtle makes a great point, though. I really like Magic Bear on this roster as well. He has really come into his own as of late. I think he's a phenomenal player. And, of course, Alpine Esports, look, a top 8 finish in Grid is nothing to scoff at. This is going to be a good team, no doubt. And I do agree. I think they will qualify. Envy is going to be their first tough game of the day, and that will really be the measuring stick to see what Alpine Esports is made of in this first stage.
So for Team Envy, it's Atomic, Mist, and Turbo Pulsa. Not Illusion on the team anymore, but I think this is the first roster move in a very long time for Ghost Gaming, where every season they would make a roster move and I'd be like, I think they kicked the wrong player. And no offense to Illusion, it's more because Atomic and Mist are so good right now. Like Mist is such a good midfield player, and then Atomic, we know what he can do when he has space. You bring in Turbo Pulsa to that roster, and that is a scary team. They were top 4 in NA with Illusion, and now you upgrade to Turbo. I think this is an uphill battle for Alpine, but Team Envy looks like a team that could contend for a world championship.
Well, let's put it on the board here and see what we're going to pick here. Just final predictions here before we get these players on the field. We're going to start off with you, Gibbs. Who do you got? Envy over Alpine?
Leaf, you're insane. Alpine is not going 3-0. Team Envy, though, will go 3-0 versus Alpine.
Corelli?
I'm going to say Envy's winning 3-1. I think Alpine's going to come out, win the first game, and then Envy's going to come back, make some adjustments, and then close out the series.
Okay, I'm going to go before Turtle here because I'm going to see if he backs me up here.
I'm scared, dude.
Here's the thing with Swiss. Maybe it eluded my mind that, oh yeah, if they keep winning, they have to play harder and harder teams. So
this is why I make the formats and not Leaf.
Oh no!
So this is not gonna be an easy matchup for
What
Alpine.
is this Leaf logic? I don't
But
know.
I'm sticking to my guns. I said it,
all right.
and I said that it was Alpine's going 3-0. I
Leaf.
have to pick Alpine. What?
Leaf, you have to pull a me and take both sides at different parts of the pre-show so that you can clip out the right one later and be like, look, I was right. That's what you need to do, Leaf. Come on, man.
We
I taught
delete
you
the
better than
VOD
this.
later and just clip the part where he was right.
Exactly.
So, okay, well, I'm going with Alpine. I have to. I've put it in stone, and there it is. And now the moment of truth is to find out if Turtle is backing this up or not.
I really like Gibbs' mentality here, okay? You pick one team for like half the pre-show and then you swap it right at the end, okay? So, Leaf, I'm so sorry. I'm leaving you alone.
No.
Okay, bro.
Oh,
Leaf, I will write you a formal letter of my apologies because I feel bad. I think it's going to go to game 5. I love Alpine. I just think Envy with Turbo, they just have the slight edge. Give Alpine a little bit more experience, a little bit more games on their belt against the top teams, then I would probably swap my pick. But I just got to go with the safe bet of Envy right now, Leaf. I'm so sorry.
Can someone like help me? Like we got like a few more seconds before on the field. Someone give me some sort of like, what can Alpine do? If Envy on there, what do they need to shut down?
Magic Bear, like if he gets time, he can dribble around any player in the RLCS right now. The one thing I loved was when we did it was like the 14-hour game of Rocket League. Magic Bear played the entire time. He was consistent. Like I had to come in and be like, Magic Bear, you need a 5-minute break, man. So I subbed in for 5 minutes. I didn't score any goals. I was very sad. I hit the crossbar once, but Magic Bear, he came right back in and then he puts in like 5 more goals. And I'm like, you know, Magic Bear, you're pretty good at Rocket League. And he played for like 13 hours straight. He has the drive right now to improve and he's just going to keep getting better. The problem is they're playing Envy in week number 1 in regional 1. I think that's the issue here.
Can't say I'm confident, but I'm still sticking with it. Yeah, no, this is rough, but they're about to get on the field. Rocket League is over. Rocket League is about to start. Not before you guys get on Twitter though, and please somehow support me. Hashtag RLCS X at RL Esports to let us know your thoughts. It's now time for our first match of day 2 of stage 1. So let's get into it.
Poor Leaf there. I've never felt so sorry for him than that one, but I suppose he did dig his own hole to sort of stand in throughout that one, Johnny. Starting off here today, Alpine against Team Envy. Envy, but said by Gibbs, who said to potentially be a world championship contender. Where do you stand on that one?
That seems a bit, well, I mean, they've got the possibility of doing that because they do have Turbo Pulse on the roster. You can never write them off in the context of winning a world championship. But besides that, they haven't looked at that absolute top level recently. I've just not been convinced by their synergy. I think that it will come in time, but right now they're just 3 incredibly talented players who happen to be on the same team.
Well, speaking of incredibly talented players, they have against Alpine, Magic Bear had one of the more star-studded performances during the off-season. Really was a name that came to the forefront of everyone's minds that watched him. He is going to be on the offense. The huge double demo. And it's not all going to be about him. There's the supporting cast turning up and causing chaos.
I love what I'm seeing here from Parsi. That's absolutely brutal. Just 20 seconds in with the double demo. Waking up Turbo there, just in case he wasn't already. Yeah, we had the desk very much leaning towards Envy. Even Leaf, who put his votes on Alpine at the end there, he didn't really want to. But these guys are a very scary team. If you're not familiar with them, then get used to them. These guys, I think, they're going to be around. They're going to be making deep runs in tournaments all year, and I expect that they're going to make it through into the second stage without too much difficulty. Although Envy have definitely got the edge in this matchup.
Well, I think if Alpine are to win this one, they need to stay in the same sort of pace that we have had them start this one. Envy will not be outdone in terms of fundamentals and rotation. But what they can potentially be outdone on is pure mechanical ability, as it's going to be straight into the middle. That is a shot to take, but no real zest on it. Breaks the other side of the field. Percy does have Magic Bear, but he doesn't have the boost to really work with. Envy didn't know that, though. Here comes Jordan for the shot. Takes a save from Turbo. And Magic Bear just buys a little bit of time. His team is now back into good positions.
Yeah, so far, I'd say has to give the edge to Alpine, but Envy are getting the ball out of defense without too much difficulty. Alpine have to be careful. They need to look out for the Turbo plays. You never know when he's gonna miss the ball and then flop onto it and catch everybody off guard. In fact, he almost did it once already this game.
Turbo is one of the most ridiculously hard players to read in the world. You know what he's supposed to do. He knows what he's supposed to do. He might not execute on it half the time, and it has had very wild success throughout his career. Now, what has been interesting is how those balls down the middle so far for Envy have gone relatively unchallenged by Alpine. Often find themselves trying to rotate back as they come in. Might be able to make use of those. Turbo will be unchallenged. Here comes Magic Bear. Almost caused a little bit too much hassle for him and the rest of the team.
Still, though, good air dribbling play from the 3 Alpine players. They're proving to be a good match for Envy mechanically already. This is something that we did expect coming into this. It's not so much the mechanics of Alpine, it's the rotational play. That's the great pre-jump by Turbo. He just stayed with that one and read it well. Got a good block on it. But look at this from Alpine. They're starting to thread together some passes. Double interception coming in for Envy, though. The time is getting away from them, and Envy haven't had that many opportunities to line up shots at the Alpine net.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how Alpine are going to adjust later on in this game. They've definitely got the players that can buy a lot of time off that clock if they just want to hand it to them and go for some air dribbles. It's a testing shot from Magic Bear. Just didn't want to overcommit to it. More of a trying not to lose possession sort of play. This has been good. They are not allowing Team Envy to take the ball in a way that they want to. They're not giving them time to spot the play. Instead, it's all been very reactionary. Right down the middle. Here's that midfield shot, though. It's going to be forward from Mist. That's the third time we've seen it. And finally, Team Envy have got the result they wanted.
Brilliant pass by Turbo to Mist initially, and then another great pass from Atomic to Mist. Magic Bear really expecting a shot there from Atomic, who was already quite high above the ball. Then he managed to air roll back down to get underneath it, send it into the crossbar. So Mist on the receiving end of some great team plays. Envy back in the game.
Here's Turbo one more time. Good block from Percy. And as good as Alpine have been to start us off here, that last goal they were warned about. It has been quite a few times Envy have gone for that play. Still able to sneak it through. Now just over a minute left. Jordan tries to outpace Turbo, gets a second touch. Gonna force Magic Bear to the air, a little bit more boost from him. Mist reads it, he's gonna try and follow. First he just tries to catch him in the corner, maybe catch the double commit from both Mist and Atomic. Oh, that's not a good ball. Mist over to Jordan, right down the middle for Atomic. Almost calamity for Team Envy, but we stay at one each.
Yeah, that's really not what they wanted in that position. They got away with it, though. Don't think that the Alpine player was expecting a pass into the center like that. They've still got a lot of space to work with here. Let's see if Jordan can make anything happen off the wall. He'll have his dodge again. Magic Bear comes in and takes it off him, and that's not good enough. It's just going to fall right into Mist's path, and he can slam that clear. And the knock-ons in midfield have been effective for both teams. They're tracking the ball down quite well whenever it's self-cleared. That's the complete scramble for Envy. All three players up in the air. Nobody can get the follow-up shot. Magic Bear puts them ahead by 1 goal again with 10 seconds to go.
That is just the worst possible solution for Team Envy to deal with that. Full credit, though, to Magic Bear. He could not have placed that shot any better. Team Envy were about to recover, but now, can they recover from this? 10 seconds left on the clock. And they need that opportunity. It's going to bounce up. Percy's going to be outpaced by Turbo on net. But Magic Bear already staying around. Jordan wants to stay as a passing option. And the ball will hit the ground. Alpine Esports have got game 1.
Surprise, surprise. It's not Envy taking the lead here. And also a stolen game as well. But really, not in the sense that Alpine didn't deserve this, but because Envy triple committed for 1 save at the end of this game. And it wasn't like that shot was completely terrifying and they had no time to react to it. It looked like it was coming in pretty slowly, really. Only the follow-up shot from Magic Bear had some venom on it. And, like you said, great placement on that. He needed to put it top corner because with 3 goalkeepers landing in the net, everything else is pretty much covered.
I feel like that previous thing you said, that the fact that the shot wasn't that fast, those are the ones that usually cause the most chaos from my experience. Yeah. I know, especially towards the start of the game, there was a lot of players I spoke to that said, look, launch one at me. I know how to deal with that. I know that if I'm first person, I've got to go. But in a game like this, where it's so first decision, best decision, if you have that little split second where you have to hesitate, that's where chaos starts.
It's true. All you needed, though, is 1 player for Envy to keep his cool, to just stay on the ground, and then they'd have somebody to follow up on 50-50 with Magic Bear, preventing the goal, most likely. But all 3 of them panicked, and that's either, a breakdown of communication, nobody just taking command of the situation and informing their teammates about how their boost situation is, whether or not they're going to be able to reach the ball if it comes in a shooting angle. They've got to get that information into the communication ahead of time, because when you've got that small window between the shot and the save to work with, you can't play that reactively. You can't, wait to see what's going to happen and then make a call.
You did say that the last game was a bit of a steal in terms of how the goal went in. Definitely no arguments, though, about how Alpine played it. Very much were neutrally the same, if not a little better for the first half of the game. Can they maintain it here? It's going to be the follow-up shot. Percy managed to recover to help out Magic Bear. Still good pressure, though, coming out from Turbo Pulsar and the rest of Team Envy. And 1 step closer as well to Leafex being correct, despite how, unconfident. Definitely didn't take the stumpy route on that one, as that's going to be on target. Good save from Mist.
Yeah, despite his best efforts to back out of that prediction as far as he could. He was just getting far and far away from that line. kind of regretting that choice. But now he's going to love it. You'll be really glad that he went for that. And Envy are still... They look vulnerable, Shogun. They've, not been positioning completely safely to collect these hard clears. They're having to track back a little before running back onto these. So definitely a very even-looking game. This isn't something where Envy are dominating, fixing what went wrong in the last game. This looks just as winnable for Alpine as the first game did.
There's definitely an argument to be made about the playstyle a second here. Mist tries to go by himself. There's not too much on it, but he has got the double commit out. Turbo Pulsar will be able to get there. Huge recovery from Magic Bear.
Yeah, he somehow managed to get another knock onto that one. I don't know how that works out so well for Alpine. Envy will wish that their triple commit had the same kind of synergy at the end of game 1. Alpine playing quite calmly, and look again, it's the third man creeping up. Envy are eager to, get in control of this series. They feel like they should be winning, but in their hunt for goals, they're forgetting just how safely they need to play with their last man at times.
Well, it's also maybe a bit of a stylistic thing as well we can look at, because Envy have not been known to set the pace during this offseason. Phenomenal reacting to it.
Yeah.
But a very quick pace that you can see from like an NRG or any teams like that. They react very well against a team that they might not know how well they can hit the ball. Maybe sometimes a bit of a slice shot from Alpine. It might make that reactionary style more difficult to accomplish the goal that you're after.
Yeah, we're seeing an Envy team who know they're the favorites, and also we can't say that results from community tournaments in the off season, as well as the grid tournaments in the past 2 weeks, we can't say that they've really translated to RLCS X regionals all that well. Look at the flip reset plays from Alpine. Parsy's committed as third man gear. Magic Bear has no boost in the recovery. Turbo will take some time and ends up just giving the ball away. That's not good enough from Turbo.
Off to the backboard. Mist does make contact. That's crucial from him. If he didn't get it, second player would have been needed. That would have given a lot of room for Alpine to work with. Here is Percy. Midfield now fully in control. Jordan already up there. Passes it to Percy. And somehow Turbo in the right spot. But Alpine continuing to be just as deadly as they were earlier on. Still 0-0.
Yeah, that pass was disgusting. Drop down. But an even better save from Turbo Pulsar to avoid own goaling there. Must have been difficult for him, as that's something he's always thinking about and very well known for.
Turbo doesn't do forced own goals. He will own goal when he is good and ready. You don't get to tell him when he's going to do it.
It's not impactful enough yet. He's going to wait until 10 seconds to go.
Off the backboard, Jordan makes the call. Could have been very easy for him and Percy to both double commit. Here is Atomic now taking 2 players out. Percy's going to be trying to react late. Right across the middle. It is a tap in for Turbo.
Yeah, really good play here. Look at the demo off the ball by Turbo Pulsar, I believe, on the backfield. That means that there's just nobody there for that center ball. And Atomic's recovery at the halfway line was also fantastic. He baited in 2 players. And it's that ability to get the ball past 2 players that really makes Atomic the standout for Envy's offense. Here's Mist for the double. It's into the bar. And the follow-up from Turbo's good. That's the second goal of the game for Turbo Pulsar as Envy just roar into the lead here. This is full control now.
Yeah, this is where Envy want to be. They really need to see both Mist and Atomic showing off what they can do mechanically, take out a couple of players. And you always know Turbo is going to read the game quick enough to be the first man to the shot. So realistically, as much as you would expect Turbo to sort of set a foundation and a pace for this team, if they want to create goal-scoring opportunities, you're not expecting them to come from him. You will expect his 2 teammates to be doing that. Off the backboard, Magic Bear reads that really well.
Looks like Alpine might need to up the pace a bit more. They're going for, many finesse touches, lots of flip resets, lots of slow air dribbles, but Envy are just diving in right now. They are not giving any time to the Alpine players to set up these shots, and I don't think that they're going to after the success they've seen at the end of this game. They're most likely going to continue just lunging into these aerial challenges in game 3.
And Team Envy able to hold Alpine to absolutely nothing on the scoreboard. And that's a little bit dangerous for Alpine, because as much success as they did find earlier on with those slow plays, It seems like Envy have cleaned it up. They have had almost no time really in their final third for long stretches, which we did see a lot of in game one. Instead, Envy doing a great job finding the hard clears, and if they couldn't do that, finding someone in the midfield to lay the ball off to.
Yeah, there was this good follow-up from the corner play. A couple of times the ball centers, and Turbo is the first on the scene.
Look at that,
by
my
quite
goodness.
a long way. Yeah, great pass as well from Jordan. This save is from Turbo, like I said earlier, even more impressive to me. He spotted the pass coming down off the back wall. He knew that was coming, and he managed to get his car between the ball and the goal. That really was the turning point. If Alpine had gone one goal ahead at that moment, then that's really bad news for Envy. You know, you're down a game, you didn't score, for quite a long time in this series. And Alpine are playing a solid defensive game, I would say. They're not really getting stuck in the goal area for very long. Let's see if Envy can keep up those high success rate on their challenges on the Alpine aerial plays.
Now, right now for me, Johnny, this series is looking like it's going to be more for seeding than anything else. Really could not imagine either of these two teams playing like this right now, not making it through to next week.
Oh, surely not.
But you'd also, next week is the brutal stage. That is when everything is stacked. You'll want to be getting that 3-0. In this next game, we'll be giving one of these teams that match point to give them the chance to do so.
Especially since you do have the one really big team over in the other group, Space Station, going 3-0. You want to avoid them at all costs. You cannot afford to slip through with a last place seed in this group. You run the risk of running into SSG in the first game. Get the worst start possible. It's likely that Envy will be able to transition this into a win from here. You would be surprised if after a 2-0 win they struggle to keep this series moving in their direction. Oh, the physical play from Magic Bear, though. Saved by Mist.
Yeah, Percy just couldn't find the extra flick to try and really put some power on it. Gave Mist a little bit of time to get back. Percy and Atomic having a scuffle in the midfield. Will not matter, though, because there's a 2v2 on the other side. Magic Bear tries to catch. What a play that would have been. Almost managed to just hook the ball in off his car. Turbo will play the ball to the other side of the field. Tries to open up a little bit of space for his team. So far, Team Envy very much stuck. Magic Bear gonna try and leave it for Jordan. Gonna be called in. Oh no, Magic Bear has really taken out his third man, and Team Envy will get away.
Yeah, Magic Bear, he thought Percy was ready for that high pass back as he knocked it up onto the wall. And Percy had actually turned the other direction. Well, maybe a bit of inexperience there in that position. One of the advantages of playing together for longer is you know what the tendencies are for your teammates as they pass back. Look at the team pitch. Oh my goodness, Magic Bear and Jordan put together goal of the series. Unreal transition for defense.
I'm sorry, Mist. There was absolutely no chance for you, lads. Thunderous from Alpine. And if you wanted a way to really disrupt the momentum and the rhythm that Team Envy had built up in the last game, that was the way to do it. A little bit of a scare now for Team Envy, but Turbo looks good by himself. Tries to set it for Mist. Mist on low boost, doesn't matter. It was actually his low boost that meant he could slow play it, and Alpine couldn't figure it out.
Oh, that's ridiculous. So Mist, he didn't have a choice, like you said. He had to go late for this one. The mind game was the only thing that would work in that position, but at least he played his scoring condition really well. He figured out the way that he could get the ball past a player who has more boost than himself. Envy looking for a second one immediately. Turbo bumps Percy off the back wall, but Jordan is the first to collect the ball as it bounces out into the middle. Let's see if we get time on the ball this time for Alpine. They actually did have time on that one, but nothing came off it.
Oh,
that's a misplay. And it's open for Atomic. 2-1, Envy. Pick up a freebie.
I am so confused by what Magic Bear was trying to accomplish. I assume he's just not had the pace to get to it.
Yeah.
Ends up just diving straight past it. So it definitely looks worse than it actually was. But it is now 2-1 to Team Envy. They have managed to get this game back, and they've done it very quickly. Now, one thing I want to bring to your attention here, Johnny, is we've seen it yet again. Team Envy are getting a lot of pressure off these kickoffs. That is their fourth time now they've managed to force the ball into their opposing side of the field, and the previous one was their third attempt. They actually managed to get a shot off it.
Yeah, they're doing well in that regard. I think Alpine are ready for it now. Oh, good mid-air bump there, but the follow-up from Turbo is still good. creative defensive play by Alpine, but they couldn't keep out the second shot once again. And Turbo, proving to be quite the predator in this series. Great timing as he arrives in the box right when the ball drops.
He's one of the most interesting players in the world to watch when you can get a hold of replays and just sit on his POV. It feels like, you know, there's forms that have to be filled out before Turbo Pulsar is going to do a double jump. He just glues himself to the ground until he knows that, okay, I have to go for this. The rest of the time, not quite so committal.
Well, at least now we'll know next time when somebody tries to pass the ball too high and Turbo just leaves it. We'll know it's just
bureaucracy.
No, the form wasn't filled in properly. Wasn't signed and dated. It's looking better and better for Envy. Alpine, I think, might have missed their big chance in this one, which was game 2. Of course, the drop down pass is the moment I'm referring to. That had just gone the other way. Maybe we would see a completely different series at this point, but as is, Envy have completely taken control. They've thrown Alpine out the driver's seat door and accelerated off. And unfortunately for Alpine, they haven't found a getaway car to chase them in.
45 seconds left. They are going to need one pretty quick. Turbo and the rest of Team NV. You wouldn't expect them to be dropping a 1-goal lead, let alone a 2-goal. Turbo just pops the ball over to Atomic again. That midfield is completely unchallenged. Follow-up shot from Mist will be stopped. 30 seconds. Jordan tries to get to Magic Bear, but Magic Bear was just planted for so long. They've got to try and keep the cars in constant motion, because otherwise Team Envy can spot them. It's back to the corner. Magic Bear wants the second touch, maybe a little bit. Oh my goodness. Almost managed to get the triple tap over off the backboard to try and squeeze the ball in. So Alpine still asking some questions to Team Envy, but so far Team Envy have had more answers than not. Up to 2-1 now, looking to try and go 2-0 in our Swiss bracket.
And I expect that they will, because game 2, we already saw that most of the Alpine Esports cutesy plays were being denied by Envy, who have realized, okay, these guys are just trying to flip reset on every ball. They're trying to air dribble everything. Let's just go fast in the air and shut it down before it gets dangerous. Now, Alpine didn't switch it up for game 3, which is concerning to me, because if I can see that their offensive plays are being shut down, then surely they should be able to see that as well. If I don't see a faster transition from Alpine in this, or focus on faster transitions from Alpine in this 4th game, I think Envy should be able to just end this one in 4.
Yeah, Envy just, they're not reacting anymore, especially. They've done a very good job of sort of just leaving a player or two around, waiting for the play to happen, and then just waiting for the ball to come to them and immediately hard clear. It has been a very solid performance from them so far. They've been caught out on occasion, but outside of the triple commit we saw earlier on the goal line,
true,
they haven't put a foot wrong. The rest of it has been Alpine outplays.
That's the best part about getting your triple commit just over and done with in game 1. Just throw it in there, and you're thinking, okay, surely that counts for 2 mistakes. We can have a clean game from this point onwards. Maybe even 3 mistakes, depending how you look at it. So nobody was able to get a good clear. Now, this is the big test. How will Alpine respond? Do they have a different way to play? Because although their fancy aerial plays will look great against a lesser team, they'll be able to, completely outplay and annihilate a slower aerial team, make them look silly, and second best by a mile. It doesn't work against Envy when Envy are playing this fast. Now, Alpine have to realize that and switch it up, or this is going to be over in 4.
Very much seems like the download has happened. Missed. Sees his shot saved. Magic Bear tries to outpace Atomic, and he's managed to get him. Nobody back right now. He's got Percy coming up in support, and it's a phenomenal save. Not too sure who got it. But either way, Team Envy are able to scramble back just in time.
Yeah, it was a good save by Envy. It looked like Magic Bear had misread the bounce just a touch, but you've got to make the save either way, whether or not you think he's scoring. So far, I am seeing harder clears straight down the middle from Magic Bear and the rest of the Alpine Esports team. So that's kind of what we're asking for. If they can just launch the ball directly at their teammates, it's going to be much harder for Envy to predict where that's going and to get into position faster. to punish it like they have been in the last 2 games.
And the main goal for them is just to try and find some space for, you know, either Percy or Magic Bear just to actually get a chance to really tear them apart. Right now, a lot of their plays has sort of been happening from their own side of the field, or in the situation of right now, they've already lost one player, and Percy does a good job to try and avoid a couple of hits. Now the pass infield to Magic Bear, already shut down. Atomic.
That's good read by the Envy defender on that infield pass. It could have been dangerous. This is certainly dangerous, but Percy gets the one-touch clear. It's still in the danger area, though. Envy have scored from this position several times today. They're quite happy to wait for the golden opportunity to present itself and just continue to rotate around the midfield line until it does.
There's a lot of trust being put right now on that first man. As there's the mistake from Magic Bear. Jordan recovers just in time. But we're seeing a much more aggressive first man from Team Envy. They play the ball first, steal the boost, and then go looking for some bumps, rather than the typical play across the middle. Somehow, Percy keeps it out. Still pressure on them, though. Magic Bear keeps it away from Turbo. Atomic looking to try and reset for Mist. He'll be unchallenged, and the shot not good enough to beat Magic Bear.
Love that pass from Envy, just slapping it off that diagonal corner wall. Kicks off so far that it's really hard for the defense to challenge it. They just have to wait on the goal line and make a save, which they did. Credit to Alpine. They're hanging in this one. But Envy have got the edge, just like the past 2 games. It's quite clear. This is just a strategy that they're very comfortable with. What a pass. Turbo to Atomic. And there's no saving that one.
Sweet as you like. Alpine's defense sliced apart by the flip reset pass. And Atomic made sure he made the most of it. 1-0 now. Team Envy have shown off exactly what they are capable of. They've really dialed into the way Alpine are playing and have found what has so far been the perfect counter against a team that's very offensively proficient. I managed to keep them to a 0-goal game and to a 1-goal game, which is really difficult.
Yeah, Envy are just going to try and play this one out safely, I'm sure. They have been more careful with their third man. You know, it's game 2. I think they were playing quite risky in that regard. But now it's a very solid looking Envy lineup. So you don't have that same weakness with the third man moving up too far. They're just letting 2 players attack at a time and only moving in with the third when there's a very clear run to it. Oh, Jordan's bit out of his own crossbar. He kind of had to. There was pressure from behind. We've got less than 45 seconds now for Alpine to come back. They're down a game. Are they about to lose the series? It looks like it because Atomic. Oh, Turbo steals it. What a play by Turbo. I don't believe he managed to secure this one by himself.
Look, Turbo did the work. Turbo gets the goal. There is no other way of talking about it. My goodness. Johnny, this first man rotation for boost and demos has just annihilated Alpine. They have had no response to this whatsoever in Game 4. And that's scary about Team Envy is that they found something that worked in Game 3, and they've developed it further to stretch that advantage out even more here in Game 4.
Yeah, you can't mess around against Envy. You don't have time, well, especially after the first game, showing them that that's what you intend to do. You can't go, you know, slow-mo air dribbling and trying to get double resets on the ball. Envy are just going to go straight for the ball and front flip into it. They don't care about your mind games. You just have to play a very straight-up game against them, I think. Try and beat them with synergy, because that's maybe, I still think the one thing that they do lack at times. They're all such incredible players, and I think potentially they could be in the conversation for best in NA, best in the world. But for now, they just do their thing. They just take turns, making plays, and they look good while doing it. That was convincing stuff. 3 games in a row, Envy 2-0 on the day.
Yeah, Alpine Esports, tons of potential, but I think they've just shown where the benchmark is that they've got to try and hit if they want to go from potential to truly world class. For Team Envy, though, I mean, they were caught on occasion. They had one mistake, but if you're saying one mistake across 20 minutes of gameplay, that's not half bad. They will be one of the most consistent teams we see in this tournament.
100%. Alpine now 1-1, so completely even score for them. They need 2 wins out of the next 3 series that they play. Should they need them. I think they've still got it in them. They didn't look too bad here. And like I said earlier, this kind of playstyle should work against teams that aren't as fast as Envy and aren't as punishing. They're probably going to be a really fun team to watch against some of the lower tier competition. Expect to see some bangers scored by pretty much anyone in that Alpine roster.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what we get out of them, especially when they do actually get the space to show what they are truly capable of. But Team Envy this time around, just too quick for them. They were on top of every single ball from game 2 onwards. And I think, you know, when we're looking at ways to beat Team Envy, you have to be so quick at adapting throughout the entire thing. You know, they make a 5-game series feel longer than a 5-game series because every single 60 seconds between is a constant adaptation, but we will get to see more of them later on as they continue their quest to go 3-0 on the day. We're going to head over to a quick break. When we come back, Jacob looks for revenge against his old roster as NRG are taking to the field. Welcome back, everybody, to RLCS Season X. We have just seen our very first game of the Team Day. Team Envy able to take down Alpine Gaming. And Johnny, it was done in a little bit more feisty fashion in Game 1, but Game 2 onwards, it seems like Envy had their number.
Yeah, Envy just figured out these guys are trying to style on us. They're trying to score some cool goals. Let's just ball chase. But that's honestly the counter to all these flip reset plays that are becoming more and more popular throughout this year. So that's something to look out for if a team are trying to do that. You know, the problem is when a team can do that at supersonic speed, then you've got a real issue on your hands. But fortunately for Envy, Alpine didn't look too interested in making an attempt at that. They were very slow, very controlled. Very precise, but just not quick enough to the punch.
Yeah, I think Team Envy very much, you mentioned in the previous one how we didn't quite know how off-season was going to translate to actual season. I think Envy has been one of the results we've seen so far of the biggest transition. Very much looked exactly what I was expecting coming in, not like some of the other teams that have sort of caught me out.
Yeah, Envy they're consistent for sure. They're not afraid to go the distance in any games that they play. I've seen so many super long overtimes from them, especially. So this is something that I've come to expect from them. Just they're going to be tough to beat no matter what. But I still think that they have got some improvements to make before they can, win another tournament. Obviously, they did win the first tournament that they played together as a roster when Turbo Pulse is signed. But since then, it's been less successful. I think they got to work on that synergy, which often does take time to develop. You know, not every team can just gel immediately, and that doesn't mean that they're not going to in the long run. I think Envy will if they just put their minds to it and stay on the grind. That's probably the most important thing these days, just how much Rocket League can you play with there being so many competitions and so many tournaments to play.
So, up next on this one, we've got NRG against 72 PC. Both these teams coming in at 1-0. In the previous round, 72 PC were able to take down Pittsburgh Knights. So, a good result for them coming into this. NRG, on the other hand, they weren't able to take home the regional championship last season. They're going to be coming into this one all guns blazing.
Oh, yeah. This is NRG's series to win. It's their series to lose. Their series to do whatever they please with.
It very much feels like
that they do want to win this.
Follows those rules as well, Johnny, with how they've been on off season.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams who are looking pretty threatening. Space Station and G2 most recently have been more than a threat to NRG, just beating them. So NRG have got to prove that they can step it up as we get into the first RLCS X regional for NA. We've already seen a few other teams do that. They've shown that their grid results are not to be 100% a clear transition into RLCS X.
Certainly not. Game number one already underway. Squishy was the biggest transfer move we had during the entirety of the offseason. He's going to watch as his two teammates almost able to put them together. Jacob shuts them down. Squishy with the shot. And there is his regional debut goal.
And that is huge because in their most recent tournament, the grid just this week, it was Squishy who didn't have a great performance. So an early goal for him, that's going to settle the nerves. I mean, even a guy who's a former world champion with so much experience under his belt, he's going to be pretty nervous coming onto a huge team like this with all the pressure of expectation on his shoulders. And an early goal is exactly what the NRG fans wanted to see.
72 PC, though, had a very solid off-season of their own. How about to deal, though, with the lack of Lion Blaze now on their team? One of the best 1v1 players in the world chose to go elsewhere. Very interesting to see what they can do without him, as there's going to be another NRG opportunity. Justin trying to rotate back. Wonders ball a little bit higher up, gives NRG plenty of time to just recover. And now Jacob flopping around a little bit. This might be another goal for him. NRG, they haven't really had to fight to keep the ball on the other side of the field. It's just not happening for them.
Yeah, it's looking already like this should be a 3-0 because anything less is just not acceptable to NRG. They're out to prove to everybody that they're still the top team in North America, that they're still the top team against competition like 72 PC. 72 PC, I think, will be pretty happy with the game, even though it does nothing for them in this format. It's still a loss on their record. They'll just be going into this series and seeing what they can get out of it, experience-wise. Speaking of the opportunities, look at that from Jacob. A couple of good saves. Garrett and Squishy keep the NRG net clean for now, but that was extremely close.
Yeah, Jacob had a great shot, and the next one followed it. Just needed a little bit of height, and you get the feeling that it had to be 1-1 if he did hit it cleanly. As Justin.
Wow.
I mean, that's confidence. Every single day. Plays in front of his own net. Now to the other side of the field. Good save from Tyler. That was a little bit of a scare for NRG. Have got away with it. Will 72 PC get another opportunity? Or was that as good as it was going to get? Midfield pass. Garrett G already up to meet it. A little bit too early. Jacob with the pop-up. Squishy will see it go under him. The shot wasn't quite on target, but Garrett G just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, Wonder's dodge timed out, so he wasn't able to get the power on that would have been necessary to score it. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from NRG overall. They've actually had a few scares and a few goal line saves to keep them ahead by this one goal. But like I said before, the fact that Squishy's performing well, that's really all you need to see. There's really been no doubt about Garrett's performances recently. That was a phenomenal touch by Garrett. Now here goes Squishy with a double. He's off the post with it, so close. Like I said already, Squishy looks to be on form today. And when you've got Garrett in his recent form that he's displayed, and Justin, who's the best player in North America on his day, I really have no doubts that they're going to get the job done here.
Off the backboard. 2 players up, neither of them quicker than Garrett. Here's the follow from Justin, and there wasn't enough accuracy on it. Now looking for the transition. Wonder dives on past. Here's Squishy already up. Flip reset, not quite. It's still to Garrett, though. NRG just trying to string together a few passes. Haven't quite got it yet. Here's another breakaway. There's been a few of these for 72 PC, but not one of them has worked out so far.
Yeah, good demo by Justin as he arrived back in defense. Couldn't do anything productive on the ball, so he makes sure to take out the one player who was waiting in the middle, Jacob, forever trying to be a nuisance to his opponents, hiding in awkward places so that he can get those cheeky angles on target. Got to be careful, though. NRG don't want to be too aggressive with their third man because 72 PC, you know, in the past and now, look to be a counter-attacking team. Now, can Garrett get up for this one? He'll back out of it. Justin calls him off. A double touch from Justin. Great call from him. NRG up by 2.
Well, for Justin, these are the typical goals that you tend to see from him. 1 touch, 2 touch, bang. Nice and easy in. It was very well contested. I do get the feeling here that 72 PC have seen their best opportunities been and gone. That earlier shot from Garrett really caused chaos, but on the other hand, you did mention that they've had a few counter-attacking opportunities, and it's just been the first touch of Wonder when he has had it come over to him that have let them down. They really should have at least had one more good opportunity on net.
Yeah, they're going to need to take the chances that they get in this series. NRG gave them a couple of looks at the goal in this game, and still were able to scramble back and make some great saves. So it's really just a matter of, you know, will NRG give them a game? I don't think they will. Garrett gets a goal also. That's 1 for each player in game 1. So far, it's hippity-hoppity. NRG on toppity.
You've been discussing that for so long with me during the ad break. I did not think you were going to bring that back to us.
I don't know what you're talking about, Shogun.
You don't know.
I don't hear that.
Okay, yeah, no, fine. Well, 1 second on the clock. And it is a game up now for NRG. And I'm going to say a sentence that I feel like we should have got very used to last week from Renault Vitality. NRG look great, and we know they can do better.
Yeah, they can. You know, the fact that they gave up a couple of shots that they had to make goal line saves will probably annoy them. They're thinking, yeah, that could have been better. You know, it was 3-0, like it always should be when NRG are playing. But they shouldn't be making these goal line saves. They just want to attack for 5 minutes, maybe score 7, and then they can call it a day.
I feel like there's nothing NRG can do here. They can put in 20, and Johnny's just going to turn around and just go, yeah, we expected this.
Yeah, they got to do better, man.
Yeah, you know, 20, come on, man.
Triple Brazil. Give it to us.
I've only ever seen a double Brazil in my time in commentary. Triple Brazil might be beyond me. Although me and you did actually cast the most goals I ever saw in one game, and that was the first ever time we saw what turned out to be Dignitas forming together when they first came together as Gale Force Esports. And they were playing against a team that had just joined the DreamHack tournament because they thought it would be a bit of fun.
Oh, little did they know.
That was the most harsh matchup I've ever seen put together.
Well, hopefully for 72 PC it won't be that harsh, but I'm still saying I want to see triple Brazil with NRG scoring all 24 goals. That anything less is just not satisfactory. Look at the 50-50 from Garrett though. Oh my goodness. You just won a 50-50 against 2 players at the same time. That's some strength in the challenge.
Well, NRG might not be able to deliver you today the triple Brazil, but 72 PC did give you the double commit. Not quite to the same standard. Squishy launches long. He's already seen that Jacob's a little bit out of position. That is great play to transition the ball. And Jacob's first touch isn't great either. Needed Wonder to help him out. Good first touch from Justin. He's got a long way to go. He looks to try and take it the whole way, though. A huge hit. And again, Jacob's touches are, well, they're terrifying, I suppose, and not for the right team.
Yeah, you don't want to play, a really light touch like that against NRG. They need to just get rid of the danger, give themselves some breathing room here, as this is turning into exactly what we feared for them, where they're just stuck in their half for the entire game. That's what it's been for a minute. Actually, Justin gives them something to work with. Back pass, probably. He yells and calms as he hits the ball towards his own goal. It actually worked out, though. They've not given 72 PC a touch on this ball, as it goes all the way back down the field and now up to the other end again. That's a good save by Jacob.
Yeah, 72 PC have not had a touch in this game so far. That has not been purely reactionary. They are being swarmed in their own side of the field. This will be the first few. Wonder will take over. Good play past one. He's going to have to try and get a block, which he has done, actually, off the ceiling, though. And the rest of his teammates didn't quite believe they'd be able to take it that far. Very far back on their rotation. And they're going to need to believe it. They're not going to get too many opportunities on net, so the moment they get that sort of play, they're going to have to go all in. There's the demo that they've got for it, and here's Wonder. I don't think he's going to score an easier goal against NRG in his entire career.
This is actually something that Squishy's been getting in trouble with quite often recently. He'll try to make an outplay in the corner, and that's really the kind of player Squishy is. He doesn't want a 50-50, he wants an outplay, but it ends up, going past one player and straight into the second one. Maybe he needs to play a bit safer in the corner so he doesn't give away the ball at a snail pace. That's maybe my one criticism of NRG so far.
I think you've also got to argue about what there really is to gain as well, because if you are trying to outplay over in the corner, it also means that that's exactly where your opponent is landing as well. So the recovery is going to be a little bit quicker than typical outplays that you'd see in the midfield. Right now, 72 PC back in it. 1-1, half the game left to play. Tyler takes his time. He's over the top of Garrett. Wants to keep this going. He's now over Justin. Here's going to be Jacob turning up a little bit late. And Justin will see the ball away. 72 PC starting to see more of the field, though. Starting to understand that there is a second half to it. Might have the infield option. No, Tyler just wants to get a ball past Garrett. He's going to need the follow, but Garrett G quicker on the recovery. 72 PC trying to hold this midfield all they can, but there's the mistouch. There's a whiff after it. 100 boost stolen from Tyler. He's going to have to try and do a little bit more with this one. That ended up being quite crucial.
Yeah, Ty's playing very well right now, and lots of outplays. He's getting some clean wins on races to the ball. That's wide open for Justin. Or is it? Wonder with a heroic save. It's still 72 PC in this. This has been a real turnaround. It was, looking completely in NRG's favor mechanically, but now they're starting to look a bit sluggish at times. Tyler especially having success in the midfield.
Well, the last minute or so has definitely been all 72 PC. Another huge demo. NRG going and hunting for them. Squishy's got time. Decides to take the ball up. Here's the outplays. Wants to take it the whole way. Huge demo! And you've said that Tyler is playing well. Can't play well when you've been removed from the field.
Yeah, this did look like he had Squishy's number. He was lining up for a 50-50 on the goal line, but suddenly Justin takes him out of the equation. 2-1 with a really nice team play there from NRG. And, I do say team play intentionally, although one player's touched the ball and the other is completely driven past it. It's great communication. Justin timing that demo to perfection.
I think Tyler is very upset right now. He just went launching for a demo of his own. Maybe if he can find one, it can open up the rest of this rotation, because they've got to try and break NRG down yet again. Right now, NRG, the quicker of the two. They've reestablished their rotation. My goodness, Justin, that is as clean as you could possibly want to pass.
great read by Justin. He doesn't even need the back wall for that. Just sends it straight sideways. Who else infield passes on a rebound in the corner? Now, I'll tell you, nobody. Justin really in a league of his own here. 3-1. NRG had a brief, lapse of concentration, perhaps, in the middle of this game. But they are right back into this one. Garrett G with the accidental double. And he makes it a 3-goal lead.
All over him. And just as 72PC thought they had a hope of trying to get this game, it's been removed. Garrett G takes another goal for himself.
Only the initial hit was the accident there. He didn't mean to hit the bar, but you can see that he was definitely angling his car upwards, that he could catch that after he saw that it was going to bounce off the crossbar. So after, making the slight misplay with accuracy, he did correct it very fast. Look at that from Garrett as well. Such an early read on the ceiling bounce. Now, Justin's missed this. Squishy has to come off the goal line. He made himself big enough, though, so there was no angle for Ty to shoot the ball past him. And that should be the end of this game now. NRG get the ball back into the orange half. Justin puts it into the orange goal one more time. And it's just another comfortable game at the end of the day, although they didn't concede that one goal. I'm sure they're going to be pretty upset about that.
And, of course, it had to be some sort of freestyle musty to do it, Justin. Why not at this point? 3 goals up. The lapse of concentration ends up not coming back to bite them. They're going to take this one pretty comfortably in the end, despite being forced to fight for it. 72PC, though, will be seeing this performance from Ty Not Tyler and are hoping that this is something that becomes a trait for the rest of their day, because if you can stay like this, that will certainly be a good ace in the hole for them to have. Here, though, in game number 2, they're going to require a reverse sweep to take down NRG and to give Jacob his revenge, and definitely does not look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, it should be 3-0. It's as simple as that. We could already tell, I think 1 minute in, when Squishy scores a goal in game 1, you just know, if you've watched the offseason and if you've watched the grid runs that NRG have had so far, if Squishy's playing well, if he's a part of this team, then they're not going to struggle to 3-0 a team like 72PC, regardless of what kind of Jacob, what kind of Wonder, what kind of Ty Not Tyler show up today. And yeah, that does seem to hold true so far. This was a closer game for the majority of it, but NRG's class really shone through in the end. They were just putting in goal after goal, and there was really nothing 72PC could do to keep up with it all.
So 72PC, with the way they've been playing at the moment, is there anything we sort of look at when they are playing against a team like NRG to sort of say, okay, this is what we can expect from them later in the tournament? Or is NRG just in that much of a league of their own where we can look at a lot of this and say, okay, we're not judging too much of them at all?
Well, it's just one of those series for 72PC. They've already had a good start to their day, beating Pittsburgh Knights. I think that's a great result for them, and it sets them up brilliantly for the rest of the day. They just have to remember that they've already beaten PK when they get into their 3rd series of the day. Try not to worry too much about the fact that they've ran into NRG on the way to their hopeful Stage 2 run in the very first NA RLCS X regional. Well, that's interesting. Wonder actually flew back down onto a dunk after getting knocked into the air here. But, outside of crazy things like that happening, I just don't see 72PC surprising NRG, who are just too fast, and they're too good as a team already. They're just very organized, incredibly efficient with their movement.
And they're a team that if they do grab hold of the 2 middle boosts, not even that, if they grab hold of your back boosts, as they are often to try and really stretch for. Here's Justin, tries to go underneath Ty Not Tyler, who does get another save, so he still maintains his form. I think one big thing I want to see here is them trying to get Ty at least a goal from this game, not let that one start to become a little bit of a cold streak. Here is Wonder, couldn't quite turn the ball in. That is a phenomenal save, especially with your back turn to the shot.
Yeah, great stuff from Garrett G. All alone in defense, but we've all seen plenty examples in the past of Garrett playing excellently in 1v2, 1v3 situations. There's just another one to add to the never-ending list. But it's so important that 72PC keep this close. They don't want to take any risks at all, because as soon as they do, they're going to get outplayed and they're going to concede. They have to just play within their own constraints, within what they're capable of, stick to their game, and hope that NRG make a mistake.
Oh, Jacob just throws away his opponent. Couldn't quite get a follow-up from a teammate, but 72PC seeing a lot of the blue side of the field so far. Still 0-0. Squishy delayed that flick for a very long time, gave Wonder a chance to move in. Justin wins the challenge, wins a second one. And he wanted his teammate to come in instead. Actually, he takes it by himself. He's over the top of another. He's taken 3 players by himself. Can he go the whole way? Ty will keep it out. And Garrett's shot is good enough for Justin. Bump, shot, goal.
Oh, Justin. He's done it again. It was against Ty, not Tyler in the last game. Now it's against Jacob.
Wow.
Not only does he bump him out the net, but he steals it with a follow-through of the flip. That's unbelievable. Justin's aggression on the goal line is continuing to cause 72 PC problems.
How do you deal with it? It's got to be so frustrating knowing that that is on the opposing side of the field, and he brings those no matter what the stage is. We've seen so many players that are capable of doing those sort of plays at, you know, the online level, at a weekly level, but he also brings them to the World Championships. He is also the most clutch Game 7 player we have ever had. There's a shot right down the middle. That is a poor ball right over to Wonder.
That's a great read, though. Wonder was completely alone here, but he read the pass from Squishy completely. He was already turning to intercept that ball before the pass started coming towards him. So he just read Squishy's mind on that, and the counterattack turned into an equalizer.
Right then, 72 PC. Gonna now put that Justin shot out of their minds and still maintain where they were. It's got to be said that despite that one outplay, 72 PC have looked competitive here in game number 3. Jacob's going to take his time, maybe a little bit too much. He wasn't settling for him in a way that made an easy way to play the ball. Takes out Garrett, his old teammate. Squishy launches, is only over to Wonder. Might have an option to his left-hand side. Wanted to find if there was one. And he'll be a little bit disappointed to see that nobody was around to support. Instead, Ty wants a block. Justin plays it away. He's also managed to find the pass. Squishy for the net off the crossbar. And that is how quickly they can try and find each other. 72 PC forced to scramble here. Here's Squishy one more time. It's another demo. Justin causing chaos every time he finds a player.
This is crazy. This is actually a new look to NRG that I've not really seen before. You know, having this much aggression from Justin, it looks like it's inspired. And I don't know who's inspired it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's G2 and SSG, the other 2 top teams in the region, because they really do focus on those goal line demos a lot more than NRG have historically. Is that all about to change? I love it, honestly. I'd love to see more of Justin in that enforcer role, just bumping and demoing his way to victory.
They're so good at putting teams on their back foot, but it was an issue that they found when they took on Team Envy in the Brawl 10K, is that, you know, teams that have been sat back have caused them issues in the past. So maybe just releasing Justin to go headhunting if he gets the opportunity might be the response to teams like that one. 72 PC have definitely been the unfortunate experiment project for that play style. Here comes Tyler. Good pop. It's over the top of Squishy. Will they get the follow shot? No, it was left. Gonna need that last little bit of venom in their passing plays if they want to try and grab this game. Still with 20 seconds on the clock. 72 PC very much within a shout of this. Back to the midfield. Wonder takes it down. He wants to be squishing the challenge from the side angle, though. Always going to be more easy said than done.
Good game so far for 72 PC. This will give them confidence. But can they make it into overtime? Squishy's got Justin to aim at on the back wall. There he is. He went for the pass back. That's crazy. Looked pretty good to me as well before the interception. But still, a chance for NRG. Shut down by Wonder.
I can't believe he went. They're playing fantasy Rocket League at times. Something that you would expect to be able to do if you've got the game on slow-mo and maybe had 10 chances to try and put the plays together. But right now, 72 PC don't care how the ball goes in. It could be as ugly as possible. They just want to get this goal to take us to game number 4. Jacob already up. He will be outpaced by Justin. It's a free ball. It's a poor touch from Wonder. And he makes a much more fierce one onto Garrett. More than makes up for it, I guess. So Jacob wants to take the ball down. He's got 2 players here. And wants a mistouch from Garrett G. He's not going to quite get it. He plays into the corner. Instead, 72 PC all the way back to the inside the field. Got to start again.
NRG are going to try and keep up the pace here. They don't want to let off at all, even if it does result in them losing a game. I think they'd rather, play at that pace that they know they're going to have to play at when they face the top teams in the region. So they're not going to stop, even though they could probably play this one out safely. The more defensive approach against 72. A minute into OT, 72 PC are going completely even with them. By far the best game from them so far.
I think Wonder had the moment there where he realized, hey, I've given Justin a lot of space here. Probably should try and shut that one down nice and quick. Definitely not the wrong decision. And Squishy was also trying to find a couple of demos. Tyler's actually moved out of position.
Oh, wow.
Off a bump. Here's Garrett to finish it. And he will do so. NRG have taken down 72 PC in a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, Justin didn't get the height on that air dribble that he was looking for, but it was still enough. When Justin's coming at you at that speed, you never really know what to expect, and the defender couldn't figure it out fast enough. Ended up playing it straight to Garrett off the near post, and Garrett scores when he wants. 2-1 NRG, get the sweep. And today, it should have been exactly what it ends up being, 3-0.
So, NRG looking good and showing us new ideas of what they are, Johnny. You said that we haven't seen them really go for the bumping plays before. What sort of dynamic does they give them when they get a chance to show that off against these top teams?
It's just yet another threat to a team who are already one of the best offensive teams in the world. I just can't wait to see it. You know, bring on the next round. Let's see what NRG can do. Can they finish off the sweep on the day? That's them up to 2-0.
Certainly will be. They're up to 2-0. Team Envy up to 2-0. And when we come back after the break, we are going to get ourselves into round number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the was putting in the
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside me, Gibbs and James, now joining to talk about that last match. We watched two before you guys got to see us last. We're going to talk about a few more matches, and then you get to watch some more Rocket League. But right now, we're going to touch NRG versus 72 PC. James, this is a little one-sided, but I guess expected.
It's NRG, you know. NRG they had a rough week one in the grid, but other than that, they have been playing really well ever since they brought Squishy on board, and it just looked like NRG being NRG this entire series.
This just wasn't fair. I just felt like it just wasn't fair for Wonder. Like, we're gonna sit back, play some defense, and then Justin's like, "Nuh-uh, we're not doing any of that. I'm gonna demo over and over and over." It's like, or make a fantastic dribble play, and then what does he do? He goes into the net, demos, and still scores a goal. He was on fire throughout this series. It just felt like NRG was firing on all cylinders, and this is what I wanted to see. Like, we knew NRG would win, but you always want to see them do it convincingly so you can see their form when they're going to take on tougher opponents, which we'll see next round.
And it's even funny to think about the NRG back in the day when Jacob was on the squad. They would even have those games and those series where they'd always control but never would run up the score. So to see them have that ability to just run up the score, as a fan of NRG, it's always good to see.
Well, let's take a look at the standings now as we have a couple rounds underway. Just a few more to go, 3 more rounds to go. A couple teams are ready to qualify, though. Version 1, Team NV, G2 Esports, NRG will be in their next round. 2 teams already qualified to next week, Gibbs.
Yes, not yet. During this round of 3, we will get those matches and we'll see who plays who. But we see the top 4 teams from the RLCS that were in this group. They're all 2-0. There's really no surprises at this point right now. So version 1, they've looked pretty good. And Alpine's been a little bit shaky. That's why their seed was a little bit worse. But the only team they lost to was one of those top 4. So right now, all the RLCS teams are looking great. It's just going to come down to, we have some important games now where you're 2-0. We saw this yesterday with E United. If you lose, you still have to find a win somewhere else down the line. So just don't get too demoralized by a loss here.
Well, let's take a look at our next matches coming up. As Gibbs said, we're going into round number 3 now. Some teams will be qualifying and some teams will be going home. Their journey ended right now and not being able to make it to next week. They'll have to try again next regional. But the matches you'll have on this broadcast here on twitch.tv/Rocket League, we'll have Team NV versus NRG coming up second. And then the first one will be G2 versus version 1. So these qualifying matches. And then over on the E-League broadcast, twitch.tv/ELeagueTV, you have Frontline versus Omelet and Alpine versus Pittsburgh Knights. James, just for that NV versus NRG match, do you have any? That's a big one. And the way NRG looked.
Yeah, we just had this matchup on the grid, and you know, me and Dazarin, we cast for NRG, and then Stax and Jorby cast for Envy, and so we like to trash talk probably more than the players themselves. So we were really excited to get into that Envy and NRG matchup, and it was a crazy series in the grid, very close. And I expect that, you know, anytime NRG and Envy play, it could go either way. But one thing is for sure, it's going to be entertaining.
Well, let's talk about the first matches coming up then. Gibbs, G2 versus version 1. Again, a qualifying match here. G2's looking hot. We saw them in the grid, starting to look good again. They were on a bit of a slump for a while there, but again, at the pre-show we talked, I feel like that's just what G2 does, but now they're looking pretty good here. And version 1 still trying to find their footing again with AXB on the roster.
On Thursday, G2 versus version 1 for the grid, it went to 5 games. I expect a close series, but it's only if Gimmick plays well. He played well in that series, and they still lost. And the problem is, right now with Gimmick, it seems like it's a coin flip. Is he playing well or is he not? So it's going to come down to, I think, early on, watch Gimmick and see how he's playing. Maybe he can carry this team to a victory. If not, I think G2 walks away pretty easily here.
Well, James, I know who you have for that Team Envy versus NRG one, but for G2 versus version 1, who do you think is coming up victorious and making it to stage number 2?
G2 all the way. The way that Rizzo's been playing has been incredible. Also, Chicago, he has been very physical lately, going for a lot of bumps, a lot of demos. And when G2 starts swarming, it's really scary, especially with JNaps and his ability to shoot. He has not lost his scoring edge. They're all out in that gaming house together. The synergy's starting to get back up there. G2 is a team that I would not want to go against right now.
Well, the match is about ready, and we're going to find out who's qualifying of round 3. Get online on Twitter, hashtag RLCS X at RL Esports, so we can see your tweets. Give energy to your teams, G2 or version 1. Who's it going to be? Let's head to the Skybox to find out.
Thank you so much, Leaf Achieves. We've got some old royalty here. Gonna be going head-to-head. G2 taking on the new and improved V1. Squishy moving over to NRG has been replaced by AXB on this roster, and they have a new name. I am excited to watch this match go down.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great one. But at the same time, I think the desk is right. You got to favor G2 a little bit. I think AXB was a good pickup overall to replace Squishy. I feel like I said yesterday, he feels a lot of the same roles. He's got great support and great offensive capability, especially considering his massive level up from last season. So I know it's been a bit of a rough start here for version 1, but I still think this is going to be a good match.
We've got G2 in the orange, version 1 in the blue, a best of 5. And these teams both at 2-0. Someone correct me if I'm wrong about that. I'm pretty sure that's true. It means one of them is qualifying for next weekend. Here comes AXB. Gets Rizzo on the wall, detaches to block. Gimmick has an open net in front of him, but a difficult angle to hit and can't quite sneak it into that upper corner. And now JNaps out with Chicago in front of him. Chicago goes for the bump, gets it, and he'll steal the goal too. That's G2 on the board.
And they catch him on transition here. Got a little too aggressive, didn't get a piece of it there, and it's just a long drive back. And AXB doing his best, but what can you do in the 2-on-1 scenario? Chicago's got him squared up. And just for good measure, he'll make sure he takes the goal away as well.
And that one's mine, thank you very much. 4:05 on the clock now. First minute, going to give G2 the lead. JNaps now through the air.
No.
This one looks good as well. 2-0 just off the kickoff.
Disaster of a challenge as this one just went back into the corner. Gimmick up early and went just a few pixels too high, and then the demo came through in the opposite corner, so no chance. And again, version 1, oof, it's not looking good 1 minute in. Right now, the desk looking real smart.
This guy is just chill out just a little bit, settle in. Like their coordinated ball. Let's hit the shot. Torment tried there through the air, not to get it. Didn't quite get it though. I appreciate the coordination on the paint schemes. All running pearlescent purple with something else here. It's not very often we see teams try to create their own in-game uniform if they don't actually have one. G2 has uniforms. They're not wearing them. Come on, guys.
They did the same thing. They all went red with either black or white.
They gave themselves a uniform. I like it. Here comes Gimmick into the corner. Chicago now over the top of AXB. Torment was actually cheated up pretty far. They're both going to be falling back here, and this should give G2 some nice possession out in front of the ball. There's AXB now to put it back away, and JNaps into the corner off the backboard. Looks for a double tap, and they're not going to quite get it between the posts. Here comes Rizzo. Back towards the box. Gimmick will trap it on the wall. Chicago's going to have low boost to work with, but nobody home. The goalie gets bumped out, and Chicago's got a free net in front of him.
And that makes 3 goals in a row now for G2, where they get the goal just because someone's been demoed and there's been no way to recover after that. Just losing the challenge in the corner, and G2 forcing open real estate, and they move right in.
3 minutes left, 3 goals down. Version 1's got their work cut out for them. Is this the start of it? No, it's just a bit high. Demolition on the Rizzo did open up some space. Now AXB looks for the pass to Gimmick. He's up for it, but blocked in front of the goal. Now Chicago versus Torment, neutral to the side. JNaps over the top of Torment, and Chicago will turn back in. Collapsed on by AXB. The ball heads towards the box. Rizzo beaten. Chicago holding onto it on his own backboard. Takes it to the corner. Torment will challenge, and JNaps will find a clear out of the box all the way down the entire length of the pitch. AXB on the fallback is not quite able to reach it twice now, and Gimmick has to try and collapse for him. There's Rizzo and Chicago in front of the box. They're not going to miss too much pressure. 4-0. G2 is running away with it.
And it's 4 straight. They got another bump on the goal line. Look at Rizzo. Oh, wait, no. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong. I thought he hit Torment. That's why Torment was out of position. Never mind. I'm completely wrong. Torment just was slightly off.
He zoned him out. Torment had to move to avoid the bump, and that did the job. And now across halftime, G2 running away with game number 1. This one is cleanly, that it would be a unprecedented collapse were they to lose this game. And they're going to try and continue to run the score up.
If you manage to lose 4-0, even with 2 minutes left, considering how well they're playing, that actually would be a catastrophic meltdown.
It's Rizzo, the top of Chicago. AXB will just crank one to the net. No one's home. That's the start. They've got time. We'll see.
It does make it feel a little more doable. I mean, and they get a little bit of G2's medicine going for him. Gimmick with a bump on, I believe it was JNaps. Just push him off the back line. So version 1, like you said, they've got time. 3 goals, just under 2 minutes. Unlikely, but definitely possible.
Well, if there's 3 players experienced with playing from behind, lots of veteranship on this roster, newly playing together here with the addition of AXB, but Torment and Gimmick have been in this situation plenty of times. Torment and Gimmick, part of that Cloud9 roster from Season 6 that broke the North American World Championship drought. First team to win it since Season 1 from North America. Oh, and Torment will get that. My goodness, the poor people cannot sit in their own box.
No, there is no way to play defense. Torment starts edging forward because he thinks AXB is going to win that ball. He realizes that AXB is beat, hits the brakes, and then of course someone rotates out from behind him in his own corner, shoves him out of the way, and that's 5 straight.
And that they're simply just outclassing them. That version 1 right now has 6 shots to 1 goal. G2 has 7 shots to 5. They've only missed twice or been blocked twice. 1 got saved. There's 1 unaccounted for shot here from Chicago over the top. Gimmick will get a save on that one. JNap's up for it to drop another one towards the other corner. Torment gets there this time, but a small double commit. AXB now to try and buy his new teammates time.
Yeah, dude, these ones aren't going in because they're not bumping the guy who can make the save out of the way.
Torment now into this corner once more. Kind of just kills this. He has no boost. He's going to look for the back pass. Rizzo over the top of 1. Now Chicago. A bit of space. Had he been able to put it on target, that would have been a 6th goal. It's been a long time, I feel like, since we've had a Brazil in a league play format.
I actually can't remember the last time.
Yeah, I think one happened at a World Championship recently, but not at this level of play. There's 13 seconds left. They can do it.
That's a banger, too. Nice quick transition. Chicago getting sideways away from the challenger. And then AXB is just trying to figure out if he needs to go for it or not. It takes 1 second too long, and JNaps just goes right up the pitch. So, yeah, G2, this is a dominating game 1. There's really nothing else to say about this.
They've made a statement for sure, but can they continue to back it up? Game 1, when it's a blowout like this, oftentimes Game 2 will be quite the stalemate. So we'll see how things get tightened up here for version 1. Obviously, plenty of experience there in adjusting in the middle of a series from this roster of AXB, Gimmick, and Torment. AXB scoring the only goal and getting 5 shots, leading the team in stats in this first game in a losing effort. But the story of game number 1 achieves really was the physical play from G2 in the enemy box.
Oh, yeah. It's very similar to what we saw last week from Europe and a couple of teams. It's just, get behind them, smash them out of the way, make a move, and you score goals. It's a very simple strategy, and it's not a bad strategy. I think I got a little bit of flack because I was giving Vitality flack for not being very creative. Well, this isn't very creative either. I don't care how creative it is. I care that it works. I mean, and G2 nailed it.
Yeah, well, version 1, the kind of the reimagined Cloud9, a team you used to chastise for their vanilla style of play. It did work for them, though, as well. Vanilla does get the job done sometimes.
There's nothing wrong with vanilla ice cream. It's tasty. I'm just saying. Every now and again, you got to do something different. And JNaps delivers.
He gets a nice shot here, but I feel like this came off of Rizzo onto the backboard. AXB just doesn't touch it. JNaps has the free read. Doesn't have to adjust at all for the defense. That's goal number 1, 6 seconds in. G2 continues to build on this momentum. Now AXB off the ceiling to try and take this one himself. Nice and soft under JNaps. Rizzo will cover it up to the side. Pass to Chicago. Clears back down the field. Back on the offense. Torment now trying to control this one. Rizzo slows down, gives it for JNaps. Now AXB back to Gimmick. Onto the side wall, turned around. Bit of confusion from G2 in the midfield. They overlap each other, but a quick cover up from the third man will do the trick. And now JNap's out to Chicago. That got 2 players. Here comes Rizzo up against Gimmick. This one neutral down the midfield, and JNaps will have lots of space. Can he find Rizzo? No, he goes to it himself. AXP with the stop, but here's Chicago to shoot just dead center. 2-0 G2.
What are you supposed to do with this? First, this is a great touch from JNaps. The recovery is perfect. But from AXP's perspective, what else can you do?
He's trapped on the post.
You can't let that bounce off the wall because you don't have the time to back up. He's got to try and make the touch there. I mean, AXP just got tied up off a crazy challenge that just pinged off his teammate's car on the sidewall. Truly unfortunate for version 1. Gimmick trying to get it back off the kickoff, but nothing going.
Oh, man. And JNap's out of boost. That might be the only saving grace here. Still try to get the pass off. It's going to take too many touches. Version 1 will be able to get back on defense. They won't get the breakaway 3rd goal. But at this point, they don't need it. G2's doing so much. Double demolition could help, but the ball, man, they take 2 touches just to try and get it back to midfield. The demolitions aren't going to matter. The ball doesn't even leave the back third. G2 gets demoed twice. Version 1 can't even get it out of their own half by themselves.
They have a little bit of room to work with, but JNaps immediately just took that right back.
That's in. Oh, his save, is it still in? No, okay.
This is tough. AXP's having to put in the work on the goal line here in game 2, and sometimes he's been able to get it done. Other times the situation is just 2 against him. In version 1, here we go. There's at least a little bit of ball control, but not able to hang on to it for too long.
Chicago with the back pass to JNaps, used the offenders to help him out. AXP tries to slow this one down. Chicago tried to take the ball control, but look at the decision there from Chicago. Immediately going for players the moment he's missed the ball. And Rizzo off the back wall falls and kind of dishes it in. What a play.
Oh, Torment. He's stuck here on the goal line, and he's thinking, nah, man, Rizzo doesn't have that. But he also misreads it. He also thought that ball was going to be bouncing a little bit further out, and he planned to catch it, and it went behind him. So even if Rizzo misses that, Torment still doesn't come up with that touch, and they're still going to be boxed in their own half. Just a beautiful shot from Rizzo, and Torment didn't think he could even get there.
Approaching halftime, it's the same story as game number 1. G2 up to a 3-goal lead already. And completely shutting out version 1 so far. Only 1 goal on the series for them. Can they make it 2 right now? No. Gimmick now, maybe the pass to XP, just stalls in the midfield, and Rizzo happy to collapse on it. JNap's now the pass to Chicago. He's up for it. Nobody's home. That's going to be a 4th one. G2 continues to dominate.
This one's just a product of placement. The challenge goes into a neutral territory. JNaps puts it across, and Gimmick knows this is a matter of does he put it in the right spot? And yes, he does. Gimmick trying to race back, and the only place he can't get to is that top left corner, and Chicago delivers a perfect ball.
G2 is nasty right now.
It's
and version 1 is honestly giving them, though, the space to do it. They're not making it hard on them. Gimmick with the attempt there. Rizzo to the side, AXB to the back wall. JNaps looking for the pass across on the infield. There's a block. Version 1 finally intercepted one of the passes. Rizzo up against AXB. Nice play across. Chicago flips their own direction. We'll not worry about it. JNaps now in the air. Tries to get another touch. Torment put it through 1. Chicago with the response. Now AXB taking this one slow, hoping that his teammate that's upfield has time to bump goalies. But G2 managed to dodge all the bumps and get the ball back to midfield. Push it into the blue. Gimmick's uncontested on this touch, but just lofts it. Now Rizzo to the edge. Chicago to chase this one and kind of forced Gimmick into the touch Chicago was trying to make. Ball spending a lot of time high in the midfield. JNaps to pinch this one up above the goal. Here comes Chicago versus AXB.
Wow.
AXB's looking for the bumps. We keep version 1's trying to do what G2's been doing. They'll catch the ball in midfield, slow down for a second, and let one of the players get upfield, look for bumps. But it's just too telegraphed. It's too obvious what they're trying to do.
Exactly. It's taking just a little too long to develop, and they don't have the forward positioning and the ability to get players off that goal line to take them out of the play over on that G2 side. So version 1, it's not a bad idea. It's a good idea. And what is this from JNaps out of the corner? Rizzo just gets a piece of one over AXB. JNaps, yeah, no problem. I can go get that.
Jeez. What are you talking about? Like they're already done. You've already killed him. The game's over. And JNAP's is like, cool, I watched this just in case you guys forgot. I don't even need this goal, but it's probably the prettiest goal of the series so far. 5-0. G2 currently outscoring version 1 in the series 11-1. As AXB's going to try and make it 11-2. It's not quite on target. Rizzo clears it to the side. 30 seconds left. Here comes Rizzo. JNAP's now. Past 1. Torment to the back wall. And Chicago with a clear over 1. So, version 1 here, losing 2 games in a row. They're now down to match point. And again, these are the teams playing at 2-0. Winner of this series goes through to tomorrow. We saw in this match yesterday at Chiefs, it was Space Station versus E United. Space Station won, and then E United didn't manage to get the win at all. E United went 3 games down by themselves. It was a problem. So, yeah, like E United not able to get the win there. I'm worried the same thing might happen here for version 1. So we will get through to the next game here momentarily. And this one will be a lot of fun. I've enjoyed watching G2 play though. They're just an absolute masterclass in performance. Able to put so many things together. And chat, it's just you and me. It's just you and me right now. How you guys doing? Happy to have you guys here. I think G2 at this point is also the longest running North American roster. They are, because Cloud9 broke up, NRG has made a roster change. At this point, I'm pretty sure, someone can correct me, but I'm pretty sure G2 is the longest running North American team here. And this is their season. Last season was their season. They weren't able to quite pull off a world championship because we didn't have one. But this season, if there's ever been a time when they could do it again, it would be this one. I'm excited for it. So let's go. We are going to be getting into this match here, this third match here in just a moment. I'm going to be trying to get Achieves back here. Just a moment. You guys bear with us. And Achieves, can you hear me? Hold on, you cannot hear me yet. He cannot, but he's about to. You guys aren't going to believe why, because I'm not going to tell you. It's pretty crazy. Achieves, my friend. Hello. How are you?
I'm well.
Wonderful. We have made this work again.
I'm glad to be back.
So, tell me your thoughts about these two teams.
Well,
so finish my monologue.
Well, the previous game, I mean, it really was just a wash, rinse, repeat. I mean, you hit the nail on the head, a little too telegraphed on the offense. A lot of missed touches from version 1 that's just slowing the offense down even further. It's making it too easy for G2 to have a lot of space to really do whatever they want. Not to mention the fact that they're hitting great redirects and winning a lot of the challenges in the midfield that version 1 just can't seem to get a hold of. So game 3, you're really looking for just the challenge game to improve a little bit from version 1, see if they can get some more chances and go from there. And indeed, it happens. AXB just stuffs one in the midfield, and Gimmick has an open goal.
I'm not gonna lie, Gimmick's touch here is scary to me. This like he almost puts it out. Like, just let AXB have the goal at that point. Like I don't. He probably thought a goalie was coming in. Hey. That's their second goal. They need to start scoring at this point. It's their first lead of the series. Take what you can get. Version 1 finally on top. Let's see how they play now with the lead.
It is always actually a very interesting thing to see how a team that's been losing plays with the lead. Do they get more aggressive? Do they start having more success? And it seems like yes for now, because this is just an awkward ball in the G2 box. JNAPS just gets beat. Chicago, AXB, they clash at the middle of the box, and AXB understands exactly how that challenge is coming off Chicago's car. Doesn't get pulled into the jump battle, just lets him ping it right back off his nose, and it stays right there on the goal line.
We are now at a 2-0 lead. Version 1, can they make it 3-0? There's a stop. Over 2. Now AXB back down and into the midfield. Gimmick to try. JNAP's now up. Demolitions galore. Can they find it? They sure can. My goodness, they have made it a 3v1, and Chicago's able to put it through.
Oh, that's a classic one. Why did these go in? Because demos. Boom, boom. Win the ball. Pass to mid. Next question. G2 cuts the lead in half. It's hard for them to defend
when they don't exist, Achieves. 3:02 on the clock now. A neutral challenge there. Rizzo's touch nearly going to just go straight in. And it's a 1-goal game. G2 light them up with fireworks to get that first goal, make it a 1-goal game. Gimmick into the corner. AXB, a nice extension to midfield. Demolition again. But this time, the challenge in the midfield on the front line defense going to be strong. Make that demolition not matter. And Torment wins a nice one. JNaps gets up in the air before he can get bumped out of the way. The AXB chasing in net, nearly finds a way to tuck it in.
Nice. Good job there from Rizzo, just taking that ball back across the corner instead of letting it roll, because he knows it's a dangerous spot to be in. And now version 1's offense definitely speeding up here, as that one just off the mark. Gimmick going for the back post shot. It's the right move, just didn't quite get it in between the goalposts.
Gimmick pushing it over one. JNaps now through the edge. AXB in the corner. 2 minutes left in the game. Version 1 with the task of reverse sweeping a hot G2. They've got the lead in game 3. This is step number 1. And they're looking to try and extend that lead. Some nice carries into the box, but G2's able to move it out just fine. Excellent touch from Rizzo. Chicago gets through too as well, making them like Swiss cheese, but Torment just barely gets the save before getting demolished. On the nick of time, Chicago gets bumped by AXB and won't be able to play. And then Rizzo bumps Chicago in the midfield, and yet somehow they stay up on offense. Here comes JNaps, goal to play, off the post and out. What a save. Version 1 holds on to their lead.
Torment and Gimmick both making a couple of big stops in some very difficult scenarios. G2 definitely with some great command of the ball in that final third. They did just give it up here, though, so we'll see if version 1 can extend the lead, get a big insurance goal with a minute left. They're going for those demos on the goal line again, but AXB and Gimmick have got out of the way of them now.
Version 1 is slowly adapting, becoming more difficult to bump. They are keeping their eyes wide out of their peripherals. That one's into the backfield. Rizzo demolished actually will work out in G2's favor here. He spawns deep in the third man. And now Chicago lofts it over one. They go for the bump on the other. No, it's actually wide. Gimmick was tucked far enough back in the goal that he was undemoable. Now Rizzo onto the backboard once more. Got 2 players up. Torment will hold on to it, and he's going to just try and kill this ball. Cloud9, former roster here, very good at killing time. AXB gets a great save of a high drop shot. Gimmick now versus JNaps. Back down the field, looking for security. AXB in the back. Rizzo to JNaps. Soft touch, just barely high. Follow-up to Chicago, though, will go in. That's the tie game. JNaps puts it through.
And that all comes back off of Gimmick mis-executing a pass. He was letting the ball roll, getting that extra space into that G2 side, but then he just didn't get the power on the pass across, and G2 stole it away and turned it up the field under pressure again on the counterattack. And version 1 crumbled with 21 on the clock.
18 seconds left. G2 needs 1 goal to sweep version 1. We saw United drop their chance at the 2-0 mark and then go on to drop their next 2 chances and not qualify in Group A. Version 1, you'd hate to see the same thing happen to them. Looks like overtime, though. If AXB and Gimmick don't put it away right here. Where comes Torment? He's going to be off the target, and Chicago should let this one die. Overtime in game 3. G2, 1 goal away from next week.
And Chicago took a big risk there, trying to poke that one across, but they get through into overtime, and Rizzo cannot get the ball through Torment, and now they're putting the pressure on JNaps on the back wall, but JNaps definitely made a good name for himself as one of the most staunch defenders in the North American scene, and AXB denied by Chicago again on the goal line.
Now advancing to midfield. Gimmick to try and turn this one around. Rizzo, what a read, and into the corner now. He's going to take the boost as well. AXB's just trying to stall out. 2 players up. Chicago's there. AXB manages to block it and send it to the edge. Now back high. Here comes Gimmick to the backboard. That'll be version 1 taking a game. We'll go to game 4.
All right, they get 1 on the board and a well-deserved one. They played pretty well here. Torment wins the challenge. Rizzo's just a little bit late, and Gimmick makes sure that it gets all the way around him, because it's very easy to get lazy with that shot because the goal looks so big when the guy's coming at you from the left-hand side. But if he goes towards the middle of the goal to that left side, there's no way that Rizzo doesn't get a piece of it. So Gimmick not complacent. And Gibbs said Gimmick might be able to carry him to a win here, and he did so here in game 3. 3 goals on 4 shots, and Torment and AXB definitely pulling their weight. The save column doesn't show it, but I think Torment and AXB had a wonderful defensive showing here in this one to stop G2 from pulling out the broomsticks.
Yeah, and that first goal was really AXB's goal that Gimmick stole and nearly screwed. So version 1 here. Gimmick, though, definitely coming alive in this game and helping carry his team to a victory there. 9 shots, for their 3 goals. And I think the biggest thing we saw, the biggest change we saw was their ability to dodge the demolitions, their ability to there were moments where you could see G2 was downfield looking for players to demo. They were able to get out of their way and make the saves. Not as we saw a few goals get scored on demolitions, but not as many. We didn't see G2 just get to run away with that.
Yeah, definitely a real nice job. The adjustments that you talked about at the start of this one, definitely getting used to the demo approach, and they definitely were able to stop having that happen to them quite as much. But we'll see if that continues, because we saw that, was it yesterday? Or was it last week with one of the teams in Europe where they were able to adjust to the demo strats, and then they just couldn't quite have the same effect on offense? I'm trying to remember if that was even yesterday. It's like they talked about, it all kind of blurs together when you've got this much Rocket League going on.
It does happen, but it is a key characteristic of an RLCS quality team, the ability to adapt mid-game. Rocket League, the improvisers esport, with the top of 1, Torment. Now looking for AXB, he's reached for it and bounces it off the ceiling into the goal. Chicago has to make a save, and now Rizzo looking for the transition. He's very loose on the connection though, and JNaps will get demolished on the far side, leaving Chicago alone. It's an excellent touch, but Gimmick has it red, and now it's back into the orange once more. JNaps back down, and AXB will take a shot. Rizzo's got the save on the bicycle touch. And demolitions in goal as well. Version 1 starting to play G2's
Gimmick
game. They pave the way and get the first goal.
Gimmick entered into that backfield I don't know, 5 maybe 10 seconds before this replay started, and he was literally doing nothing but bumping, stealing corner boosts, bumping again, challenging, and then finally got the ball into the middle and they scored.
4-11. Version 1, another bump onto Chicago, manages to recover and get a save on a ball that most likely wasn't going in anyways, but still nice touch. At the top of Gimmick. Torment, excellent touch from his corner all the way down. This was another thing that I felt version 1 needed to improve on in games 1 and 2. They were taking too much contact to get the ball out of their field and give themselves scoring opportunities. But what is happening here? What was this just absolute catastrophe?
Well, it's definitely a real awkward situation here for G2. AXB makes a good touch trying to go for the wall. Chicago and Gimmick both think the other person is getting to the ball first. And so neither of them take a real clean approach, and AXB is able to rotate back out of the corner he just landed in, make the adjustment to put the goal away.
That was a spaghetti junction. Too many players right on top of each other.
Spaghetti junction.
338.
Always something new with you, Wave Punk. You put a smile on my face every day.
Shout out to Atlanta, Georgia. JNaps down the field. Torment's going to just take the shot from the middle. Gimmick was trying to pound the goalies who weren't quite there. Chicago's managed to get back just in time. And version 1 now up by 2. This 2-goal lead was enough to get them to overtime in game number 3. Is it enough to get them a win again here? G2 having to start opening up the artillery from midfield instead of looking to just take away the back line. Adjusting and trying a new offensive strategy. So far, it hasn't given them any goals.
He's still keeping that horizontal movement on their own half, and AXB with a good mark, and there's that classic demo. Gimmick has to give up space, but able to understand where the next touch is headed and get up the wall early after dodging the bump.
Oh, that's some players piled up. That'll be a goal. JNap's going to get that one to the far side. Too many players trying to play defense at the same time.
And Gimmick knew it too. He rotates into goal, sees that pop into the middle, and immediately jumps. And the sad part is, the Gimmick played that perfectly. The dive across the goal, jumping early, it's the right move, because if it goes high in the net, he can make the adjustment in time. If it's low, there's a good chance the Dominance gets a piece of it because it's so big. But unfortunately, that ball just squeezed right out of the wheels.
We saw G2 make the comeback in the second half of game number 4 here, or in game number 3. Here in game number 4, they've already got themselves a 1-goal differential here. They got a lot more time now to tie this up than they did in game number 3. Can they make it work and possibly get the win, finish it off here in 4 games? Or are we going to overtime again? Is version 1 going to possibly find a 3rd regulation goal? They have yet to score 3 goals in regulation time in this series. Chicago passed 1. And now flicking the pass 2 up to JNaps. Small touch over Torment. That leaves 1 defender in the back as the 3rd rotates back around. They played off to the side. JNaps going to keep it high. They're keeping it away from version 1, but not really giving it to themselves either here. There's a touch. Gimmick going to get it over the top of 1, and Rizzo will just guide the ball off to the corner.
And you say they're definitely, you know, making the touches. It's kind of keep away, but it's keep away just to see what the defense gives you, because they know that they didn't really place the balls where they wanted to, so they're trying to just make a touch on the ball, see what the defense does, and adjust from there. And that's exactly why this game is an improviser's esport. You don't have the luxury of always being able to do exactly what you want in any given scenario. And G2, you know, it's throwing the pasta at the wall and seeing what sticks sometimes.
There's Gimmick on the ball. JNAP's behind him. Now AXB being met by Chicago. Rizzo into the corner here. JNAP's now up all by himself. He's not gonna be able to put it on target, but he gives it to Chicago. Is it? Oh my goodness, the placement is beautiful, and they tie the game.
That is 100% placement. You are absolutely correct. JNAP's with a beautiful pass into the middle. Gimmick's got the top left, probably even the bottom right, but Chicago goes top right corner with a beautiful catch on the ball. And what are you gonna do if you're version 1? It's either perfect or you save it. And that's twice in this series now. Chicago's been perfect.
Well, G2 was able to come back in game 3 and tie it up, but lost it in overtime. Can they finish this one off in regulation? Here comes another opportunity. JNAP's onto the back wall. One player already up. They've got the defense kind of haphazardly mixed up on top of themselves, but they get a solid clear on the back of Torment. Now Rizzo up against AXB. Wonderful pinch. Chicago demolishing his own back third. AXB now looking for bumps. JNAPs will meet the ball before he gets touched. Takes the boost, now looks for Torment from underneath. And kind of half rotates around, leaving the goalies lots of time just to read the situation. 20 seconds left. Tied up at 2 apiece. G2 on match point. JNAP's onto the wall. Bounced up high. Rizzo looks for an excellent touch. Gimmick's got the save. Do they have a follow-up? No, the ball just stays glued to the backboard. They'll look for some goalies, but Gimmick comes in to get it away. Gimmick keeping V1 alive. G2 turns around. 1 second. No time on the clock. Torment wants to finish it off in regulation, chases it down himself. Rizzo's covering him up.
Could be
Here comes Chicago. It could be disastrous if they kept it up. No. Oh, the touch it!
Yep.
Puts it in for the buzzer beater. That's G2 sending V1 to the next round, and G2 advances.
You knew there was a chance as soon as Rizzo won that ball, and all Chicago had to do was not drill it into the ground. He knew he had JNAPs coming up behind him. A nice catch off the backboard to get it back into the middle. JNAP's right on top of it. Version 1 rotated back. It was always going to be a tough play, and you're just kind of hoping against hope that they don't execute perfectly. And again, G2 aced it. And, you know, Rizzo, he didn't have a big scoreline in this last game, but definitely the most critical play. And overall, I think in the series, Rizzo, while we were sitting here fawning over JNAP's and Chicago's ability to shoot the ball and be perfect, Rizzo was a phenomenal third cog in that machine where I've always been a little hit or miss on how Rizzo played, but I think he was a phenomenal support here in this series.
No, there have been times in G2's career where the analysts considered Rizzo to be somewhat of a liability on G2. It was like, will he be consistent? Will he choke the important touches? And this was a beautiful example of just how much this team has settled together. Rizzo absolutely played his part perfectly. It's not represented on the scoreboard here, but there was no moment I could think of where I was like, man, Rizzo made the wrong touches. As a matter of fact, there's plenty of touches he made that were not going to be ones that show up on the scoreboard, but were genuinely the V touch that enabled the offense to stay together like that. I loved watching it. G2 is so solid, and they will play again next week. So that's gonna do it for that match. And the next one we've got coming up at Chiefs is just as juicy. NRG taking on Envy. Turbo Pulsa playing against his old roster. Who's gonna take it down? We'll find out in just a moment on RLCS X.
Feel my arms holding on so tight just when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Every
are back and just watched G2 eventually dismantle version 1. It looked like it was going to be a complete blasting after the first 2 games of Chiefs, but version 1 definitely bounced back and made a great series out of it in the last 2 games. Yeah.
Big time, and I just realized I muted in Hangouts.
Can't hear you.
So anyway, G2 played really well games 1 and 2. I think that would be a great series if it went into a further one. So a rematch where it's 7 games would be a fun one is basically my point.
This one would be a fun one. I enjoyed that series. I'm excited to watch more version 1 as the day progresses here. They will get 2 more opportunities to qualify. I am a little nervous because of what happened with United yesterday, but like it'll be fine. They're different teams. There's no reason it should be the same. It'll be just fine. But yes, version 1 looks good. I love seeing AXB playing amongst his heroes. Like this is one of those, like, AXB I thought was one of the best players on Space Station, but he got overshadowed by those other players, and it becomes almost a nuisance to be. And it's like, we came up together. Why do you think you're better than me? Sort of situation. Versus when you're playing along players that you have literally looked up to before you were a pro, it's going to motivate you to play in your best. I think we can see a new AXB that we've never seen before with him being on this version 1 roster. And genuinely, he was one of the most steady, consistent players in that matchup.
Yeah, I think he definitely showed everyone again why we gave him so much praise during the last season of RLCS back in Season 9. Really developing that defensive style. Obviously, his teammates over on Space Station were definitely out of their minds. And I think you're right. It's a good thing to join another new environment with a totally different, I don't want to say echelon in terms of like skill ability or anything, but overall prestige.
It's
right?
a mentality, right?
Yeah.
It's not about the actual. It's that moment in Hoosiers when they're like on the new court and they're like, oh, this is intimidating. He's like pulls out the measuring tape. He's like, go measure the goal. It's the same height, same distance.
Yeah.
Like it's the same exact game you've been playing.
It's just who's on the pitch.
Exactly. It's a mentality you're taking into it. I think the mentality will genuinely benefit AXB now. But we did not talk at all about the matchup that we're going into right now. NRG taking on Envy. Again, both these teams at 2-0 right now. Turbo Pulsa, former teammate of Justin and Garrett G, came across the pond, gave them a world championship, and then got replaced by Squishy here. So Turbo Pulsa on Envy. Congratulations to them on being the new world champs. Excited to see them win that one here at the end of the Season X. And we'll get to see this matchup go down.
And James definitely alluded to this matchup a little bit in their segment before this previous matchup. And they did play each other in the grid in the playoffs. NRG able to win in Game 5 in a 30-second overtime, 1-0. So Envy definitely out here looking for some vengeance, and Atomic with a kick out into the middle. And I'm actually really excited to see the Atomic versus Justin, who can be an absolute monster in terms of making defenses cry.
Well, so far today, it's been Justin. Holy crap, he was good earlier. Poor 72 PC just got mauled. We'll see if Justin can keep that hot streak going. Here comes Atomic and missed, though. Created some confusion for Squishy, and they will make it work. Turbo's the one to come and scoop it up, and that's Envy on the board.
And there's that solid midfield presence Corelli was talking about on the desk with Turbo Pulsa. The timing is always great. His recognition of the play is always great. He's not the flashiest player. He's not out here gonna break your axles. He's gonna play strong, consistent Rocket League, and here he recognizes the danger, gets on top of the play early, and is able to beat NRG to the ball and make a nice save off the kickoff.
Turbo and Atomic in a tag team. This one out and into enemy territory. Advancing now to try and get a second goal. NRG trapped in their own half. Atomic go up against Squishy on the wall. He gets it past one, but missed. Able to beat him. Now Justin down the field. Turbo pinches it off the wall and now back to the mid. Garrett G with a response, looking for the soft touch above the goal. Here comes Squishy. What a pass from Garrett. Oh my goodness.
So I was kind of wondering why Mist doesn't jump, and it's because he rotates back in a goal, and he's got 21 boost, and Atomic's also already there. So they're both kind of in the same place, and neither of them is really sure how to handle this brutal bounce out of the corner and into the middle. And of course, Squishy's already there. Why wouldn't he be?
I feel like both the defenders are like, nah, he's not going to get the second touch. That was a good first touch from Garrett. He's not getting the second one that's going to actually make it dangerous. We don't need to worry about this. Wait, he did. Crap, we lose. Turbo and Mist trying to advance this one back down the field after Game getting tied up here. Garrett and Squishy. Bring that one back. Atomic looking for the double tap.
Yep.
Where was the defense? This one was free.
That was absolutely free. Justin goes for boost. Garrett and Squishy both push forward. Garrett G is third man, but missed. Much bringing the call back of the G2 roster. Just got behind him, bumped him out of the way, and it's a wide open goal.
Please leave. We would like to score. 2:55. Justin.
Ask and you shall receive.
I said please. Atomic now back down into the midfield, and Garrett G to cover it up to the edge. Turbo Pulse misses on the wall. Now here comes Justin, gets demolished, double demolition on to NRG here. Momentary 3v1. We'll see Justin move this one back down the pitch now on the respawn. Looks for the soft touches. Turbo has him read. Former teammates. Knows how Justin likes to play. Atomic gets a pinch off the ground, and Justin out of boost, but he'll have plenty of time. This ball. It's a nice slow roller. Garrett G now. A flick over one. Justin's looking for this corner boost. Turbo Pulse will be able to take ball control, but maybe losing some field position here. Justin, an excellent touch past one. Turbo now back into the corner again, and Turbo just continues to break up the setups from NRG. He's been instrumental in all of the plays, especially in the ones on offense here for Envy.
And it is definitely again, a huge plus of Turbo. He's just so great at reading the game. He's never going to beat you with the mechanics. You put Justin and Turbo in a one-on-one, Justin's going to win, no question. But in a team environment, that is Turbo Pulse's wheelhouse, because he understands what gaps need to be filled and where. And when it comes to shutting down an offense like NRG, who is so adept at making defenders miss and thrive off of getting the ball out of tight situations with multiple people, you need a guy like Turbo who's got that rock-solid understanding of how things play out.
Garrett G with a long one from his own goal. Justin with the slight redirect and missed to get in the way. Had the read on defense. Two players up at strange angles. Justin and Squishy overlapping there in enemy territory, but still managing to keep the ball in the blue corner. Squishy passed one, missed from backwards, going to try and get this one. He actually gets a pass two, and it's all up to Justin now, who stalls it out, but Turbo's got an open net to shoot at. Doesn't manage to take the shot, though.
Oh, he had no boost. Okay, he couldn't make any adjustments. I was like, Turbo would never miss that. That's like the most Turbo goal you can imagine.
Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Just shoot. Garrett gets a demolition on the one. Atomic now. Nice flick. Squishy over to the edge to try and put this one back into the blue. 45 seconds remaining for NRG to tie this game up, as Envy got two solid goals, and they've held on to the lead the whole game.
Oh, Garrett G in a bad spot here, and the command to know that Turbo's just waiting for him, daring him to say, go, try and clear it. Still getting that one out. Never a fun position to be on when you've got no speed and limited capability to put power on the ball across your goal line.
Squishy, the slow play. 15 seconds left. Doesn't really have time for slow right now. They've got to score. It's Justin off the wall. Here's Atomic with pressure, looking for security, and he'll find it off the upper 90. That's a 2-goal lead in the game.
So with that, I do believe game one's going to go much the same way that it did in the playoffs. It'll be a 2-goal margin and a game one victory for Team Envy here over NRG again. And no small credit to Atomic and Mist open up doors, and Turbo Pulsa stopping a lot of NRG pushes. A good game one, but this literally happened last week. Let's make it a 3-goal margin. Why not? Mist drills one in.
I'm not going to lie. I genuinely jinxed the game, because I sat there and was like, I'm going to start typing out the score. And I'm like, no, there's 10 seconds left. Just wait for the score to happen. And the moment the clock hit 0, I'm like, okay, now I can type the score. I typed 3, and then they scored the goal. Backspace, type 4. NRG going to drop game one here to Envy. Turbo Pulsa on the Revenge Tour gets the first swing. And honestly, the crazy goal was all Squishy and Garrett. The thing that was missing here for me with NRG was Justin's flashy heroics.
It's definitely hard to get those going. Again, I mean, we know that a lot of that scenarios, Justin's flashy heroics is it's a hit or miss thing, right? It's either on par like it was versus 72 PC and he can just destroy people, or it's just tough to really get anything going and he's going to have to rely on a different bag of tricks to get the job done. And against a team like Envy, where they've got such great players, I mean, Mist, Atomic, and Turbo Pulse, so that's a roster that I would take to beat just about anybody on any given day.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a hard thing. So Atomic didn't even do anything too flashy, and I was looking for him to do that, but he didn't have to, because this was a game that requires consistency. And unfortunately for NRG and specifically Justin in terms of getting the offense going, limited capability to do that there in that game 1. But as we know, Rocket League, 5 minutes is a long time, and anything can happen in game 2.
You can do a lot with very little here. As we get into game 2, NRG gonna look to bounce back. Squishy gets beaten in the corner. Garrett G has to fall back and buy time. And Mist will get it over the top of him. Atomic with a slow shot.
Nice.
Actually works. It gets it past Justin.
Oh, yeah. Justin knows as soon as this one gets by Garrett, he's in trouble. And boy, did he jump thinking Atomic was going to boom that into the top right corner. Atomic hits him with the backflip. Nope. I'm just going for the little dribbler. And actually,
literally made him dance.
He literally did. And Justin made the adjustment. He backflipped as well, as quick as he could, to see if he could still make it, but not enough.
Well, Envy scores the first goal yet again. They've managed to hold the lead through this entire series so far, yet to trail. Squishy stalling things out on midfield, looking for a second challenge here, and wins it, but doesn't have a lot of support and is now at a boost, so Mist ultimately will gain control, and that means Atomic's now upfield. The pass play, Mist to Atomic, back to Mist, 2-0 for Envy.
Here's a great play. Mist just launches it up the field. Atomic, this is a delicate scenario. What do you do here? Do you go off the backboard and risk NRG getting up to it? Nah. Get in front of it, knock it back down, and let Mist worry about it. And Mist didn't let him down.
Yeah, we saw Squishy up on the sidewall, challenging ball after ball, wins 2 of them, but then is out of boost on the third, and there's no support from the rest of NRG, so his neutralization of the touches actually just means that there are now enemy players upfield for the third man to pass to, and it works out very, very well there for Envy. Squishy getting taken advantage of. Missing trying to pass here to Turbo Pulse, blocked by Squishy on the goal. Now here's Atomic on the wall, just trying to extend this one out, getting challenged by Justin through the air, and he'll push it to the corner. Turbo now onto the side. Here's Mist with a shot blocked by Garrett. Justin on the return will get the pass back over to his teammate. Turbo Pulsa will block. And Atomic will keep this one neutral in the midfield now through the air, trying to connect. Not going to make it happen, though. A boost gets stolen there. Turbo Pulsa with a shot. Justin with just enough of a block, but they are still in dire straits as Mist through the air. Justin, brilliant challenge, though, off the ceiling to try and neutralize that one, give his team some breathing room.
But Envy definitely putting a squeeze on NRG right now, not letting him out of their half or anything. It is just an absolute battle to get anything through this midfield right now. Envy have got the tent set up.
Off to the side. Garrett G long to the end. Justin and Squishy now in the backfield on a second touch from Envy to send it all the way back. Approaching halftime, NRG held to 1 goal so far in this series. A beauty from Squishy and Garrett, but that was it. They've got to find more magic like that. Turbo Pulse off the wall. Garrett G covers him up from behind. Passes to the corner. Justin now going to try and hold on to this by himself, but just take it. Misses is happy to tackle right now. Envy realizing if you just get in Justin's face, don't worry about what happens with the ball. Just make sure he can't do what he wants with the ball.
Yep.
That's enough to kind of neutralize his threat.
That is absolutely always the case with any player. I mean, I think you could take just about every player on this pitch right now and say just don't let them have space, and that's a good thing. I mean, obviously that's a well-held axiom and a good rule of thumb to obey across all of Rocket League in general, but especially when you've got players like Atomic, Squishy, Garrett, and Justin on the pitch. I mean, that is definitely something to be wary of, because if you give them any daylight to execute, they will.
And we were talking yesterday about how like Squishy hit the first real ceiling shot in RLCS, and now everyone's doing it. And while it's becoming commonplace for everyone, Squishy's now starting to hit double flip resets, so it's just a little bit nasty.
Just a little nasty.
Do not give that man any time alone with the ball. You will regret it. Justin now in the air, missed. A little bit confused here. Squishy demolished in his own back third. Turbo then try and crank one to the upper 90. Garrett G, excellent touch over one. And then Turbo Pulsa gets demolished by Justin on the way out.
Yeah, G
Final Final minute of game played. We're down by 2. NRG still yet to score.
Yeah, and still yet to really hang on to the ball for any significant amount of time. I mean, this game has been all envy here in this game, too.
Missed onto the backboard once more. Squishy facing his own goal, a little confused. And now here's the stretch. Garrett G onto the ceiling, drops it back in. Justin can't get it around, missed. Squishy now looking for a pass back to Garrett. They've got 37 seconds left. They've got to score twice. Justin over the top of one. Can he get a second one? Turbo Pulsa breaks it up. And now Garrett G looking for the back pass off of the wall. Turbo to get covered up by Squishy. Missed, was cleared away. And now Justin back into the midfield. It's over the top of both Garrett and Squish. They're going to need multiple touches to get another shot going. They've wrapped it back around. Turbo Pulsa will block it before it crosses the goal. And now Squishy across the field towards Garrett. NRG starting to build more momentum and just completely shut down by Envy at every corner.
Yeah, they're taking real good care to make sure they know where all of NRG is, because that was the first real push we've seen out of NRG in this game too, it feels like, and it was just sniffed out every turn they went for. Envy up 2-0, and this was a suffocating game too. I mean, they had him in the headlock, and we're like, nope, can't do that, nope, can't do that, nope, can't do that, and we win.
Yep, there at the end was definitely the best few looks we saw from NRG, and it was there was still not really a shot at any point. There wasn't a defender having to stretch to somewhere that they weren't like, oh, he's shooting this corner, I got to jump up to that corner. There was a few crossbars, and even the crossbars had defenders right on top of the ball already. Envy absolutely had the defensive rotation down pat.
Yeah, the real beauty of that last, 20 seconds or so on defense from Envy was making sure the setup didn't get there. And that's always an admirable thing to be able to accomplish versus 3 players like Justin, Garrett, and Squishy. So well done, Team Envy. You absolutely earned the win in Game 2. Going into Game 3, let's see if you can do it all over again, because that's going to be a tough thing to follow, considering that you just absolutely locked them down.
Yeah, and I would not have. There's a world where I believe Envy would be up 2-0 and NRG would need to reverse sweep to win here.
Yeah.
There wasn't a world where I was going to believe that NRG had only scored 1 goal in those first 2 games.
Yeah.
It's been a very one-sided affair. A slow and methodical match. Turbo Pulsa looking to pass down to Atomic, and the fake from Atomic's just enough to let the goal through.
Let's take a gander again. Who's in the net? It's Garrett G. Turbo definitely sees it coming, and yeah, Garrett absolutely bit on Atomic.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brutal. And he stopped as soon as he landed. He's like, you're kidding.
You saw him turn just a little, and the fake was just enough. Envy again with the lead early. They have scored quickly in every game so far.
Squishy really trying to stretch that, and it will work out. Okay, wasn't sure if NRG were going to get away with this. Squishy, I thought, hit a little too hard. But the fortunate challenge in the midfield and the full miss from Envy on the back line. NRG will take those.
What was Turbo doing? He just jumped in the air, just completely missed the ball. But you know what? Hey, sometimes it happens to the best of them, and he is the best of them. Garrett G now with a dunk on one. It's kind of far off the wall. Justin won't be able to turn it back around. And here comes Envy now on the counterattack. Turbo to trap this one, gets a pass 2. But it has to go back to Atomic on a bit of a deflection. Now Atomic in the corner. Squishy holds onto this ball, gets it off the wall and past 1. One defender back as Justin puts onto the backboard, looks for the double tap. Turbo Pulsa does get up from the goal and block.
And he needed to as well. I'm pretty sure if Turbo doesn't get a hand on that, Justin put that in the goal.
First minute going to come and go. Game tied up as NRG gets their 2nd goal of the series. Finally here in Game 4, a miss from Turbo does not give them back the lead in the counterattack. Howitzer shot is also just wide. Both teams marginal away from taking the lead.
Just in a little bit of breathing room and missed an Atomic. Just sort of squeeze him out now and Squishy in command out of the corner. Air dribble over the top, but nobody there waiting for it. And Envy have a little bit of time to catch their breath.
Oh, just immaculate control from Squishy. Dribbled around one player and then take it to the air. Garrett gets demolished on the one, leaving just Atomic. There's a pass down to Garrett. Does he find the shot? He sure does. NRG finally in this series find a lead.
Now that's the most Garrett G shot you're going to see. This is a very delicate hand required. And with the flip to get the speed on it, to beat the defender trying to jump at it and take it off the top of his car and get that perfect angle. That is a very Garrett G touch and a very Garrett G finish.
got his team the lead. Can they hold on to it here in game 3? Both these teams one match away from qualifying for next weekend. As Squishy goes for, oh my goodness, gets it past 2 there. Turbo will take to the air before the ball can come down. He's had enough of the shenanigans. There's Atomic off the wall. Squishy above his goal. Cleared out to Garrett G, who just blasted it to the NV backboard. Atomic out to Justin, gets blocked. Garrett G again. Garrett G right now just happy to take the long shots. He's telling Envy, you have to leave a man far back. You cannot commit all 3 players because I'm just going to keep on taking these long shots. You need someone to keep on cleaning them up, and that's just going to buy them a little bit more space in the midfield to hopefully get a full rotation moving forward.
Well, that doesn't necessarily seem like it's just Garrett G. I feel like that's all of NRG whenever they get pushed back onto their own half. They're just trying to do that so they can try and execute on the slam it up the field, try and chase it down, because they are pretty good at that, to be fair, but a lot of the issues they've run into have been just getting bumped or having the boost stolen away, and then they just don't have the time to really close the gap. And NRG just in general has just been going for the boom it out of your own half and try and chase it down.
This does speak to some of the trouble NRG was having in the first few games. The clear game, just taking a few too many touches, it was just off to their own corners too often. Generally, you consider the best clear one that is a nice boomer straight towards enemy goal, where they have to fall back and make a save. They can't just count on the wall to stop the ball's trajectory. Garrett G sets this one up for Justin. He's not getting contested, but he's going to need 2 touches if he wants to score it.
Wow.
Just off the backboard, a little bit loose on defense here. Atomic will push it down to the ground, and Squishy now to follow it up against Turbo Pulsa. Deflected off to the corner before Squishy can make the fatal touch.
Turbo wasn't really sure what to do with that one, so he kind of just punched it up the field. Now NRG with a passing play. Garrett G not able to execute and slide that one into the lower right-hand side. Ended up just rolling it straight towards the wall, and Envy with time.
Squishy got caught in no man's land. Here comes Garrett, though. Up against Turbo, now looking for a goalie. Manages to dodge it, as did Turbo. No, very few demolitions in this game compared to our previous match. As we get into the final minute, Envy trailing by 1. They've won both games so far. We're slowly starting to gain some field position there. Squishy going to try and neutralize it. Turbo dumps it into the midfield. Atomic's airborne. He's got missed underneath. Now looking for the flip. Reset. Gives it over 1. Garrett G, can he reach it? No, he didn't. Mist just backs off. He had a possible opportunity to take the tie back and just didn't go for it.
I think Mist was probably called off by Turbo because Turbo was waiting in position. Turbo had a chance there to put that into the goal, but couldn't get all the way around the ball. Atomic down the gut, and Justin makes a stop. Mist with a follow-up into the top left. Bar down in 2-2.
Mist scores. This one looked, honestly, of all the shots we've seen in the last 30 seconds, this one kind of was the most precarious, but it's the one that goes in. It's all that matters. Bounces 3 times, and we got a tie game. 23 seconds left.
Well, Mist goes from not sure if he should have turned on it and Turbo missed it into don't worry about it, I got it. They have a chance to sweep NRG.
Justin to the side, Mist into the midfield. A chance to sweep NRG, not something you say every day. 7 seconds left. You know Turbo would love to send a statement here in our first regional event. You made the wrong decision. Missed. Back into the ground. We'll go to overtime in game 3. 1 goal separates Envy from next weekend.
And it's going to be a very delicate touch required from NRG, I think, to get this one through, because Envy, I think, overall are playing the better game.
Missed out to Turbo Pulsa. Onto the wall. Beaten by Garrett towards the goal. Is it enough? Blocked
well, there
by
it is.
It's dangerous, and it's just sitting in front of the goal. Squishy will push it in. What a kill from Garrett to give us game 4.
A very delicate touch indeed. Just, he air rolled his car to the left so that it would pull the wheels back behind the ball and make the car thinner to delay the, oh my gosh. Talk about understanding the hitbox of your car and how it's going to affect the timing of the challenge. That was amazing from Garrett.
That's some mastery. Man, as far as masters of the game goes, you've got many of them, actually, on the field here. There are, between these players, 1, 2, 6, 7 World Championship titles currently on the pitch. Obviously, 4 of those are Turbo Pulsa, the
Yes.
4-time world champion. The only.
I mean, the only 2 in here that haven't won it is Atomic and Mist. Those are the only 2 that haven't won a title.
Everybody, it's funny if you look at the titles in here. You have Atomic just rocking the basic duelist. Then you had Garrett rocking X Games. You have Turbo rocking his 4-time. Justin with RLCS Season 8 world champion. Squishy with RLCS Season 6 world champion. This is an expensive lobby.
I do like how Garrett G still wears the X Games champion title. That was his first major tournament win.
Yeah, absolutely was.
2017.
We get into game 4. NRG, they lost the first 2. They're going to have to win 3 straight, and they got the first one. If there's any team that can do it, I'd believe in NRG.
A long way to go, though. Like I said, I thought Envy were playing the better game, and it is going to take some delicate handiwork, and boy, did it just to close out game 3.
Yeah, even with that game, I would still consider it.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, my goodness, Justin, this is what they needed. I was going to bring up that I think the big difference maker for changing the momentum is getting that first goal. Envy scored the first goal in every game so far. Here, Justin finally turns on the Jets and gets a beauty to take the lead.
The air dribble to get the ball moving from center to left and then push it back to the right, get on the outside, understand where the clear is going, and adjust the car to make the dunk. I mean, there's the precision from Justin on the air dribble.
That was a thing of beauty. And NRG now with the early lead finally. The win was good, but the momentum shift is in some ways better. Though the win's actually what matters, so in other ways it's not better. Anyways, missed off to the corner.
It's a nice perk.
It is, for sure. Justin demolishing the midfield. Squishy and Gary going to try and cover this up and get 2 goals, but Turbo Pulsa sees that one coming from a mile away, gets up, intercepts, and keeps the ball in midfield. Now missed. Off to the edge. Up against 2. Neutralizes them both. Garrett G, this bounce is going to be hard to deal with. Kind of loses control. Justin also loses it. Turbo going to go.
Got the bump.
Wow, down. Jackhammered by Justin. That's the dumbest thing I've seen.
It's a good recovery from Justin. I mean, it's not often you see 2 players of NRG just clean whiff the ball and not sure what to do about it. And there's the bump from Mist. He takes a big bite out of Garrett G on the goal line and will make it easy for Atomic.
They did not deserve the lead anymore. That was so lucky. What a setup. Man, Mist gets the setup and the bump on Garrett G in the air to make it clean and easy for Atomic to shoot at the net. Open goal will give us a tie game. 3:28 left in game 4.
It's a goal that you feel they probably should have had, so I think you're right.
Yeah.
No one on the pitch really feels too bad about that. And Squishy with a rocket towards the backboard.
Justin now into this corner. What a win. Atomic now off the wall. He'll beat Squishy. And Garrett G will circle back around to buy time. Manages to find a shot out of it. Justin, no contact. Garrett G takes his time. Back into the midfield. Justin up for it to try and redirect it around 1. Garrett's 2 out of boost. Gets called off by Squishy, who puts it just wide towards the defenders, actually. And then we will happily turn this one back around.
Squishy didn't have too much boost either. I think it was really just, let's see how long we can delay them from getting the counterattack started to make sure we have the time. It's just one of those scenarios where you realize you don't have the resources and nobody in position to make anything happen. So you kind of just give it up in the best way possible. But here's a chance. Squishy into the middle. Justin down the right side, almost back into Squishy's car and into the goal, but denied by MV.
Mist trying to musty this one towards the goal. Now Justin back out. Squishy through 1. Atomic off the wall. Here's Garrett G now up against Mist. He's got 2 players kind of pinching him from the sides. Gets away from them both. Atomic. The edge here, Turbo Pulsa. The attempt. Justin and Garrett G, all of NRG retreating defense. And Mist just wins that one clean. What a dunk in the midfield. One of the longest range dunks I've seen at this level of competition to take the lead.
And Garrett G got caught off so hard. He thought Squishy was coming up with that ball through and through. Was just casually strolling out towards that corner because you expected that ball to either punch out of that challenge and off the sidewall and back into the middle, or Squishy to win it. And Squishy just got beat. And Garrett was way out of position to handle the fallout.
Now, my first look at it, it looked like Squishy had touched it, and Atomic somehow had read it. But no, just had the touch for free. Puts it on target. The value of always shooting at the net. Squishy has to make another save as Turbo Pulsa takes one. continuing to follow that idea. Atomic now up, a nice stop. Here's Mist up against Garrett G. Garrett G gets the block. Squishy now off the back wall. He's lost a lot of momentum here, and Turbo will be able to muscle it through. Atomic's waiting for his turn. Here he goes. Nobody home, but this shot is just a bit high. Can't find the double tap either. Justin will get it away. Missed out of the corner as Turbo Pulsa thinks about it. He'll advance in. Off the edge. Can he find a second touch to put it past Justin? The NRG defense, surprisingly haphazard.
It's being put through their paces. They're having to use a lot of boost to go and fight for those balls well up above the net. And even just to kill that, now Squishy's going to be in a real weird spot, because how do you handle this? Because it's quick, and he's got to use more boost, and they're so fortunate Turbo didn't get a piece of that.
Yeah, when both shooters can't seem to touch the ball, you're going to be all right. Garrett G back around, 48 seconds left. 2 players to commit. That's a double. Here comes Mist. Nice block from the corner, stopping Justin from tying the game. Now back into the box. Mist trying. Garrett G takes it away from Squishy's, just falling back to try and keep the ball just lobbed onto the backboard over and over again, hoping one of these defenders will miss and they can have a free shot. But right now, Envy is playing clean defense persistently. As Squishy up to Justin. Over 1, looking for 2. There's the shot from Garrett. They were just too focused on Justin. Didn't see Garrett coming.
This is such a tough one, because you're absolutely right. They think Justin's going for this ball, and he just peels off it. And Atomic realizes as soon as he saw Justin's car rotate, he goes, oh no, this is going somewhere else. And he tried to get there, but no chance. A beautiful play from NRG.
Oh, some misses. And Turbo Pulse going to try and pave the way, but Squishy manages to dodge the demo and get the save. Atomic can't get the follow-up either. 10 seconds left. 2-2. Next goal going to win it. Are we going to overtime? Can they finish it off on the buzzer beater? Envy still 1 goal away from next weekend. We'll go to overtime.
Another one. Why not? See if NRG can pull another rabbit out of the hat here.
Turbo to the edge. Justin through 2, Mist is up. He's got to make the touch here, I believe, and he does. Now over to Atomic. They keep it high. Turbo Pulsa got a full tank, tries to reach it, but Justin's beating him. And now a bump from Garrett G. Squishy should be the one onto this ball, and there's some defenders in the way. Mist will get up and push it to the corner. Now Squishy, nice challenge. Can he find a second one? No. Atomic to the edge. Got Turbo in the midfield, goes for the pass. Turbo's up for it, off the ceiling. Do they find the second touch? No, Justin gets the save. Missed though. Can he pressure while the defense is still finding their footing again? No, Justin finds it, holds on to control the whole time, back down the field. And Squishy will think about it off the wall, airborne for the shot, towards the goal, and it's in. Squishy scores it again. We'll go to game 5.
NRG squeezing blood from the stone here. That one just kicks outside, and it's a race. Does Squishy get it? Just barely. And again, just barely by Mist on the goal line. Envy putting NRG through the ringer on defense here in game 4. It was tough, a lot of scary situations to be found in, and somehow they kept most out of the goal and were able to stay alive into overtime, where again, the few chances that Envy had in the short overtime that it was, they were some incredibly awkward scenarios to deal with. And NRG just able to wiggle out of every single one of them and force game 5. It's just incredible.
Man, I loved the look from Envy there right before the game ended. Them pushing back down in. They had him up. Mist is up for a decent shot, and Justin has the read. Justin understands where the shot's going to be coming from when the ball is directly over the goal. One of the most difficult places to defend, especially because you have this like weird mental thing with the crossbar interfering with your face. And Justin, what a brilliant play to keep them alive. And then like 4 touches later, Squishy's shooting a rocket into their net. And we'll go into game 5. The winner of this one advances to next weekend.
So does history repeat itself? Does NRG twice in a row claim a game 5 victory over Envy? Or does Turbo get to make his statement?
I'd say there's been one place that Turbo has made statements time and time again, and that's Champions Field. The one thing they can't take away from him, 4 times his name hangs in the rafters here. Squishy on the ceiling, now Mist onto the side, past 1, passes to Atomic actually, and now into the corner. Atomic will look for one off the back wall, into the box, nobody shoots. Turbo tries just a little bit too late. Mist will keep the pressure on. Up against Squishy, that pinch is dangerous. It'll need a second touch to go in, and it won't get to happen to clear. So much pace on this ball.
We've turned the game into smash the ball as hard as you can and see who makes the better read.
This looks like Heat Seeker.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Off the wall, missed. Into the box. No shot here. Squishy. The edge, and now Turbo back across towards Mist, but Justin looks like he'll intercept this one. Gets it past one at Atomic, and it's just a read. The intercepted touch. Back into the orange. Atomic across the goal. Squishy doesn't make contact with Turbo. Respected Squishy already being airborne there. Didn't even try to take the shot. Justin now. Through one. Here's Mist falling back. And Atomic with Turbo Pulse it in front of him. Turbo getting called off by Atomic and Mist. And Justin, what is he doing? He's just flat-footed. He makes the stop, but is it enough? Turbo manages to nearly dunk it. No, it bounces out. And NRG kind of get away with that one for free.
I mean, he was put to the test, Justin was. I mean, he thought his teammate was going to come up with a touch. His teammate missed it, and Justin, like you said, just stuck on the goal line and just was dared to make the stop.
He could have shot that ball anywhere else. Justin covered so little of the net there. But managed to do just enough with where the ball was placed. Squishy. Ball's in the corner. They're looking for goalies now. Mist not going to quite make it through. Justin chasing this one down. Can't find the block. And Garrett G. In this corner now. Hold on to control. Up against Turbo. Tackles. Ball's now loose in the midfield.
Oh, look at Turbo.
Garrett G covered up by two. Yeah, two players from Envy there in the corner. So we're at halftime. Scoreless. Both teams back and forth. Envy with, I would give, the slight upper hand and control, but still no goals to show for it.
Mostly just because a lot of the game has been played on this NRG half, and a lot of the challenges are happening over there. But so far, like you said, no one able to really generate a big scoring chance. 3 shots for Envy, 1 for NRG, but only one of them I would say truly dangerous, and that was from Envy.
NRG a few times getting caught in the neutral ground in this series and giving over control. A shot from Mist, and Justin can't reach it. Envy's got the lead.
0 boost in the tank. Was hoping against hope that that corner boost was going to spawn, and he just missed the 12 boost pad right there. And Mist just able to squeak that one by him to the far enough side of the goal to get that through.
154. Envy, they took the lead in games 1 and 2. They lost 2 straight to put us to game 5. Can they finally finish it off and stave off the reverse sweep? Atomic. Out of the side, up against Squishy. Onto the wall. Missed to the side. Turbo over 1. With Atomic on the side, on the flank. Looks for the flick to him. Squishy. Get up and get a block. Now Atomic. The side. Flip resets. Tries to use it. Justin stops him. Garrett G takes over and into the midfield. Flicks over 1. Up against Mist. Blocks it to the corner. Garrett G looks for a pass but doesn't find contact. Now Justin into the midfield. Ball will roll. Garrett G and Squishy falling back. Justin turns. Sets up in the third man. Missed. Over 1. Squishy plays to his corner. NRG trailing by 1 in the final minute. 1 goal to tie it up. Atomic gets a bump onto Justin, and it works! Turbo Pulsa is right there. The moment he saw this bump, he moved in.
What did we say in game 1? If anyone reads the game real well, it's Turbo. He knew that that bump was an opportunity. He saw his teammate go for it. He started creeping forward, and all he was waiting for was to make sure it connected. And as soon as he saw it, Turbo was already in the air just to make sure he beat the defense. And NRG, they have got a big order to fill now with 35 seconds on the clock.
Nice setup here. Squishy and Garrett getting into enemy territory. It's up against 1 defender, but Atomic able to neutralize all that work, and Turbo just cranks one from the corner. Blocked once. Atomic with the shot from the far side. It's off the post. Turbo will find it another one. That's 3 goals now for Envy. They've absolutely cemented this in. 25 seconds left, and it looks like they should finish it off.
Well, you said it at the start. No place where Turbo's done it more often than here, and he turns in an MVP-worthy performance. 2 big put-away goals. Atomic with 3 assists, and Envy will claim vengeance for the loss in the grid. And NRG gonna have to play 1 more time to qualify.
They'll have 2 more opportunities unless they find some miracle here in the next 12 seconds, but really they needed to score that touch for me to believe there was any hope here. In 5 games, it took Envy the longest route they could. They gave NRG some hope and then dashed their dreams to pieces, which, you know, Turbo breaking Justin and Garrett's hopes and dreams on Champions Field seems to be a hobby of his.
Casually.
As that one will end. Envy take it down in 5 games, and they will advance to next weekend. Some good GGs in chat. A heartfelt, enjoyed experience from all parties.
Really, I think there's a few competitors as classy as everybody on the field here. Garrett G, Justin, Squishy, Turbo. I mean, those are all just top quality contenders here in the North American scene, and no bad blood. They say it all the time. They just love competing, and they absolutely came out here and did that. And I said earlier on in the series, Envy, I think, playing a phenomenal game, playing the better game, and it showed there in Game 5 at the end of the day. They really continued to box NRG in, put them under pressure, and NRG try as they might, just could not get out of their own half, keep possession anywhere near the same degree that Envy was able to. So a much-deserved win, and really looking forward to seeing more of Envy.
Well, that match is over, but the Swiss continues here on RLCS X. We have some more matches coming up for you guys. After a quick break, we're going to step away. We'll be right back for some more Rocket League.
wants to go. Overthinking when I'm all alone. Out of focus from all the unknown. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking. Caught up in the storm of others.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, LeafX. Alongside me, we have Gibbs, as usual, and Jorby is alongside us. And I know Jorby is about ready to talk, so I'm going to pass it over to him real quick because we're about to analyze Team Envy versus NRG. And when we were in the green room that whole time, man, you were just freaking out the whole time. There was so much energy.
I mean, I have followed Envy through the grid for 2 weeks now, and I just found myself kind of being like, "Ooh, all right, this is what I've been seeing these guys work on." It's been great. You know, Thursday they played NRG in the grid in the playoffs, and I felt like they had actually owned much of that match, but they just couldn't commit on certain opportunities that they had to finally put NRG away. This time there was none of that. They were able to put NRG to task, and NRG are good and such a good squad to adapt to what Envy were giving them. But Turbo, Mist, and Atomic, they were in the perfect position every time. It's almost like they were seeing 3 steps ahead of NRG at every single second. That's all I have to say about that. It was impressive stuff from all 3 of them.
And this is a quality win for Team Envy, not only because, of course, you take down NRG, but the way you do it, right? You're up 2-0, you lose 2 close overtimes, but you battle back for game 5 and take that victory versus what many considered #1 in North America, like coming into this. So that's a huge win for Envy. Now they get to be 3-0, that they get some preferential seeding going into next weekend. And the sky is the limit for this team. They finished top 4 last season, and now they're bringing in Turbo, and they're starting out 3-0. This is a great start for Envy, and you want to do it versus NRG, and probably for Turbo too. He wanted to get this game out of the way because everyone's going to talk about it, but now that it's passed, now Turbo can also move on.
Well, to talk about their victory and their qualification into stage number 2, we have Atomic from Envy on the line to talk about it. Atomic, I was going to say congrats, but I almost just feel like this is another day at the office for you guys.
I guess. I mean, we usually struggle with NRG, but today it felt like everything clicked and we played really well.
That's awesome. I you know what? I was I'm gonna ask something else, but the other guys made fun of me because they said it was too generic of a question. So I'm gonna follow up on that and say, just ask, what was it that was like? What did you guys finally find out? You're like, oh, this is gonna beat NRG.
We usually like just clear the ball, and when NRG is controlling the ball really well, they usually can counterattack really strong. So today we like try to hold the ball more on defense and make them come to us instead of us just throwing it to them.
All right, since Leafs didn't do it, we have to talk about Turbo.
Right.
So what is?
Wait, hold on. So you
What?
made fun of me for the question.
Leaf, I didn't even ask the question yet. All right.
Okay.
What is your favorite part about playing with Turbo Pulse? Not necessarily what he brings to the team, but what is your favorite thing about Turbo Pulse?
I mean, he's just like the best teammate, honestly. Like he's really funny and he always keeps the mood up, and like his comms are great and he's really good. So everything just adds up, you know.
Fair.
And Atomic, what's the one thing you think works? What makes you guys so good, I guess? Like, what's the one thing about this team that you love the most that you think enables you to be so successful?
I think just Mist and Turbo, like, I think we all just like are good players and like we know what to do in situations, so we don't have to like kind of guess what each other are doing. We can just play how we want and it works.
Are comms pretty hot, or are you guys more of like short words, one word kind of comments? What are comms like?
It kind of depends. Like definitely towards the end of games we kind of struggle in comms, like kind of get panicky, but when we're playing really well, we definitely like it's pretty slow and we're just all calm.
Well, I got to ask now, looking forward to you, because you said, NRG is one of those big obstacles, as anyone would expect here. But now that you've kind of sort of figured that out, is there anyone else that is really like you're super worried about now in moving into stage number 2?
Super worried about? No, I think like anybody can beat anybody, but definitely SSG is really good, so we have to watch out.
Okay. That's fair. I was expecting, maybe like a G2 or something like that.
G2 too, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
That's fair. Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot about this guy. Yeah, no, you're right. There are a couple good teams. So, well, hopefully you guys can get everything together and get everything sorted for next week. You got some time now that you got this victory out of the way. So congratulations again on qualifying for next week.
Thank you.
And there's Atomic from Team Envy. And I saw some chat talking about it too. He just seems so chill. Even after a victory like that, you could sense, Jorby, that he was happy. You heard it in the voice, but he was super calm and collected about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I understand now why they looked so calm and collected on the pitch today and on Thursday when you were feeling that after a win and you're just chilling. It's got to feel really good. I felt like Envy worked on a lot of things these last couple of weeks. I felt that they were shakier on defense last week. They had a lot of double commits, Turbo and Mist especially. It felt like they were having communication issues, but then on Thursday there was zero of that. Their defense looked so much better. They were great on offense. And I mean, you just saw it on the pitch today. I think the work that they've been putting in on the grid has translated to now results in the first regional in North America.
Well, now that we've have a couple victories down, let's take a look at the standings and just see where everyone stands as we continue on through our day. A couple more rounds to go, but we do have, again, 2 teams qualified up at the top there. It's G2 and Team Envy joining those 8 teams from Group A onto that 16 Swiss tournament next week, Gibbs.
Yeah, so now we're going to have to start looking at these teams that just lost. Can they break that momentum and get wins back? We got NRG in version 1 just coming off some tough losses. So we'll see how they bounce back. Again, we all saw it yesterday. E United didn't win any games after they fell to Space Station in that game 5. So we'll see what happens here.
Let's take a look at our next matches. We have round 4 coming up. There's 2 more rounds before we have all 8 teams from Group B decided. So looking at round 4, we have a lot of matches still, but the ones that you'll be seeing on broadcast here on twitch.tv/Rocket League will be Crimson Wings versus NRG. That'll be the second match. And up first will be Nefarious versus version 1. And over on twitch.tv/eLeague TV, you can catch 72PC versus Mambo and Alpine versus Omelet. So again, make sure you have that squad broadcast up so you can watch all those matches, get as much Rocket League as possible. But over on this broadcast here, let's just kind of look over these briefly. Which Gibbs, first or second match is the one that you're looking forward to most?
Easily. Crimson Wings. They got Prime Thunder. He's one of my favorite players. I loved him back on FlyQuest. They're playing NRG, who's, they're a little bit shaky still. I think there's upset potential there. Do I think they're going to win? Probably not, but hopefully he's not watching this. But I always root for Prime Thunder when I see him.
I want to see Nefarious. I want to see this team play one more time against a quality team. They took down Omelet, who are trying to continue, their run. They don't look bad. They took a game off G2. They really handled business against Mamba Man Gaming, and I want to see more. I know Corelli's very high on this Nefarious team, and I think there's potential. How are they going to do against version 1 though? I don't know. I just want to see.
Well, Jorby, guess what? You get to see. Because they're playing up next year. Nefarious versus version 1 will be our first match in round number 4. Make sure you guys get on Twitter with the hashtag RLCS X at RL Esports to let us know how you think this match is going to be and who's going to win that one. Let's head over now to the Skybox for some commentary.
Thank you so much, Leaf. And we do get to see some Nefarious coming up here. And as Jorby stated, this team has had an interesting run so far. They had a tough series right off the bat with Omelet, which I think does give us a good gauge on where this Nefarious team is going to be. What do you think?
I mean, it's tough. I think that win against Omelet is huge because I had a big hopes for Omelet in the first place. I think that team is fantastic. And if you can take out them, you've definitely got potential. There's no doubt about that. And version 1, I mean, as the new roster and how shaky they've been looking these past few weeks, it's either they're really hot or they're really cold. And these guys are really going to be put to the test with their shooting, and the passes from AXB. Torment has got to be on point. I say it time and time again. It's got to be him on this roster that we see stepping up to the plate.
I think he absolutely can. For version 1, I think the desk had talked about it a few series back, how Torment does get that ability to move up the field now and be a bit more of an offensive threat with AXB coming on to the team. My biggest concern for AXB in version 1 is I do know that AXB had troubles figuring out where he fit in on that old Space Station gaming roster, and see if Fireburner and the team here can get him sorted out for version 1 already. I think that he's a great addition for version 1, and see if they can close out their day. Again, both these teams sitting at 2-1. Winner will move on to stage 2. Loser isn't out of it yet, but they do move on to 2-2 and will have to play one more series to decide their fate. As a dunk goes off the post for Jay Wismont.
Nice little offensive approach there. We're seeing some good plays out of Nefarious in the beginning here. The backboard is getting utilized a lot. And I mean, just think all the way back, really, to Season 6 tournament. That was probably one of the best performances we've ever seen from anybody. He was unstoppable. His shooting was crazy. It almost seemed like every time he'd get a shot as the third man back, he'd sink it. And then now here coming onto this team with AXB, he has to step up more to the plate, like I said. And I think he's excited. Genuinely, I think that this is an opportunity for him to not only develop his own play style even more, but also get his shooting up there.
So far, a very even start. Both teams having a go at each other's net. Here's Torment to try and play it out. Gimmick won't go, and Adam there to clear it away. Here's a free ball for Buddies. He tries to put it under Gimmick. Adam once again getting involved. A second touch not there, and Torment will read it nicely, but low boost here for version 1 as they break out. Buddy, again, a pass really to no one here for Nefarious as they try and find a way through the midfield. Has a good touch towards net. AXB there to clear it away. Something interesting about Nefarious is this is a team that is composed of players that have spent some time in rival series, particularly Jay Wismont. As AXB has a free shot, great bump by Gimmick, and an open goal for AXB to put it away.
There it is, classic Gimmick. I'm watching his perspective. He gets that hit out of the midfield, goes to the 50, and then he sinks a demo on Buddy. There's nothing else you really need to focus on if you're AXB striking that ball into the back of the net, because Gimmick, he's so annoying. He is always such a frustrating player to deal with, and you just have to always pay attention to him if you're on the defense in Nefarious.
He definitely poses a threat on and off the ball. This time off the ball with a great bump. And
he's bumping even more, too.
Able to take the lead, getting physical to do so. Torment trying to play it across, and Jay Wismont patiently carries this one out, picks up full boost, has some opportunity to take it himself. This one's going to come off the back wall. Adam gonna pass across. The pass back to Adam almost worked out for Nefarious. And here's Buddy. So he can't get a touch, and his shot comes down from Adam. Nefarious have their couple shots, now 5 in total, actually, in this game. Still can't find the back of the net. As things move back in favor of version 1, here's Torment. Nice touch from him. Gimmick's actually going to turn around for this one. Didn't have boost to make any play on it. Great touch from Adam down to Jay Wismont, and that's really where Jay Wismont shines. Even on previous seasons, when he was on Splice throughout the rival series, he was a player that thrived after off of receiving those lateral passes. A great finisher if you give him the chance.
He's really coming to his own. I've always been a fan of Jay Wismont. I think that for the most part, he can be the glue for a lot of teams, and he can also step up, on offense. But we haven't really seen him, I guess, take charge of a team. I think usually when I see him on a roster, he's never that highlight player. It's always he's kind of in the background, just a little bit underrated. So maybe this is his chance to step up, get the spotlight on him, and take this team to victory.
Well, they made it this far for a reason. So far showing that they can compete with this version 1 roster.
Yeah. I mean, the passing so far from them has been solid. The way they're moving in the midfield, I like it. I mean, a lot of times they could go for a shot that would be basic and on net for a free clear, but they'll go for the pass, which is good signs overall that they're at least trying to utilize each other. And there's a good demo from Jay Wismont. He's got some space to work with. Buddy, the 1v1. Does he have the flip, but it's blocked out from Gimmick. Good 50s there. Gimmick so on point with those challenges.
Yeah, a little indecision there from Nefarious as they were trying to figure out who was going to take the ball there, and it cost them a bit of time. Still, this might be their last effort here. They just need one to tie it up. 10 seconds left, and Jay Wismont gets 2 to go. AXB trying to clear it across, but he's shot just wide. 5 seconds left now for Nefarious as this ball's thrown downfield from version 1, and they might be able to hang on as AXB looking to kill it, and he will. Game 1 in favor of version 1.
But man, there were a couple good opportunities there for Nefarious. I mean, that was a close game. Multiple chances on the opponent's half, and I think that I'm a bit surprised. I expected coming into this to be really one-sided, honestly. You look at version 1, you look at the roster, the specific players, and there's no doubt about it, they have the advantage, not only with their experience, just the mechanics overall, but Nefarious, I mean, this is a good showing in game 1 to keep it this close. 1 goal game. You had plenty of opportunities, plenty of good passes as well. and you force version 1 to be in some panic situations. I'd say just keep this play style up. Maybe incorporate a little bit more of those solo plays. You talked about it being hesitant earlier on. I agree with that. I think that a lot of times they'd get space and just not know what to do with it.
Yeah, and look, that one goal came off of a good bump there from Gimmick. It was a great play for version 1. We talked about all the good from Nefarious, even though they don't come out with the win. On the other side, I think version 1 had a great showing as well. Again, it's one of those series where it feels like nobody really played poorly. Someone has to win at the end of the game, but version 1, the beneficiary of that, look, they had to make 6 saves throughout this game as well. So like we talked about, Nefarious are putting on that pressure. Now it's about converting. How do you put the ball in the back of the net is really that last part of the equation that they're missing.
Yeah, but I do enjoy seeing Gimmick throwing himself forward. I think that anytime Gimmick's on a roster, I just have to see him be all the way forward, being annoying, going for bumps. And there's multiple times where version 1 will go for the clear. As we get into game 2 here, we'll see if Gimmick will keep pushing forward. I really enjoy it whenever he's playing that playstyle. I think that's whenever he can benefit his team most.
I think that's where he's been the most comfortable throughout the seasons that he's spent in RLCS, is being that man downfield. Yeah. And here he goes again. A pass over to AXB. This is a chance off the back wall. Great touch from Adam.
Oh, and the demo
went
too.
Down and now back the other way. Can Jay Wismot cut it across? Buddy took it away. Adam another shot and he can't get around it. That was a great counterattack for Nefarious as it doesn't pan out for them.
The pacing was just a little bit slower. I feel like if that initial clear, I mean, there was a fantastic clear off the crossbar, I feel like, but then the follow-up was too slow. That kind of hesitation to put the ball in the back of the net, speed up your attack. A little bit slower than we'd like to see, but still really good looks from Nefarious as they look to even take another one here against version 1.
And version 1 not keeping that backboard clean at the moment. Buddy has Jay Wismot, but it's cut out.
Nice read.
Great clears coming out from Nefarious at the moment. Here's AXB into the air dribble. Buddy immediately on top of it. The defense proving very strong right now for Nefarious. Looking for the pass over to Jay Wismot, cut out once again by AXB. Now Gimmick, I don't think got the first touch that he wanted and unfortunately gave it up, but a great pass down to Torment, tough shot. And Buddy there to make the save. A lot of time being spent here on the orange side as version 1, maybe not the most threatening shots here and there, but they are putting on the pressure.
Now, I'm a bit surprised though. I talked about Gimmick going for those demos. There was a chance there in this rotation where after he went for the shot, or excuse me, the 50 out to Torment, he could have gone for the demo, but instead rotated back. But here's a shot from Gimmick, the man we're talking about, puts it into the back of the net. A free shot, and it all was based off this 50 from Torment.
Yeah, great 50 from Torment. It rolls right into Gimmick, and I think Buddy turned a little bit too much to the right there. Didn't really know which side Gimmick was going to go and picked the wrong the wrong side, I suppose, and unfortunately only had 20 boosts to make up for it. So unfortunately for Nefarious, they drop the first goal, and version 1 happy to see it go as Jay Wismot trying to quickly earn one back. Buddy might be able to do it himself here as he forces it into the box.
Oh, good patience from Torment too. They are focusing so hard on those midfield 50s. You can see Torment just takes that first touch, keeps it to himself, and makes sure he can continue to waste time. I mean, these guys, it's the experience, in my opinion, that's playing to their advantage. You know, even right here for Torment, beating out that defender. I mean, what else is there to say about midfield possession? These guys have it all unlocked.
Gimmick does it again, had 9 boosts, and instead of rotating back immediately, just gets in the face of Jay Wismot at the top of his own box and opens up the net once again. And Gimmick, you know, that one's not going to go down on the stat line, but once again, making an impact off the ball is really where version 1 is shining right now.
Well, and they don't have the speed as well to counterattack fast enough. I feel like if you're going up against Gimmick, who's being annoying and basically just pestering all of your boosts and your players, you have to counterattack as fast as possible. Get in front of him before he goes for those demos. And we're just not seeing that type of speed.
Version 1's sitting at a 2-goal lead at the moment. And now you start to wonder, with all this time spent on the orange side of Nefarious' side, how do they break out? How do they keep possession in the final third? It feels like maybe they get one half chance or maybe even one quality chance.
Yeah.
And then that's it. Version 1 immediately break out. And it seems like they have a lot of space in the midfield right now to play with. Nefarious is kind of happy to give it up.
Oh,
Look at a shot here from Torment as he slots it into the left side. A 3-goal lead for version 1.
I'm getting flashbacks to season 6. This is what I was talking about, man. The third man striking for Torment. Look at the precision. Crossbar down. Torment so high in the air, he nails it. This is the striker we want to see out of Torment. This is what we want to see step up from this player, and I'm so happy to see it.
Now 3 goals for version 1. And they're getting more and more impressive. Still no answer from Nefarious. As Adams beat down the sideline, Torment gets the ball back from Buddy and plays it across. Nobody there from version 1. They're happy to sit on this 3-goal lead. No reason to press too deep onto the other half.
What is this confusion too with the defense and the bump from Gimmick? What is he doing? There was so much space on the defense. They didn't even have to clear that. He just could have kept it on his hood for what, like 20 seconds, and Gimmick is still bumping even on his own defensive end.
And you can see how much time version 1 had to mess around with that ball. That bump definitely bought them extra time from Gimmick, but still, Nefarious not putting on that quick pressure in the final third that you would expect, especially when you see mistakes come out.
Yeah.
You know, you're going up against some high caliber players. You've got to make up their mistakes and at least convert it into a half chance here. And so far, version 1 have gotten away with it.
Well, it's like you can kind of see the fear in the way they're challenging the ball. There's so much space after, you know, somebody from version 1 will receive it. You know, even right here with Jay Wismont, he's very patient, but he could have gotten in the face of Gimmick a little bit earlier, try and force a better 50. Because that's what it all comes down to with that midfield possession. You just got to start winning those challenges. And you got Coach Fireburn on your team. I don't see how you can ever even lose a challenge, to be honest.
Yeah, if any team should know how to challenge, it should be version 1.
Literally.
As Nefarious do get one back here with 19 seconds left. I don't know if it'll be enough, but a great shot here from Jay Wismont. We've seen this a couple times from Nefarious, as they're able to get those quick counters down the field. Most of them haven't been converted, but there are gaps in the version 1 defense, especially through the midfield, that if Nefarious can expose, they can get a lot of cheap little goals downfield that version 1 are kind of caught without even realizing it yet.
Well, they're having such an easy time beating out that first defender, too. I mean, there is no chance. Even Torment there in the final seconds, we just saw the air dribble to waste out, what, like 10 seconds still off the clock. So important, as that ball will drop. Version 1 go up 2-0 in the series. And while you said there are cracks in the defense, it's almost like, you know, Nefarious don't even want to step up to the plate. They're just trying to be a little bit more passive with it, wait out mistakes, but it's not happening.
Yeah, you really do have to take the fight to version 1. I feel like right now, especially in this game, there's just too much time, too much space for version 1 to play with. When you give space to players like Torment, when you give space to players like Gimmick, I mean, you're at that point, you're playing their game, right? And that's where you don't want to be. You need to make those players uncomfortable. And right now, it feels like version 1 are very comfortable in this series.
See, I can't wait till we can interview Coach Fireburner, though, because I feel like, how have we not asked this man about challenges? Has anybody ever asked this dude how he wins 50-50 so consistently? And if he's informing his teammates, I don't think he's going to give us the secret sauce, you know, that
I don't think so.
Yeah, but I mean, we just need to know if he's helping them with challenges, because right now what we're seeing, they haven't even lost a single challenge, it feels like.
It's like a magician, Turtle. You can't give up the trick. It ruins it, and everyone will figure it out. So far, version 1, maybe some of the challenges have gone their way for sure, but it's definitely been that physical bumping game that has led to a lot of success, and has thrown this Nefarious defense off. And see if they can make some changes now, staring down a 3-0 sweep to move on to the next day. And this one's going to go just wide. It's going to hit the post.
Oh, my. If that went in, that would have been one of the craziest angles I think we've seen. Oh, the double demo, though? Okay, I like what I'm seeing. The space open up and the pass.
There you go.
That's a good play. So close. And Gimmick, clutch save.
Great lateral pass across the box, too. Hit with pace in front of your oncoming attacker there. Adam did everything he needed to, just didn't put it away.
I like how selfless Nefarious are, even in plays like that where you open up so much space. You can see they're still opting to go for that pass, which is just a better decision-making, really, and it's something that's really uncommon to come by in these top-tier teams.
Shot from Torbit is just wide, and the pace definitely coming into this game at least needs to be picked up from Nefarious. They need to kind of command that midfield a bit more, and AXB
he's gonna land on it.
Has been a beneficiary the entire time. He has just sat in the midfield picking off balls left and right from Nefarious. It's been so tough for them to get by AXB alone. Here's Jay Wismont trying to get through AXB. It's gonna come out to Adam, and they're gonna get their first goal here in game 3. And Adam will get the first one.
And they won the 50. Look at Wismont. That's 2 50s in a row, basically, and there's no chance for anybody to rotate in time after that second one on the goal line. And I talked about, getting tips from Coach Fireburner right there. He's finally able to win out of 50, and you can see the benefit of it whenever you're so close to net. If you just force a challenge and instead of backing off and assuming you're going to lose, you just go for it anyway. You never know what can happen. And in that case, it works out beautifully.
AXB quickly trying to find the equalizer here as Gimmick is stopped by Jay Wismont. Adam looking for a flip reset, did get it, but couldn't get under the ball. That would have fooled the defense for sure. Now Torment on the dribble, takes his first touch, and great defense from Jay Wismont to slow it down. And he will bail out his team as he throws it downfield.
Oh, there we go, Buddy, too, getting a demo involved and just relieving that pressure even more. It was a close 1v1 situation. Torment, pretty solid usually in those situations, but he didn't make it work. And now they just hold this lead. It feels like they are breaking out of their shell, too. We've noticed more aggression from them, better pressure, too, where everybody's kind of throwing themselves. And Jay Wismont, look at him. He wouldn't even go for that normally in the first 2 games, taking the initiative to just face the challenge.
Here's Buddy on the dribble, looking for the back wall, and he will pop it up. Jay Wismont now needs one more. It's coming down to Adam. He does get the touch. Here comes Buddy now. Nefarious getting everyone involved. This ball still comes out to Jay Wismont, and he doesn't get the touch he wanted.
Oh, Gimmick's going to demo.
Gimmick's going for the bump, and Adam does a great job of dodging it and making the save.
I was watching Gimmick. You knew he was going to go for the demo. If he had any more boost, he probably would have got it. Similar play styles here at a version 1. We've seen them go for that play multiple times throughout the series. We'll just see if they can keep taking possession. We've seen some good angles, decent shots from the corners, but nothing threatening. As like I said, they're breaking out their shell. Nefarious is so much better and confident here. Or Nefarious. I keep getting their name confused. I don't know why. It's that A, man. It confuses me.
Here's Gimmick from his own side. Buddy looking to play the ball across, and AXB once again has just owned the midfield. It's been very tough for Nefarious to get out. The Nefarious are holding on to that 1-goal lead at the moment. Jay Wismont looking to go past AXB. He does so, looking for the back wall now. Torment's there. Not the clear he wanted, but still works out as Gimmick has some options downfield, and he'll throw it up to his team.
Here we go, Torment.
You can see the challenges coming in much quicker from Nefarious at the moment. That's a shot.
And a double commit. Gimmick and Torment both went up for that angle. You'd think maybe Gimmick would have been able to drop it down to Torment, but they're panicking a little bit on offense. Feels like the few chances they do have, they're just throwing everybody at the ball.
That one, you might look back and think that Nefarious should have scored 2 up, and one defender really had no chance at it on version 1. Here's AXB with the pack pass. Torment will blast it downfield. Gimmick, you can see still running around inside of the Nefarious box, just bumping players out of the way, being a nuisance right now. But Nefarious are doing better this game, able to break out from their own half quite a bit more, and they picked up the pace on the defensive end. But as soon as I say something, this one might go in for Gimmick, but a big save from Jay Wismont, and that'll keep him in this series.
Such a tough angle, especially whenever you're rushing back to get on defense as that third man. They stay alive, 15 seconds left. Another goal here would secure this dub and at least give them the chance of a reverse sweep.
This might be the last chance for version 1.
What a
can't
dunk.
get past Jay Wismont. Huge junk. Can Jay Wismont put it away? He will. A second goal for Nefarious as they will take the 3rd game.
And it's that confidence for Jay Wismont just to throw himself at the ball. That's what we were talking about all series long. It felt like they were kind of taking the passive approach, and we see Jay Wismont here being confident, going for the challenge. Even though he might lose, he's still just trying to get a piece of it to disrupt the offense of version 1.
Time ticks away. Nefarious do get their first win of the series and show a little bit of life here coming up against version 1. A lot of changes were made in this game alone for Nefarious, and I think bodes well for them moving forward, obviously because they stay in it, but also now version 1 have to really respect where Nefarious are going to play in this upcoming game.
Yeah, and you have to rethink your playstyle of your Gimmick because it's not working. You can't just be continuously running around in their field. And I was saying earlier, I love when Gimmick's doing that. But right now, Nefarious are fighting fire with fire. They are responding to the demos by demoing version 1 on their own field. We've seen a couple of those bumps whenever that third man is rotating back. They'll look to take out a player from version 1 and overall be a little bit more aware of how they're trying to attack. And that's creating a better Nefarious defense. And I really have enjoyed this series so far with how they've responded. I think they have potential for the reverse sweep so long as version 1 continue with this, I guess, I don't want to say bland play style. They're just not trying to risk anything too crazy here, Corelli.
Yeah, I think in this game in particular, it was a very conservative approach from version 1. I don't think they pressed too much in this game. So I do think Nefarious, though, they have to kind of replicate what they just did in this last game. Otherwise, version 1, the pressure is kind of on them. They want to just close out this series. The longer these games go where they're not winning, they start to feel that reverse sweep possibility. And I don't think any team feels comfortable under that. If they can get an early lead here, I would expect version 1 to hold on and close out the series. And it's up to Nefarious. Can they make the changes once again to stay in this game?
Oh, Torment
on the dribble. Look at the fakes from Torment as he puts the first one away for version 1.
And this is maybe the 3rd or 4th time he's been put in this situation. I think he got one earlier, and look at the jump. He flipped upside down, jumped again to get closer, had that speed to wrap around the ball that much quicker, and he puts it in. Torment is starting to pop off. Season 6 MVP. He's back, baby.
We talked about him being freed up a bit more on this roster, and it's certainly showing in this game in particular. He's looked phenomenal. Now having to make the defensive stop, he does, and with boost to work with, he might get back to it. Good cut here from Buddy. You want to see more from that, from them on the Nefarious side, is just making sure that version 1 never feel comfortable in this game and constantly have an orange player in their face. Buddy again, great pass over to Jay Wismont off the crossbar for Buddy. Adam's going to be a tough angle, can't get it. And 2 go from version 1 to at least clear it out. Torment, in the end, will throw it down the sideline, but that was the opportunity for Nefarious.
And I love that give and go play where it's another instance where it seems like Nefarious are just being so selfless with the ball. They like throwing that ball back into whoever passed it to them. Here's an open net, though, for Buddy. Where was the defense?
Nobody back. And a great clear from Jay Wismont. Doesn't hit the ceiling. Win over AXB. Gimmick was trying to race back. Torment was on the left side on the sideline. So that ball just placed perfectly over the defense. And that's that counterattack play that you want to see from Nefarious. They've shown a couple times some weakness in the defense for version 1. And another one converts for them.
Well, and the pace was so much faster, too. In the first 2 games, they would get little glimpses, little windows of time where they could get a counterattack, but it wasn't fast enough. In that instance, the clear was a huge hit forward, and then the shot was basically redirecting and carrying that speed, which we didn't see earlier on.
Offense looking much, much better here from Nefarious as they are able to generate a lot more chances. This ball going back to AXB. Buddy on the challenge. Trying to keep it inside of this version 1 half. It's a tough roll for Adam. Can't make the play on a Gimmick. Drops it down to Torment into the air dribble and can't get over Buddy. Still AXB on the shot. It's going to go a bit high, and a great second effort from Buddy to clear it to a corner. Torment all the way over to Gimmick, and it's wide open on the left side. Version 1 take the lead.
Torment is starting to pop off. This man is doing so much work right now for his roster. He comes in, swipes it from AXB, very, very well planned because AXB just left it for him, confuses the defense. He wraps around the corner, tosses it out to Gimmick. A very clean play. It wasn't anything super mechanical, but the communication was spot on. Everybody in position and ready.
There's Adam on the shot. AXB has to make the save. Now Torment looking for a second touch, does get it. And maybe another back towards AXB. It will go. Great play from Torment to break out from his own end. Now Gimmick almost getting the dunk on Jay Wismont. Buddy looking for the pass, but it's just not good enough as a great bump comes out to make up for it. Adam on the challenge. The midfield scrap right now as teams trying to find some sort of dominance in that middle third of the field. Great pass from Adam. Jay Wismont shots directly at 2 players. AXB and Gimmick do make the save. AXB over the Torment. Version 1 trying to get some sort of cushion. This ball comes out to AXB, turned away by Jay Wismont.
Oh, and you can see version 1 are just starting to focus more on these challenges again, forcing it off the corner, back into the midfield. We've seen multiple chances just go across the net. They still are in the lead by 1. They'd love to get a secure goal here as Torment looks to get some more bumps and demos. If he gets placed with another 1v1 situation with how well the Torment is feeling, I think he's going to score it. So if you're Nefarious, you just got to stop this man if he gets in that 1v1 situation. You can't let it happen.
I love that I just saw Jay Wismont bully Gimmick out of the way and then take the ball away after he pushes him out. Just getting in his face, throwing him out of the way.
And we didn't see that in the first 2 games. It's almost like they just let Gimmick bully him, and we're like fine with it. And now they're starting to get mad.
Torment will let this one go all the way almost to his goal line there. Coming up on a minute left, version 1 holding on to a 1-goal lead. It's been a different Nefarious here into the backstretch of this series for sure. Here's Buddy.
Oh, the flip reset.
Almost gets it. Adam has to race back now. And Jay Wismont actually gets a great spawn, clears it away, and then gets demolished again. I guess he'll take it.
It's such a weird series between both teams who are playing aggressive, but in the
Adam
weirdest
gets
way.
the bump it into the right side, carries it all the way, and ties up the game for Nefarious.
I don't even know what these bumps are, man. It's crazy. The timing of when you go for a bump seems to be so different, and you can see just snipes Torment out of the air, opens up the entire net. 44 seconds, they tie it up. We might see a forced game 5. If Nefarious get this reverse sweep, I will be shocked.
Well, it's a long road ahead, and this first game is just that single step that they need, and so far, able to stay in it in the final 30 seconds here. Good second touch from Adam to make sure it doesn't go back to the midfield. Torment will take care of Buddy, and now Adam turned backwards, does still make a good block to at least slow down this version 1 offense. So it gets a little ugly on the sideline. The ball does pop out towards the midfield, and maybe Nefarious might have the last laugh here. 10 seconds left. Into the version 1 corner. AXB trying to clear it out. Buddy came barreling through. AXB and Gimmick got tied up. Now Buddy, if he can get back to it, has no boost. Jay Wismont's going to go, and a long clear comes out. They'll be happy to see it drop as we go into overtime.
That was a terrifying play, too, in the last few seconds. AXB carried that ball across his net. If he lost that 50, it would have been over. And speaking of AXB, the flick off the crossbar. Almost gets it. Wismont's there to clear it out. Oh, my goodness. Right off the kickoff. Version 1 already.
And that could have been it. AXB just off the mark there. These teams staying alive, and Buddy can get the touch. Torment there to clear it away. Again, both these teams sitting at 2-1. So the winner of this series does move on to the next stage. Here's Gimmick trying to buy himself a bit of space. Plays over 1, but it's straight into Buddy's lap. So he does clear it out. Nefarious haven't had much presence since the kickoff. Here's Jay Wismont. Past Gimmick. Onto the back wall. Another second touch. Gets by 2. Nefarious, they are creative. They are creating some chances that are quite dangerous.
Yeah.
It does feel like they're just off, whether the pass is too hard, too far, too wide. AXB does have a second touch. It's just wide again. Or Jay Wismont makes a touch out. Another chance for AXP to put this one away, and he couldn't get it. That one was much tougher than his initial chance, but still, possibility was there.
Well, that's what makes AXB so scary. The man can do an incredible pass out to the midfield or almost hit a double tap like that. From on SSG, we might have seen that, and we expect him to hit those in the future. Just coming so close. That's 2 in a row. Don't give him another chance, though. He's probably warmed up at this point.
Good bump there from Adam to make sure Gimmick can't set anything up. Gimmick does like to take that first touch to really set himself up for success. So if he can get there before he gets back to his second touch, you can stop a lot of things that Gimmick wants to create. Let's get a good second touch. This one's dangerous as it came across the box. Nobody there from version 1. Now Jay Wismont on the flick. Not past AXB, trying to get in front of Torment off the back wall. Buddy's there. Adam waiting patiently. He's got no boost, but he's got to take the shot, and not enough power. Jay Wismont still trying to keep up with it. Buddy now just has AXB in front of him. AXB makes a huge save at the top of the box. Buddy's still playing around with it for Nefarious as he's trying to put it off the back wall, and that one's cleared away by AXB. Jay's Wismont shot saved away by Torment. And a couple of close chances there as version 1 just barely hang on.
We just need to see some better striking. That's it. You were right, Nefarious. They have all the setups. Every single pass is perfect. But the final shot is just a little sneeze hit. They're not even trying to get us in the back of the net, it seems like, when they're given the chance. We just need one banger, one firecracker for one of these players. And again, another missed opportunity.
That was very uncharacteristic from Gimmick to just miss one off the back wall there. A lot of shooting in this game for both teams. This one's going to come down to the box, and AXB forced it through. I think it pinched off of an orange player.
That's it from Gimmick. Good aggression.
Gimmick's got 41 boost. Past one, trying to catch back up to it. AXB goes as well. Version 1 really pressing the issue now. This pass was across. Gimmick wasn't there. This ball cleared away. 9 shots for version 1, and the shot goes wide for Nefarious. That makes it to 12 for them in this game. Here's Jay Wismont. Things really heating up for both teams. It's really just who's going to convert first. Both teams have had quality chances on target. Buddy trying to keep a presence in the midfield. Pass over to Torment. Shot too high, looking for that back wall. Buddy down to Jay Wismont. Doesn't get the touch. Adam's going to go looking for the block here, but too slow. Gimmick off the back wall. Torment's up. Late challenges here from Nefarious, but they're happy to see it go off the back wall and cleared away.
It's just a shooting, and that's a good pass. And Torment again. He was coming across. I don't know if he expected the whiff, but if you're going to commit at that point, you have to. Didn't get the final shot. We're just waiting for somebody to be accurate for once. It's Gimmick with the shooting. He puts it in. We were just so patient for one of these teams to capitalize off of this pass.
Gimmick with the touch to the back of the net, and he was just sitting in the box, poaching that ball coming across. And unfortunately for Nefarious, a very valiant effort here coming out from them, but unfortunately not able to close it out, and in the end go down 3-1 here in this series. Their day is not over. They sit at 2-2 now, so they'll await their next matchup. But version 1 will be moving on to stage 2, so congratulations to them, and very well deserved as well. Version 1 have looked spectacular through the day. Their only loss, I believe, was to G2, so a very strong showing from version 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those series where if you're Nefarious, or even version 1 at this point, you just get back into custom training after this, because at the end of the day, you were creating the chances. Your defense was holding up. We saw some incredible saves back and forth. But where was the striking? Just get into some custom training, look at some of those packs, and you should be golden, because really, we just need to see some better shooting, and they would have brought it to version 1, and I think we would have seen a game 5, potentially a reverse sweep here.
Absolutely. Nefarious could have done it. They're still not out of it. Again, sitting at 2-2. They got more matches coming up. Stay with us after the break.
like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me. There's something about that makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me. Holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me. Holding
Welcome back to RLCS X. Corelli and Turtle here. We just saw version 1 take down Nefarious here in 4 games, a 3-1 victory for them. They move on to the next stage. Turtle, give me some parting words for this series. In your mind, what was the biggest thing that stuck out for you?
For me, it was, well, first of all, in terms of players, it was Torment. Torment was a beast that series. If you go back and rewatch it, or if you just came back, obviously, you know that Torment, he was nailing the 1v1s. His shooting was on point. His defense, I thought he was winning all the 50s in the corners. And I think we might be getting back to peak Torment. This is what we needed. We needed a roster switch, a new environment for the man, and now we're starting to see him pop off. So I love to see it. And other than that, it just felt like the shooting was slightly off. That's pretty much it. That's all I can say about that series, bro. It's very, very straightforward.
I absolutely agree. I think also to call out AXB, I thought he did a great job to disrupt the midfield as well. And I mean, he could have ended the series earlier if he had just hit those last couple attempts that he had on net. But otherwise, I thought he's slotted in quite nicely here on version 1. So they move on to stage 2. Nefarious still have 1 more game to play. They'll find out their next round once we get to it. But definitely looking like a strong team. Like you said, just need to kind of clean up a couple things and put away some more shots. In other words, though, we've got more Rocket League action here. NRG taking on Crimson Wings. And we're about to jump into game 1 here quite quickly. And NRG looking to close out their day after a tough game 5 loss against Envy, and Crimson Wings now trying to close out their day sitting at 2-1. They just came off a 3-0 victory over 72 PC.
Yeah, and that's a huge win for Crimson Wings, because I would view those teams at 72 PC kind of in similar skill brackets. But against NRG, this is going to be a huge obstacle to climb over. I don't think NRG are going to be tilted that much. They don't really seem to me like the team ever that's been one to tilt after you have a close matchup. You know, Garrett G, I don't really see him as a player who just kind of throws everything out the window, and all their momentum is pretty much gone. I think they're going to carry that hunger from game 5 against Envy into here.
We'll see. I think I agree. I don't think they're one to tilt, and maybe not if they get one here right off the bat. Great save, though, from Prime Thunder. That's a name we haven't been able to talk about in a long time.
Goodness.
Making his way back onto the RLCS stage, and still at it, still trying to chase the dream here, and he certainly can with this Crimson Wings team.
Man, he's been at it since the very beginning. As soon as the competitive scene started, Prime Thunder was basically at the very beginning of it all. You know, he was starting rosters early on. He didn't come in, you know, season 3, season 4. He's been here trying to grind to the top, and it's great. In this new format, we can see him, you know, here get on the main stage, get in front of everybody. You know, we can finally view his skill and how far he's come, because I've always thought he's a player who deserves to be at the top, no matter what team he falls on.
And he is one of the original young guns in Rocket League. Now, of course, 5 years later, we can't really say that anymore, but he's been around a long time.
You know, I was once a young gun, Corelli. Those are my early days.
You're still a young gun in my heart.
Wow, thank you, Corelli. That means a lot.
Born in 2000s, but anyways. Skills trying to challenge Squishy up towards the ceiling in a very even game here in the first minute and a half. NRG really not putting on a lot of pressure, just trying to see what drops from Crimson Wings. You can see them kind of just blasting the ball down the field at the moment and receiving the clears in the midfield. Nobody trying to be a hero on NRG at the moment. I don't think they need to. They play their game. More than likely probably end up in their favor. Who knows? Crimson Wings, they do have a lot of skill here. Obviously, we've talked about Prime Thunder. Skills is another player we've seen in Rival Series who's a phenomenal player in his own right, mechanically, and of course, Demo as well. A player that's been on a couple teams here and there in the North American bubble scene and Rival Series. So we'll see if they can really take it to NRG as a great pass comes out from Justin. Garrett G's shot just off.
I mean, that's what we expect, though, from NRG. I mean, in terms of possession, how they're going to be controlling the ball, they have the advantage. I think that Atomic even said it best. Once you give them the ball and let them go for a counterattack, that's when it gets scary. So it's all about preventing that option, throwing somebody at them, making them, you know, go for a flick early on so that you can then stuff out that possession and stop their control from moving forward.
Great pass from Squishy, and Garrett had the shot. Prime Thunder gets in the way of that one. Free ball here. Skills throws it downfield. Prime Thunder trying to pick it off. Both Skills and Prime Thunder go, but it's still going to work out here for Crimson Wings. 17 boost for Demo. Skills trying to control this one. Goes straight to Justin, who fires off a shot. It was wide. Prime Thunder does slow it down. NRG doing a very good job of predicting where Crimson Wings want to go at the moment. Just kind of always shadowing under the ball, waiting for that clear to kind of land right in front of them.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're getting too desperate as well, which is classic NRG. They never undervalue the team they're up against. I feel like no matter who it is, they don't take too many risks. They just want to stay clean with their rotations, make sure they're infiltrating the corners, taking the boost, and then they get out really quickly. They never really stay too long as, you know, somebody like Gimmick would.
Bit of a mistouch there from Crimson Wings as Justin tried to give it over to Squishy. Here's Prime Thunder, see what he has in store for us, as he only had 37 boost in that air dribble. So he ran out of options to be creative. Still a 0-0 game, as we're under a minute at this point. NRG's put up 5 shots to the single shot of Crimson Wings, now make it 2. And this could be their chance. Prime Thunder's up for this one. Almost was cleared right into him. Now Garrett here to collect.
Oh, good patience there from Squishy. I love that play where instead of trying to go up as the third man back, you're waiting for the touch to come out so you can keep possession. That's what I was talking about. They're not getting too desperate because, you know, they don't undervalue the speed they're up against. Squishy in that situation, I feel like 9 times out of 10, he still could have beat the other player in regards to speed, but he just wanted to play it safe, make sure he keeps possession. And overall, it's a better team play, and Justin lands on it. I'm trying to figure out where the third man was for Crimson Wings.
Well, Prime Thunder was on the initial challenge. It looks like Demo just didn't get up and was beat over his head. So NRG are going to get the go-ahead goal with 14 seconds left. Yeah. And after Crimson Wings have done so well to slow them down, not let them have anything, they might give up a second one. Justin didn't get a hold of that one, but they're going to need to go here and keep it up. That's great preventative defense there by Squishy, just inviting the challenge. As Justin still keeping this one up. Skills trying to do the same. Prime Thunder, he might be able to get back to it. He does. That's into the midfield, and Skills was there, and a monster clear comes out to Garrett, or from Garrett, to finish off game 1.
And it's crazy because while we see a close scoreline, the game feels like it was totally NRG's to win. Not to discredit Crimson Wings, they had some good possession, some solid control of the ball, but NRG are totally fine with giving them that control. It's not like they're just trying to constantly play keep away. They just want to play smart with their decisions on 50s and realize that if somebody's in net and has to get a goal line save, it's not the worst thing in the world so long as the shot doesn't come out. That's insane. And I think that for NRG, that's why they get so many clean 3-0s. You know, they 3-0'd Meteor, they 3-0'd 72 PC, and it's play styles like this which help them to be so consistent against, you know, lower level teams.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Is, you know, having to change up your play style for teams that maybe you don't see as often, or teams that are maybe of lower skill, but definitely could upset you. And I think here you're seeing a conservative approach from NRG. Doesn't matter if you beat them by 1 or 20 goals. A win's a win, and that's a 1-0 on the books here. And they only need 2 more. So I think you're absolutely right. NRG had done a great job of controlling this game. Did Crimson Wing have some opportunities?
Yeah,
certainly throughout that series or throughout that game. But NRG definitely looked to be in control and composed throughout game 1.
And the opportunities weren't anything that made us kind of start to worry about where NRG was positioned. We saw a couple of double commits on their side of defense, which were a little bit alarming, but for the most part, there weren't any chances for Crimson Wings with an open net, and it never came down to their shooting or their mechanics. It was just somebody from NRG was always ready to get in front of the ball, and that's as simple as it can be.
Well, we're off to game 2. Crimson Wings trying to make amends from game 1. They held NRG scoreless all the way up to the 14-second mark, but they might have just given one here as the second save comes out from Demo to make up for his pass to NRG, and a good clear. Now Garrett pops it up into the midfield. Prime Thunder gives it back. No boost on the follow-up. Here's Squishy. Can he get a second touch? He does off at this tough angle that drops down to Garrett, and he'll push it into the Crimson Wings corner. And a good dunk here from Skills to slow things down.
Oh, Squishy over the other one. What a double tap there in the air. That's what you want to go for. Just slow little plays using your skills. And that's, I think, where Squishy shines the most. And this one almost slots in. What is going on? That ball was just hovering for 10 seconds in front of the net, waiting for a defender. And Crimson Wings, their third man rotation is always just slightly off.
I think everyone in this server was surprised to see that one bounce the way it did. Here's Prime Thunder on the shot. Justin to clear. So the first good look for Crimson Wings as they now need to play a bit of defense. Here's Squishy, dangerous spot, double tap looming, and it's bit off. Follow up there from Garrett. It comes out to Squishy, has support, and Justin takes another shot off the back wall. And Crimson Wings are just watching NRG play around. No shots on target, though.
I mean, they're just running around with possession. And like I said before, it doesn't feel like they are forcing it. You know, NRG don't want to throw themselves into a position that could be a potential risk for their own defense. If they have space, they're going to take it. If they don't, then they'll back off. It's really a simple game and a simple approach for them, but it's one that's effective, especially in this new format where you're going up against a lot of teams you don't know. That's a good pass from Squishy out of the midfield, and it's a simple game. We did see a demo after the play, but you know, you beat out the one goalkeeper of Demo with a 50. Skills backflips again. That's another chance, too, where he's in the backfield and he can't get up.
Yeah, that one's just a backflip there. I don't even know if he could have gotten up fast enough either way. Yeah. It might have just been dunked through him in the end, but still, we'll never know. And NRG now, with 3 minutes left, take the lead. And you are starting to see that control that you would expect from NRG.
Yeah.
It seems
well,
like
it's almost like you get so many shots at your net as well, and your defense really starts to crumble because nobody has any boost. Nobody knows where the next angle will come from because Squishy and Justin, while they're playing a bit reserved here, the mechanics from them, they can shine at any moment.
There's a shot from Justin, and it's going to float over the head of Prime Thunder off the demo. A 2-goal lead now for NRG.
Squishy's doing a lot of work in the offensive half. He's going for the demo. Before in the other goal, we saw him get the 50. And now, like we said, going for the demo, setting up a lot of space for Justin and Garrett G to do what they do best. And it's a calm, cool, collected game from NRG.
It's tragic watching the Crimson Wings defense right now as everyone trying to keep their boost levels up. And unfortunately, NRG are just peppering the back wall. Constant pressure, and it's very tough for Crimson Wings to get a hold of themselves, to have any composure. Yeah. And now NRG are pulling out the demos left and right. That's another one from Justin, and it's opening up that much more space for NRG to work with.
Yeah, and I'm watching from Squishy's perspective. It's good to see him going in for a lot of those corner boosts and being the most aggressive. Earlier we saw him get a demo, and now he's just chasing them, trying to get a dunk. I think he might be the only player who's willing to risk his position just slightly, and that's all calculated from NRG. But here it is, Justin with a save, so close. This could be the chance for Crimson Wings to put one in, but it's Justin with the goal line save.
What an angle from Prime Thunder. I didn't think you could get that one on target. Garrett the other way. That was a big chance for Crimson Wings. Only had 3 shots so far in this game. Again, not able to convert. NRG looking to hold on to this 2-goal lead as everyone from Crimson Wings watched this one go off the crossbar. I don't know if it was just too awkward or no one went, but in the end, they're paid the price dearly for it as Justin puts away a 3rd goal.
It's so calculated. And look at Squishy. He has so many options. He can take this slow, go for the dribble. We know he's a 1v1 legend in the past. He can also just boom it straight on target, but instead he takes the best route possible, the safest play, passes it across to Justin, a selfless one at that. And another clean finish for NRG. Nothing to doubt in terms of their defense.
Well, and I think that last play was a very telltale sign of everyone being out of boost and things being in a bit of disarray for the defense. Nobody went up for that initial ball off the crossbar. And a great shot here from Justin, the pass from Garrett in the midfield, and a 4-goal lead now for NRG.
And you said it yourself, it's all about the midfield passes. Garrett G receives it off of Squishy, who finds him on the clear, where Squishy again makes the right decision, where he could have just boomed it forward, but instead he goes for the midfield pass, keeping possession. It's small instances like that that separate a team like NRG and Crimson Wings.
And those passes are one of the more scary types, because not only is it hit with pace, but it gets over that first defender with no chance of them to be able to make the play.
Yeah.
And that man receiving the ball receives it between two defenders. It's very tough for the defense to make the quick read and adjustments. Demo's going to get one back here for Crimson Wings, as they have 54 seconds to work with.
And this is the first time we've seen somebody on NRG. This time it's Squishy in an uncomfortable situation. He backflipped initially on that clear, knowing that he couldn't get up to it. And then he had to try and read it off the backboard. It was too difficult. Gets a whiff on the ball, and it's Crimson Wings finally getting one on the board. Are they going to build off this momentum? Is this their first goal this series, Corelli?
No, I think they scored a few in the beginning, as Garrett, another shot. It's a bit too high, and Squishy's going to put another one away. And while you think about maybe, or you just talked about building some momentum here, Turtle, I think NRG are already too far down the hill.
I mean, at this point, it doesn't even matter if it's their first goal, because there's nothing even to go forward with right now with 43 seconds left.
12 shots for NRG, as they are in full command here in game 2. Here's Demo trying to fight for it on the sideline. And Garrett will get another one. 6-1 now for NRG.
And they still got so much space to work with. Demo in an uncomfortable situation. He's just panicking a bit. And they're being aggressive. You can't blame them for trying here for Crimson Wings. Looking to maybe put something on board, but either way, another clean performance from NRG. This is why they're so dominant against all of these teams that are a bit lower on the scoreboard. It's because of this safe play style. You know, they're never one to be super aggressive. They keep this up even against the top tier teams, and they don't let up when it comes to the decision making.
And so now Crimson Wings will have to go back to the drawing board, Turtle, and I'm interested to hear your take on this. I mean, after seeing what happens here in this game, what is the biggest weakness from Crimson Wings at the moment? How do they fix it going into the next game?
For me, it's all about their transition game, because against a playstyle like NRG, where they will control the ball so long as you give them the space to do so, that comes down to your clears. If you can't keep possession out of your own end with where you're finding a teammate, once you clear the ball, you're doomed. Against NRG, they are going to capitalize this. Almost a pre-flip or a pre-jump pass play comes out. This is nuts from NRG. This is why I love games that get out of control, because we see the magic of the mechanics.
Squishy will get the final goal. 7-1 is your scoreline in game 2. And NRG are marching towards the day's end here and into stage 2. It's Crimson Wings again. A lot to work on here, I feel like. And mostly, I mean, here's the thing. You know, you talked about the transition game, and I agree with you. At the same time, there are chances that are being generated by Crimson Wings that they're just not putting shots away. I mean, they put up 7 shots here in this game, which, of course, doesn't necessarily mean that they should have scored all of them, but they are generating some sort of chance downfield. It's not like NRG are locking them in their half and they can't break out. They are able to break out, and it's that boost management, I think, that's really killing Crimson Wings right now. And it goes on into basically every facet of their game where they're deficient at the moment, because the defense is slow, they can't react. The transition game, if you don't have boost, you can't move down the field quick enough. And then at the final point where you've done everything right and you can't put the ball away, it's because you don't have boost. And that's really been the issue in my mind when I'm switching through these Crimson Wings players. None of them ever have full boost. NRG are just completely owning them in that regard.
Exactly. Well, and I'm also getting kind of a comparison in my head from Crimson Wings, and we just saw Nefarious. If we compare both these teams, I think Nefarious even have the edge, because while both of them struggle to keep possession and put a lot of shots on net, I think that Nefarious were much more methodical with how they were approaching the ball, because they were passing so much. They were so selfless with the ball. Anytime they would control it or even have an opportunity to go forward, they would look for a teammate. Meanwhile, it seems like Crimson Wings are prioritizing those shots much more, and they're giving away the ball, because if you can't put on a solid shot, there's no point in even hitting that ball close to the net, because NRG, 9 times out of 10, aren't going to make a mistake like that.
It's a team that for a long time, and still do, pride themselves on not making a lot of mistakes. That was really, I mean, back in the day, what this team, that was their thing, was they were very tough to crack because against a lot of North American teams, they did not make mistakes against. And you're even seeing it here as, I mean, they have played almost flawlessly throughout this series.
There's barely any room for Crimson Wings to punish. We have seen some glimpses, some very few glimpses, but overall, like I said, clean from NRG. It's hard to break their rotation. Maybe at the end of the day, like I said, just go for more passes. That's the only thing I can look to build on if you're Crimson Wings, because you need to be moving this ball down the field and wasting NRG's boost at the same time.
And Turtle, I was informed that you are correct. That was the only goal from Crimson Wings. I'm
sorry for asking that question.
No, I mixed them up.
I should not have thrown that to you. I didn't know. I knew that, you know, the better caster Corelli would know, but I was disappointed. How are you going to let me down like that?
I apologize, Turtle. NRG right now is not letting themselves down. They're doing a great job here in this series. Here's Justin looking for a second touch as he can't get back to it. And again, NRG, just look at, I think for a lot of people, you know, they might be listening to our commentary and it's hard to kind of put a finger on what NRG is doing so well. But if you just look at the shape and the support that they have, especially in just that last play, you could really see why NRG are completely dominating this series. There's always options and they're always there to receive whatever Crimson Wings throws at them. They're never caught off guard.
Well, and that's such a good word to use when you're describing NRG, is options. Because with the way they space out around the field, everybody who has possession of the ball, whether it's Justin, Squishy, or Garrett G, they're faced with multiple options of how they want to move the ball forward. They can either go for a pass, go for a shot themselves, or even a dribble play. And they're always given those chances because they give each other space on the field. If you're trying to build a threes Rocket League team, you have to look to NRG and how they space themselves out on the field as your guideline, because it is almost as perfect as it can get.
Well, if you want to talk about options, I just saw Squishy smack Justin downfield to play defense. So a lot of support here for NRG beautiful. As a good pass comes down. That's dangerous. It's nobody from, Crimson Wings could get to it in time.
Oh, Squishy's a bully too. He's going for even more demos, whether it's Justin or somebody on the other team. He's just trying to take him out.
Justin does not get the touch, and this one might fall for Prime Thunder as Squishy had to make the save. Very tough situation there for NRG, and it really just comes off of that mistake from Justin not getting the back wall. Still Crimson Wings not able to capitalize.
Oh, it's on point. That was a good chance there. Squishy with a relatively easy save, but I like the pressure out of Crimson. This is one of the first looks where they have had the advantage on the ball, but still look at how patient NRG are. They would love to let them hit the ball to them. I mean, that's what it comes down to, is just keeping possession.
Garrett into the challenge. Squishy looking for a second touch. It's there, but it's a bit wide on the second touch towards the net. Good challenge by Demo. And again, Crimson Wings, they've kept this game close throughout the series. And now down the line, you really got to convert on one of your chances. They generated 5 shots, and you know at least one of those were high quality. Here's a pass to Garrett. That shot's wide. NRG are also having some shooting difficulties at the moment. 2 go here from Crimson Wings. This could be trouble. Garrett just fires off a shot directly at Skills. Good pass back out to Justin. This one's going to go a bit high. Squishy's there, bounce down and in, and NRG get their first goal.
It is getting ugly on the field. We've seen multiple demos back and forth, both teams exchanging blows, and then Skills with the misread on the backboard. Prime Thunder flies behind the ball. 2 mechanical whiffs right in front of each other, and Squishy just commits to it. As soon as he jumps, he knows he has to go for the hit. Fortunately enough, for him at least, there is a double whiff, and it's NRG to punish. Oh, more demos. He's a bully, dude.
Squishy has been a bully. Justin has also been a bully with the demos. I even saw Garrett hopping in on a couple as well. So a physical game from NRG. But it's one of those games, again, here in this series for Crimson Wings where they've kept close for the majority of the game, but they just can't find the back of the net.
Well, and you don't even think to a lot of opportunities that they're generating. I think in terms of them even having shots on net, they're not really memorable. There's nothing that gets put on target, where I'm like, oh, that could have been a chance. That was a good look. It's mostly just routine plays where they're either trying to relieve pressure or keep that pressure in on offense.
We'll see if they can go down the length of the field. 1 second left, and Justin will jump in front of it. Skills Still to keep it up. Garrett with a
fake.
great fake. So smart. And NRG will take down Crimson Wings and move on to the next day.
I don't even think NRG had one droplet of sweat off of their foreheads. That was so relaxed from them. They took the game in game 3 alone, 1-0, just having fun on the field, making sure they win challenges, keep possession, and it was a simple game from them. This is what I'm talking about. If you want to build a Rocket League team in terms of how to build the foundations, look at this series. This is a perfect example of where you want to start with your roster, is to rotate like these guys, really.
Yeah, I think NRG are a shining example of how to play Rocket League right now, and that showed, especially against a team like Crimson Wings. And look, the roster move is working out for them. So NRG move on today. 3-1 is their record to move on to stage 2. And we've got a couple more matches left here, so we're going to get to it right after the break.
said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes, please don't leave now. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes, please don't leave now.
If you can hear my voice, it means you're watching the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We're in the first regional for North America. Alongside myself, Leaf, is Gibbs, and Turtle to talk about that last match that was watched. Round 4 is over. Before we head on to round 5, we got to talk, Turtle, about Crimson Wings versus NRG, that last match there.
Yeah.
I think it went, well, fairly expectedly.
Oh yeah, it was really nice to see Prime Thunder on the field though. I love seeing him play and to go up against NRG, which is, you know, like I said, it's a tough obstacle to beat, but I think they tried their best. It wasn't, you know, anything that came close. I feel like we weren't even in similar situations on offense where I was stressed out. But on the other side, I saw NRG go forward, and I was worried constantly for the defense of Crimson Wings, and everything was kind of breaking down. But that's what's expected when you're up against NRG.
The boost control from NRG, that's what makes it even harder for a team like Crimson Wings, where it's just like, all right, we don't even have boost, so we can't even counterattack. Like, even if we make a good 50-50, it's not really going to matter at the end of the day. So NRG, very calm and collected here. An easy win for them. And this is what you expect from NRG. Like, you want to see them do better when they play a team like Envy, but when you go down the line, NRG is not going to lose to teams like this.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, we've seen, again, a bit of a scare in the past sometimes, like, oh, you know, what's going on here? But I think with this team, you can never expect them to have a completely, like, just utter few weeks or anything that's going to be a problem. They're going to bounce back quick. And to talk about that, actually, we actually have Garrett G on the line from NRG. Garrett, congratulations on the win there and qualifying for next week.
Yo, thank you.
I got to talk about it, of course. I just briefly mentioned it there. You know, there was a bit of a dip that happened in week 1 of Grid there. Can you just go over maybe like what happened there? Are you worried that might happen again, or do you think you have it under control?
I mean, we were doing pretty well until we had to take a 1 week break, and ever since then we've been kind of struggling to identify like how exactly we want to play. Like I feel like we've looked different in every single tournament for the past 3 weeks, but I don't know. I'm not too worried. I mean, we've won, I want to say like 4 out of 7 tournaments, which was an insane start. You know, obviously we were honeymooning a little bit. But no, I'm not worried. I mean, this format, it's a year long, so I'm not. We're not. I mean, obviously we want to get it together as soon as possible, but we're pretty confident we're going to figure it out. I mean, we all 3 really want to make this work, and you know, we're constantly talking about it. So I don't know. This is one of the most competitive seasons ever, if not the most. So it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy, even though you know we have a really stacked roster, I'd say. So.
Yeah, I mean, and with all the teams that are in the format, I mean, you're bound to go up against somebody that you guys should be the confident winners in. And I'm just wondering, you know, you play with players who panic a lot like myself, but how do you always manage to stay calm, especially whenever you're up against a team that you know you should beat?
I don't. It's pretty nerve-wracking, like this, especially this new format. It's pretty. I might look calm outside, but I'm definitely going through the bad scenarios in my head. But I just know I'm just confident in my play. You know, I feel like we're better than these teams, so I just have to show up and not try to panic, which we've been having a problem with, obviously. So I don't know. There isn't much security, so obviously it's a worry. But you know, we just show up and play our best, and so far it's worked out. So I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, so Garrett, we could talk about new teammates, but I want to talk about your old teammates. What's your favorite moment with Turtle?
Oh,
okay.
With Turtle.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. He doesn't have any. See, this is what I expected.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and think. I feel like we went through so much in our short time team together. Lots of ups and downs.
Garrett hated me all along. I knew.
Yeah.
I don't know. Turtle was probably my closest teammate I had because he actually played ranked with me and stuff. I haven't had a ranked partner like that since back then. So probably just like we were on the grind back then. We just loved
the ranked homies.
Yeah, we played every single day together, like all day. So
that was the grind though.
Yeah, that was the good old days. So probably just playing together, to be honest. I don't know.
That's awesome. I was gonna have a follow-up, but you know what? I think that's a good wholesome way to end things off here. Great question, Gibbs, and great play from you, Garrett, and the rest of your team as well. Congratulations to NRG, and good luck in your matches next week, man.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Now, my question, Lee, real quick, is we talk about the grind for Garrett G, and that paid off for him. Turtle, what happened, man?
What do you mean? What kind of question
what
is
happened,
that,
buddy?
bro? Why are you setting me up with this? This isn't. I come on here to talk about Rocket League, not to get destroyed by
It's the Turtle roast today, all right?
You know what? You even have a better legacy than me. I look on YouTube. You've got like millions of views. Your saves where you're like jumping in the air and stuff. You look at my name. It's like, were you a player? I don't even remember you, bro. Did you do a thing back in the day?
Did you make a world championship?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
He got carried in more ways than one at the world championship. All right, sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
I mean, it probably doesn't help that when I think back to memories of Turtle playing, the only thing that comes to mind was that series against Mocket.
Bro, that's my legacy. It's just failures. I don't
Hey, well, look at where you are right now. You're sitting beside Gibbs, the most successful man in the world. So the president of Rocket League, you get a seat right beside him. So you're doing well for yourself, Turtle. We got to move the show on though, because we got more Rocket League coming up. So let's take a look at the standings, where we are right now. Let's take a look at the teams that are remaining. Of course, only 6 remain, and 3 can make it through. Frontline, Omelet, 72, Nefarious, Crimson Wings, and Pittsburgh Knights. Gibbs.
Yep, the top 5 seeds, they all moved on. So now it comes down to those teams in the middle. They've been playing all day versus one another. Then they get a chance versus one of the RLCS teams and they fail and they come back down to one another once again. So this is for everything. You win or go home at this point to make top 16. Not only is that more prize money, more points, but then you're going to get 3 guaranteed games versus the very best that North America has.
For you, Turtle, I just want to get out of these 6 teams left, do you have any 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 that you think are like for sure, hey, yeah, this team's got to make it through?
I mean, I gotta go with Omelet. I predicted them, excuse me, to be my 3-2 team. I'm still gonna stick with that. I think that they might have had a rough showing against Alpine, who, you know, congrats to you. They almost got the 3-0, man. I know you predicted that earlier on in the pre-show. You're probably happy about that, but I think for me, it's Omelet. Probably the Pittsburgh Knights. I'm a little bit concerned about the 0-3 to Alpine, but overall, I think those are my 2 go-tos.
Well, let's talk about this final round then and take a look at the matchups that we have. Remember, there is another broadcast happening over on twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. You could jump there as well, hold it up on your other monitor, or just hit that squad stream button underneath the broadcast. And of course, they'll be broadcasting Crimson Wings versus Frontline. And on this one, we have Omelet versus 72PC and Nefarious versus PK. Now, Nefarious versus PK is our first matchup, Gibbs.
Yeah, we got to talk about Pittsburgh Knights. Obviously, that this isn't the same Pittsburgh Knights roster that you guys are used to seeing. They are now the Peeps. They picked up Valence to come in here, a rival series team that came in 4th. They lost 1 to Mike, but they've improved since then. They pick up ZPS, and now these guys are looking like they're on the verge again to be a bubble team for like maybe an RLCS, a top 10 team. So we'll see. This would be that first step right here to get a big win here versus who's playing again? Nefarious. Sorry. Yeah. So there you go.
Well, we want to hear from you guys as these players are ready on Twitter with the hashtag RLCS X at RL Esports as we get into round number 5 of stage 1 for the first North American regional. 6 teams remain and only 3 will make it through. Who's it going to be? We find out now.
Well, it's definitely going to be rough, James. I think that this match may be a bit closer than some might expect. I thought that Nefarious's attempted comeback against version 1 might establish some confidence for this team against the Pittsburgh Knights. But the Pittsburgh Knights are no slouch, James, and I'm ready for this match.
No slouch at all. We've seen that before. And even with Nefarious, Jay Wiz, we've seen him even playing in the RLCS before, so this is going to be a fun one to witness, Jorby. I'm excited to get into the action.
One thing that was definitely clear for Nefarious in their last match, I think that one thing they can feel certain about is the synergy. The synergy's definitely there for this team. Now it's just about getting those consistent chances and keeping midfield on lock, keeping the opponent out of your own half, and we're underway. Jay Wismont, first catch for him, immediately taken away by ZPS. Rodoko maybe looking for his partner Kinsey, and Jay Wismont will pop up here into the corner again. Maybe he takes a shot himself and bounced off the crossbar from Adam's shot. It won't be a goal yet, buddy. Slowing down the counterattack.
I have to see what happened there because it looked like Jay Wiz was in the mix. And Adam was in there as well. Looked like Adam had the goal. I'm not sure who exactly saved that. It might have been a combination, but that was already a close call for Nefarious.
And one time the combo doesn't get you the goal. ZPS. We'll have to let that one bounce. There's a lot of space here for Nefarious, and Adam will win the first challenge. Got the bump on him. The shot from Jay Wismont won't come through. ZPS will take it away, but here's Nefarious still. Buddy taking the pass. Adam up against the backboard. Strunk down in front for Buddy. 1. No, there's 2 from Jay Wismont. ZPS again gets there in time. Adam hopping in front. Nefarious all over the ball, swarming like a wasp hive.
And this is a tough situation for the Knights. Low on boost still. They're going to have to battle through this. Finally, that corner boost for Kinsey. And that was good enough job to get some space for his teammates to come through. But for Nefarious, that play from Adam was so smart. He was able to read that bounce off his own back wall, know that he had space, bring it upfield, got the bump on the back wall. And now we see him trying to make the play there, face diving.
Even still, though, Buddy in the perfect spot. And Jay Wismont has not left the middle of the field. He finally has to screen across. Another long ball here for Nefarious. Buddy going for his own touch. This will actually just be Adam taking this, looking for a bump against ZPS, but ZPS has looked consistent so far, but for how long? Oh, it bounced right off a car. Jay Wismont's shot, no good. Nefarious, it almost feels like they're their own worst enemy. Buddy can't get the shot against ZPS. Jay Wismont can't get the shot against Kinsey. The Pittsburgh Knights, the defensive stand, but another shot. No, Buddy just keeps it up against the backboard. Does it mean more boost for Jay Wismont? It doesn't mean the ball. And James, Nefarious gets so close. Adam flip reset. Buddy follows it up. Jay Wismont one more, but ZPS again. The Knights defense holds.
The Knights still haven't registered a shot on net. Meanwhile, Nefarious already has 7. The Knights forced to make 7 saves as well. So all those shots going on target. And you can see that Nefarious has had the advantage, but still it's equal. And we'll see if the Knights can turn around and get a quick counterattack, or if Nefarious can finally break through this staunch Knights defense.
Rodoko kicks one up, but it's easily stopped on the backboard. And now a quick counterattack for Nefarious. Jay Wismont out of boost, has to rely on Buddy. Last man back for them, gonna be Adam, but he's forced to wait for the bounce. Tease it up for Jay Wiz and denied. But like you said, James, loving the creativity on offense from Nefarious. Having to defend a quick goal, Adam's there. Another one for Nefarious going down to the orange half.
Adam so creative on the defensive end. Such good vision. I've seen it multiple times already in this game where he's whipping around his camera, seeing how much space he's actually got. Not much panic at all from him. Even here, you can see him going for that little dribble fling, using that momentum from the wall. But will it be enough?
It could certainly throw off the Pittsburgh Knights when you have a player that's capable of doing so much in the air and winning those challenges. Nefarious finally find paint. Jay Wismont, after 6 shots on net, gets his first.
You can see ZPS just sitting there. Maybe he was thinking Rodoko would go for it, but throws it in reverse. I don't really understand what was going on there. He must have known that Jay Wiz was going to be flying in, getting that rebound. Perhaps a bit of a miscommunication from the Knights, and it cost them. We'll see if they tie it up. Just a few seconds left in game 1.
And I mean, give the Knights some credit for having to play on defense for so long. But after 10 shots, eventually it will break your back in a game. And it broke the Knights back in game 1. And it looks good for Nefarious. It looks like we are starting right where they left off in their quest against version 1, but they start off with a victory.
A solid victory indeed. We saw great defensive plays from Adam, Jay Wiz, all around the offensive side. 6 shots, getting the goal. Buddy had the assist from the bounce off the backboard. And Nefarious was in the driver's seat this whole game. It wasn't really, there wasn't really any question in my mind who was going to get that first goal. It seemed like Nefarious over and over again, testing the defense of the Knights. Eventually, it broke off that strange play where ZPS decided to just not go for it there. And that was all it took, Jorby.
And kind of odd for ZPS, considering for the first 3 minutes of that game, he was making every crucial touch on defense, and it came to one that he had to answer the call to again and couldn't. But that's just the relentless pressure from Nefarious. Knights have to find a way to generate more offense. They aren't winning the corner boosts in their own half. They aren't finding solid clears. Nefarious are playing that aggressive game that you see some teams implement, where it's just, okay, we're going to lock down these corners. We're not going to let a team come out from the defensive corner and go for a hard clear. We're going to make sure that those boosts are always contested. We're going to make sure that the ball is always contested in those corners. It worked well for Nefarious, and Knights definitely, you got your work cut out for you. Nefarious are hungry to get to stage 2.
You can tell they are, and I think for the Knights, it's going to take a little bit of what Adam was doing, which is slowing down the play when you can. Take the space that you're given, because we're not really seeing the Knights do that much at all. They're being clumped up on defense, just trying to hit the ball to safety, not really getting it to a teammate, so they're not retaining possession, and that is what Nefarious is able to do. They're just keeping all that possession. And now a quick shot. Kinsey will poke it over Buddy quickly after kickoff.
Ooh, and it broke down right there. You saw Adam going for that touch over to Jay Wismont, but the Knights were already set up in midfield. And it all starts with that kickoff where the Knights, they didn't have any pressure to start, but that is exactly the breather they needed. So we'll see if it changes the makeup of game 2, or if Nefarious can put the wheels back on real quick.
Even Buddy tried to play that one very passively. Another pass out into the middle. Rodoko couldn't get around it. Buddy trying to break that play up. But Buddy left high and dry on that play, sitting way far back in his own net. Had he read that a little bit better, he might have been able to meet this shot out at its point of origin, prevented that goal from happening. Now another shot opportunity denied. We're seeing much more offense come out from the Knights.
But coming down the field, Jay Wismont to Adam leads to a save from Rodoko and a quick follow-up from ZPS. He won one, but not two, and now two tie up. And it's Nefarious's ball. Adam, almost got back to his touch, but had to flip to the side. Looked like he had to correct himself, just launched too far out. Regardless, it doesn't really matter when they retain possession. Buddy, a hard touch, but Nefarious relying on winning these challenges, and when they don't, you can tell the comeback for the Knights. Nefarious are having some issues figuring out where exactly they're going to go with the ball when they don't have possession. They're trying to find a way in right now. Jay Wismont, he'll win in the next challenge. As long as they do win those challenges in the third, James, I think they're fine. But just like that, it all swings back to the Knights. ZPS puts another in.
Huge loss 50 here. You see Adam losing that so badly. Rodoko, a wonderful challenge that set up his buddy for a goal there. ZPS getting that poke into the net.
And that seems to be Rodoko's goal, or Rodoko's role, excuse me, as another shot right off the kickoff. Didn't expect that so quickly. Kinsey with the save. ZPS looking downfield. He's got his man. Shot just high and defended by Adam. But the Knights, it's a perfect chance to get set up. Rodoko all by himself. And Buddy with a long challenged clear. Jay Wismont avoided a demo, and ZPS barely makes the save. Still up Adam, wants the pass to Jay Wiz, a little too far out, but it's Nefarious's ball in midfield again. Crossing in front, Adam and Buddy wait to see where Kinsey goes. Well, Kinsey found his teammate downfield. ZPS up, the shot is light, and Jay Wismont with the save.
Rodoko had so much power on that. I don't know where he found that power from. Now an opportunity on the other end. Rodoko stretching to make that save. He's been having a great game so far, winning challenges, making plays happen. 2 assists for him.
ZPS also collecting on the play of Rodoko, getting a couple of goals for himself, or really 1 goal for himself off of 5 shots, but regardless, it's been a lot of pressure. Rodoko barely getting the save. Buddy can't find it. Rodoko makes 2. Buddy takes the boost, but the ball back to ZPS. Buddy wins anyway. Jay Wismont and Adam commit the shot denied. No goal for Nefarious, and it's down the other way. Rodoko redirect towards the net's 2 lights. Buddy looks for Jay Wismont. Rather, Jay Wismont was looking for Buddy. Buddy looking for his way to the net. No. And Kinsey back to ZPS. The Knights keep Nefarious scoreless, and ZPS will carry a 3rd goal.
And this was so close. ZPS, I don't know how he managed to dodge that bump from Buddy. He was coming in for the demo behind him. ZPS jumps out of the way, carries it in himself, gets his 2nd goal, and the Knights having a statement game in game 2.
Complete turnaround. There hasn't been nearly as much offense. You've had some opportunities late, James, on the last push that they had where they got those 2 or 3 shots that were close to the crossbar. You saw the double commit at the very end. That last really error, it broke down their pressure, and then they got killed on a quick counterattack because Rodoko's clears have been so consistent and so powerful. You have to respect the Knights on the counterattack now. And Nefarious just don't have an answer for it in game 2.
You're 100% right. Rodoko, maybe that missing piece. He has been lights out this game, really. Doesn't have a goal to his name, but still leading in the points. 2 assists, 3 saves for him. And making some incredible saves as you see him even waiting in the back of the net right now.
Still good ideas, though, from Nefarious, despite being outplayed by the Knights on the transition. They still have good ideas towards the net. They don't overcommit. They don't double commit too much. It's just in key situations where those mistakes came in, and it is more Rodoko and company putting the screws into the net. A lot of shots for them, but Nefarious had put on a lot of shots late. They're going to go back to the drawing board for game 3. Jay Wismont, less of a factor than he was in the first game in trying to create opportunities, and Adam was silent for Nefarious.
The Knights just doing a better job of keeping that possession, making meaningful clears, winning some important challenges in the midfield. You were just talking about the midfield challenges, right? As Rodoko won that 50-50 that resulted in the second goal of the game. Knights playing with much more life than we saw them in game one. Game one, and it happens sometimes when your team just gets trapped in your own net. You're struggling for a boost almost the entirety of the game. When you get your boost, you have to use it to deny a backboard hit. This game, we saw right from the get-go, the Knights putting on the pressure. What was it, 16 seconds in, getting that first goal, and then they kept it going. Great challenges. ZPS, he might have even gotten bumped there. I'd have to take another look at that play, but just stepping up. You see both 2 goals coming out from ZPS. Kinsey getting one, Rodoko with his clears and his defense. This was a completely different Knights team.
And ZPS was still putting shots out. In that first game, he was able to register a lot of shots on net, just couldn't really connect on some of them, or maybe I'm just thinking of this game. It all melts together for me. I think I was thinking of the 6 shots before he finally scored. That was in this game. So ZPS, Rodoko, really feeling it. Adam, on the other side, James, when you were talking about him in game one, his ability to control the ball in the air really is what gave Nefarious a lot of creativity on offense. They didn't have any of that this time. And, they got to find a way to win that boost game and not lose this opening kickoff, as it has a tendency to set the tone for 5 minutes.
And in game one, we saw Nefarious do such a good job of controlling the boost, which gave Adam that space. It didn't really happen so much in game two. We saw Pittsburgh Knights, we saw him start getting that boost, getting out for challenges. Rodoko, especially when he had boost, was doing so much work. So we'll see if that continues or if there will be some adjustments coming out from Nefarious.
And we'll keep an eye out on those corner boost battles for both teams. And Adam gonna find Buddy. Buddy, also the benefactor of a lot of those Adam plays, but he was doing some work himself. Rodoko and ZPS trying to combine as the Knights want to start with some pressure, but it's Nefarious heading the other way. Jay Wismont always looking for that controlling touch, trying to force a bad touch out of a defender. Back to Kinsey from the pass to ZPS. He gets knocked back out to the corner, but here come the Knights. Rodoko, far corner, and it's Kinsey playing the read, but Adam throws it right over him, and now Nefarious may have a chance. Rodoko will take that out. The Knights, the steal from Adam gives them a chance, but the Knights again on defense don't allow that shot to come in. The ball doesn't really get to a place for Nefarious where they can take a quality shot. About a minute and a half in, the Knights looking for a way out.
ZPS sitting in net with 12 boosts. This would be the perfect time to attack backboard. We can see Adam winning a challenge here. ZPS finally getting full boost. This is what we saw from Nefarious in game one, trapping the Knights in their own net, and now a low shot. Adam, it was just a matter of time, Jorby. You saw the setup. Everyone around net, bouncing it off the backboard. Kinsey stuck in net, and that 0 boost far post shot. Well done.
And it's funny because most times you see, the team with the boost winning every single touch on offense, and on defense they didn't have any boost. That's why they couldn't position to get to the ball. But it was the complete opposite. Everyone on the Knights was at 90 boost or greater when that whole play started, but they were just slow to the position, and Nefarious were one step ahead of them on that play. Rodoko looking to get things right. His buddy, just an attempted clear out. Kinsey has been having some struggles. 2 attempts to try to win that challenge against Jay Wismont, and he can't find it. Obviously, he was in a tough position in net on the last play. Oh, Buddy almost caught 2 players looking straight in front of the goal line. But the Knights, Kinsey might redeem himself there. No, it will be taken away.
That whole attack, and even this counterattack, a lot of it's due to Jay Wiz. Now rebound opportunity for him, and he misses his shot. Could have placed that much better. I was just about to give him credit. Oh, the whiff!
Oh,
devastating for Nefarious. That was tough to watch.
Oh, that looked like me out there. Oh no, buddy. Oh no, it's okay. Forgive and forget. Oof. I mean, look, everyone gets one, James. That's what I always say. You're allowed to have one terrible whiff in the match. That's good though.
You know, you can say that, Jorby.
I'm sure he doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, exactly. Double tap chance.
Ooh, almost finding the back. Buddy can only stint the counterattack for a second. Straight down. He'll have a hard clear with Adam already downfield, but no favorable bounce. And there will be no play. Been a lot of booming balls. And a steal from Buddy, but he's not going to get back to his touch. ZPS, the last man back, will handle the ball as he can. He'll bump an attacker out of the way, which was Jay Wismont, but here comes Adam. The shot is good. Beautiful read off the ceiling. Nefarious lead.
And I have been enjoying watching his mechanical play. This one, whipping it off ball cam, putting it back on, aiming his shot wonderfully, and hitting that top corner so precisely, the defense had no chance.
112 kilometers per hour off the touch. Well done from Adam. You talk about making a statement or making a splash in game 3 to get your team back on top. Certainly a way to do it. Maybe again as they scoop the ball away, but ZPS finds Rodoko, who has one more shot, but it's saved. Jay Wismont, it fell right into him. The play developed beautifully for the Knights, and they can't collect still 2-1.
I thought that was the equalizer, Jorby. It was all there, the setup. Jay Wiz left stranded in net. A lot of net to shoot on. ZPS. Oh, man, broken axles out on the field. Somebody call a cleanup crew. Ooh.
Ooh. Hit him with the juke. The old juke stick. Except you don't move your car in Rocket League. That's how you juke in Rocket League.
You got to do it all yourself. There's no juke button. But that was certainly a juke, Jorby. I am with you on that.
Well, certainly a high-octane way to come back into the game, and a huge whiff is still, the Knights are denied. Just when I think it's about to flow one way, it goes completely different, and the Knights are done playing around. If you're in net, you're getting punted.
Yeah, we see Rodoko going for that pass, ends up getting the bump on Buddy. ZPS finishes that one off, and this one looked like Nefarious was going to be able to get the win, and the Knights in the final moments roar back.
One more chance for Nefarious, maybe on the kickoff. Adam, he set up some opportunities. How about one now? No. Beautifully read by Rodoko, right into his car. Up high, it will only be a Knights ball, but wait, no, Buddy went to Jaymont. Jay Wismont shot off the crossbar, and Rodoko has it back to the corner. Jay Wiz, no, he gets demoed out of the play, but still Nefarious going for anything. Oh, and almost catching the ball was Buddy, but the Knights end up taking game 3, 1 game away from stage 2.
Stealing that game in those final moments. But, you know, that's how it plays out sometimes. Even the Knights had multiple chances. There was a couple shots that Jay Wismont saved that usually players are going to be hitting those shots and being able to weave those shots around him. So Nefarious, they were fortunate to even be in that position where this game was winnable because of the Knights shooting location. But overall, the Knights still able to make things happen. ZPS scoring a lot of goals for the Knights in this series. And some big plays. That play where he juked Adam in net, that was savage.
That was sick, especially, you know, coming right off of a 3-point passing play, which was just bang, bang, whoop, bang. And then you switch it up with a hard fake like that. That are the kind of mix-ups that you need to get past Nefarious's defense with how they've been playing in this match, James. I loved the mix-ups from ZPS. He's looking strong right now.
He really is, and so is Rodoko. they've been looking very solid. Kinsey, he's been good, but Rodoko, I think, has been very good, being able to play that catalyst role, getting in there, getting bumps, making passing plays happen, winning those challenges, and now a kickoff goal in favor of Nefarious. That is just what they needed to boost morale.
Well, Rodoko, he lost the midfield boost. He tried to cut in, but it didn't matter. His teammates had to try to come in and back him up, and you're working in debt pretty much after the first man can't get back to the challenge. Everybody else has to play hurry up to get back in time. Of that. So well done from Nefarious. The Knights, they did this exact thing to them in game 2, but they might get the equalizer quickly. No! Adam picks up the save. The Knights want to keep it going, sets it up again. ZPS waits patiently in midfield. And a roller, which will be Rodoko waiting for it, but he couldn't win that challenge. Jay Wismont all over Kinsey for this ball, but Kinsey comes away clean. Nefarious want to set up shop, but the booming clear will not allow them to. The Knights able to find the gap. Nice challenge. Everybody misses on this ball. Both players be expecting a different bounce as Adam wins the ball clean for Nefarious. Jay Wismont screens across. Buddy, third man. Again, Nefarious beating the Knights to the ball on every touch, but they need a shot here. It comes from Jay Wiz. There it is again. That's 2 for Jay Wiz.
And that was some sloppy defense from the Knights. You even saw it on that first miss from Rodoko, who was flipping his car into reverse on the wall. They couldn't ever catch up. They were playing from behind for that whole sequence. And Jay Wiz going to be able to put that one away after the extended attack.
And for all the talk of Adam, you did mention him a couple of times, James. Jay Wismont always looking for the control. And, ooh, buddy, just getting there in time for the touch. But just like that, control, flick, ZPS, control, flick, double, no. Couldn't get back to the ball in time, but regardless, it puts Nefarious in this position. He's just sitting in front of the box. Jay Wismont had he!
This angle was crazy. Rodoko didn't get the greatest tap. Jay Wiz sitting there like a predator. He saw his opportunity. It was a small window, but he took it and was able to make it work.
What a clapback response in game 4 for Nefarious. Now Kinsey hasn't had a lot to his name on offense, but almost put the ball in himself. ZPS puts it from the same spot. The shot blocked by Adam. You saw Rodoko dive in front, and it's chaos in front of the box. Buddy barely getting back, but flipping back around Kinsey. And Nefarious trying to settle down on defense. Adam can't find the ball. ZPS will keep the chaos alive and well. Adam has the first read, but waiting for him is Kinsey. Kinsey shoveling the ball out, and Buddy the challenge. No, it's back to Rodoko. Quick back up to it is Adam for more defense, wasting more time. We're approaching half time, if you will, and Buddy will roll it back out. The Knights, it almost felt like they had to score there, James, with this 3-0 lead.
Defensively on both ends, there's just been some moments there that shock you. And now a long shot. That one might be on target. It is. Kinsey will get the first goal for the Knights.
Finally, for Kinsey, he gets some goal points to his name, and Adam risk on that challenge. He jumped from so far back to get to it. Buddy and Jay Wismont needed more time to get back, but tough call from Adam's position. It's all about that risk management, but when you're up by 3, you can definitely afford to take more risks. Now maybe dial that back just a tad for Nefarious.
And there's plenty of time left for the Knights to mount a comeback. If they can get one more here, then you got that 0-second play in your back pocket.
We've had a couple of those, and you and I have had the fortune of getting to cast a couple of those this season already. Nice little dump from ZPS to Rodoko, but they could not get the ball cleared. Kinsey next up on the rotation. He's the only man in net, and Jay Wismont punches it in again. He can't be stopped.
That's his 4th goal. He is officially popping off. That one, a perfectly centered strike. Wasn't even too far away from the defender, but it was hit so hard it didn't matter. And Nefarious You feel like they're just going to waltz away with this one and start planning for that game 5.
And watching Jay Wismont play in this game, James, reminds me of the potential that he had went way back when he first made the RLCS, and he was the striker on the team he was on. He was the player putting the ball in the back of the net consistently. We haven't really seen Jay Wismont in a while be that player, but we do see him really collect on his fruits in this game. Rodoko will pick up one here for the Knights. There is some time left, but they're gonna need a lot more work.
And that was an odd play. Buddy getting a piece of that ball when no one was really expecting it. It worked out excellently for Rodoko, who was able to get one in quickly. And so maybe off kickoff, the Knights can make this interesting.
We'll see, but it's first Adam to the ball. It's actually not a good touch. Now a pass to ZPS from Kinsey. Kinsey going for the bump. Jay Wismont couldn't find it. And look out, the Knights are on the patrol.
Maybe I thought this game was over a bit too early, Jorby. Jay Wiz, when he missed that backboard read, left the whole net open. And here we go. Over a minute left. Just one goal separating them. Knights, they might be able to do this.
Oh, the kickoff looks favorable for ZPS. He has to manage this smartly in the pass. Oh, it's saved by Adam, but it's a double commit. It has to be Buddy. He gets the first clear, but screening across again was Kinsey. Adam now wants it. He doesn't get it. The Knights set up in the blue half. Waiting for this touch was Rodoko, and Kinsey has to come back from the attacking corner. He'll take the ball gladly. Adam getting the clear out, and it slows down a little bit for the Knights as they're back on defense. Buddy makes another challenge happen. Jaywiz, he's put in 4. A 5th would certainly be a game 5 on the way. But now, as time is running out, the Knights are finding some space. Kinsey just getting to that ball against Buddy. ZPS diving forward. Every single Knights car just meeting a Nefarious car, looking for a goal. Great read off the back to grab the rebound. Buddy just getting to that touch before Kinsey. Adam, that's one last clear for Nefarious. Here we go. Rodoko back to Kinsey off the ceiling. Rodoko shot. It's off the crossbar and down. The Knights are robbed by the 4th man. We go to game 5.
I thought they had it. That is a tough break. Off the elbow down. Even if it bounces, they might have a chance to put that one in at 0 seconds. Oh man, that was a tough way to end that game for the Knights. But now we've got to focus on game 5. Knights almost made that comeback happen. Nefarious almost let that slip away. So this one is going to be a toss-up, Jorby.
I don't know what's going to happen in game 5. All I know is if I'm on Nefarious, I am hype in comms right now. I'm feeding this energy the entire way until we go to kickoff, because having a stop like that right before you see just death, your whole life before your eyes, James. Everyone has gotten scored on at 0 seconds in their Rocket League career. You know what it feels like, and when you see it all happen,
terrible.
You just, it could be the most devastating feeling, but when you prevent it, that can be the most glorious feeling, and Nefarious got to channel that energy heading to Champions Field.
Yeah, this first goal going to be such an important event. You see it, I believe there was one season about 90% of the time you score that first goal, you're getting the win. And I bet it's even more so in these important game 5s that decide the entire series. And it's been back and forth. We've seen Knights be able to have that edge. We've seen Nefarious lead the charge on offense. So this one is anyone's guess as to who will get this win.
Well, we are off. Both teams are 2-2. The series is tied at 2-2. Only one gets to go to stage 2. And we start back and forth. Rodoko with a challenge there against Adam. And it'll be boomed away again by ZPS, who has had quite a match. Scored a lot of goals today. Also made a lot of crucial challenges on offense and defense. Really liked what I've seen from ZPS today.
ZPS, he's had those big goals for them. And I even think back to that goal where he broke Adam's axles, the confidence that he was playing with. We'll see if that holds up here in this game 5, where nerves certainly are a big factor.
And if you're Nefarious, you're hoping Jay Wismont can put in a couple more goals. His buddy fighting in the corner for possession. He won't get it, but Adam will at least force the ball out. And now Jay Wismont, a little bit of space. He opts for a hard touch out, but it actually forced ZPS to give the ball right back up. So Nefarious, look at them just rotate around here with a free man. Buddy looking at the third. Demo opens it up. What a play!
I love this play from Adam. Goes for the infield pass, loops around, takes ZPS out, who had no idea he was even there. And Jay Wiz, you called him the scorer, Jorby. He was living up to his name right there.
The striker in this match against the Knights. Nefarious trying to complete this journey. The first stage of the journey. They get a boom downfield. Here, Jay Wiz again. PK are just unable to get to midfield. Every time they do, there's no boost. And Adam is scoring off the backboard. What a touch!
And I was just about to grill Nefarious for having 2 players miss. And then Adam comes in to hit this nutty double tap. That is how you do it. Jay Wiz, buddy, you guys missed your read. Adam hit a ridiculous one.
That's the kind of stuff we were seeing near the end of the version 1 series. Oh, Kinsey will get one back. Hang on a second. The Knights on the board.
Such an important goal as well, especially after an incredible goal like that. And that when you could even see him using that air roll, actually using air roll to make the difference, tweaking his car in that direction that allowed him to get that little bit of extra oomph on the ball. And the bleeding has been stopped. The Knights not out of it just yet. I thought after that goal from Adam, we might see Nefarious pull away, but that goal stabilizes things for the Knights.
Long ball for Adam to receive. Nefarious ready to leave. You see Jay Wismont picking up those small pads on the side, waiting for that buddy clear. It never comes. Kinsey dumping back to the corner. He gets back to his touch for ZPS. Shot is denied at the origin. Rizoko back to receive Adam. And he wins 1. Does not win 2. That's Buddy's ball. Jay Wiz light shot, though. He had to come around quickly. Wanted a straight-on shot. He'll send it mid by a little bit of time. The Knights, though, get back to the corner. How do they approach this now from midfield? Well, wherever Buddy goes, Rodoko will follow and get back to the corner here for the Knights. But nothing really setting for either team just yet.
Oh, awkward ball for Buddy. Oh, that could have been bad. Buddy took a questionable angle on that ball. Now, even this play, scary for him, has to give up possession, and now he's low on boost.
Good challenge from Jay Wismont back across. Buddy was going to be in a tough spot by himself, but now he had some time to get set to pick up that ball. Adam next up on defense for Nefarious. ZPS came up close, but ended up losing the ball. Jay Wismont spending a little too much time, and Rodoko has control. Kinsey on the wing, denied by Adam, but ZPS was on the far side. He stops the ball. Next for Rodoko. Shot denied by Adam. High anyway. Still, though, the Knights press. Kinsey quickly looking for something. He doesn't get it. Jay Wismont gets back to his own touch, and Nefarious back to the Knights' half.
The infield announcer working overtime saying what a save in that situation. Nefarious caught on their goal line. You can see the Knights starting to play with a sense of urgency as we approach this final minute of the final game in the series.
Nice stop from Rodoko. Buddy squares up on him, and now Jay Wismont wants to clear out, but he doesn't get it. ZPS can't find the read against Adam. Jay Wismont challenge against Kinsey. Here's ZPS on the far side. Does he win against Buddy? Yes. Does he win against Jay Wiz? Kind of. Rodoko will pick it up and go back to the corner. Kinsey close behind him. Waits for this touch. He gets it. Buddy trying to find the clear. That's not the touch you want if you're Nefarious. Rodoko recovers. Oh, blocked by Jay Wiz. ZPS, last man, slowing it down. He's got one for Kinsey. Kinsey scores! The Knights tie the game!
You saw him swarming the net, taking shot after shot. ZPS, that flick, sets up Kinsey, who hammers it home 78 miles an hour on that shot. Powerful. And we've got a tie game.
Rarely does Champions Field not deliver. We get another one. This field, there's something about it. Just brings out the best matches. ZPS, easy pass, goal! The Knights steal the lead!
They do it again. You think they're out, and seconds later, they completely turn the game around. ZPS, perfectly timed strike, rolling right into it. The Pittsburgh Knights, I will never doubt them again.
Well, the game's not over yet, James. There is some time, but that's not the touch you want, buddy. Keeping what little life there is left for Nefarious, and they need some help, buddy. Trying to start and cutting too close was Adam. Rodoko will take the ball away. This is gonna be difficult for Nefarious. The miss is made up for by Adam now.
Here
He's
we
got
go.
control. Time expires. It's off
Down
the ceiling.
pitch.
Has the pitch.
Oh!
And a block. The Knights take it. Can they get that on the ground? Kinsey does it. The Knights survive Nefarious. They move to stage 2.
Oh, my heart. It skipped a beat. I thought that was going to be the equalizer. That ground pinch pass into the middle, I thought it was perfect. And then the shot was hard, but the defense stood tall for the Knights. What a finish to that series.
Whew. Well, excuse me. I have to say, James, we keep getting game 5s. And if they keep looking like that, I am very happy. I still think Nefarious, you need to watch out for this team in the future. They have a lot of synergy. I think that team has so much potential. The way that they've played against teams on stream today, I don't think you can deny their talent, but the Knights pick them apart on a couple of their mistakes. ZPS and Rodoko especially, but Kinsey coming up huge in game 5 where he was quiet earlier in this series. To me, James, that's the big difference maker in game 5 was Kinsey stepping up.
He had that shot, and you can't deny the importance of it, making that play. That's what you want from your teammate. And also, kudos to ZPS. That was a perfect flick for him to even set up that shot. And he also was making play after play after play. So the Pittsburgh Knights deserving this one and doing so in some crazy fashion.
We got one more match to send one more team to stage 2. Who will it be? Find out after the break.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
Welcome back to the RLCS Season X. We have had an entire slate of matches today, but we got one more for that 8th spot out of this group to move to stage 2. It's Omelet versus 72 Pin Connector. That contains an old face that a lot of you might remember if you don't follow him on his streams or elsewhere. That's Jacob. Yes, the Jacob on the old NRG. And, James, I know that I've had some good memories watching Jacob play on stage as a fan the whole way back in even Season 3. But this up-and-coming team in Omelet certainly going to give him his run for his money.
They certainly are. Omelet, we've seen them before. They've made deep runs. These guys are good players, but, I am a big Jacob fan. I'm not going to hide it. I got his jersey back from, I believe it was Season 3. I was able to buy that off of him when I was collecting jerseys.
You bought it off of him?
I did.
How much did you
I
pay
have got
for
a
it?
signed Jacob jersey. I'm not going to tell you.
You're not going to tell me how much you sold
I'll sell it to you, but I'm not going to tell you how much.
We got to set the market price at something, James.
It's invaluable. It's invaluable. I wouldn't sell it for
priceless.
anything.
Got it.
It's priceless.
Yeah.
So, Jacob, I've been a big fan of him for a long time. Very mechanically sound player, really creative, and. You're right, though, Jorby. These new faces in Omelet or on Omelet are really going to give him a run for his money because they are that good, especially, Lion Blaze. You know that this guy is really talented. We've seen what he can do out there on the field with flicks and dribbling. So keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, Lion Blaze, a 1v1 specialist. He made waves in Johnny Boy's Salt Mine and even the Fusion 1v1 portion. And then coming into BTS, it was just a tryout for Omelet with Lion Blaze. Lion Blaze was initially on 72 Pin Connector, and it started out as I'm not 100% on this, as Omelet has to defend a potential shot. But as far as I was aware, Lion Blaze was alone to Omelet for BTS, and then Omelet went on the run they did in BTS, and they were like, "You're not leaving," and they kept him. And
not a bad idea.
Where does it get you? It gets you 2-2, one match away from heading to stage 2 to be a top 16 team in North America. Certainly no small feat, as 72 Pin on defense and waiting for this touch from Luke, who somehow got around that ball and made something, but there was nothing that was going to develop. No freshness on top of Lion Blaze there, and now Tyler will just take the ball back. He's got Wonder on the wing, but there was really no opening for him as Lion Blaze closed in. That's a great challenge to Luke, saved by Wonder. Not the best spot, though, for 72 PC. And Omelet starting to swarm here on the blue half. Another challenge for Lion Blaze, but Jacob's got a man downfield. Tyler's shot is denied by Luke. Back to Lion Blaze.
And that series by Wonder, those multiple defensive plays were very good. Getting that first stop, getting his feet back under him on the backboard, breaking up the second play. Seeing some good positioning. And Tyler taking that across net. That was a risky move. But it looks like it paid off here as they're able to break out.
Now cut in front there was freshness But this is 72 PC's ball. Here they get over 2 defenders. One more shot, maybe do it. No, Freshness will pick up the save. Freshness has been a defensive specialist for his team before. That time, didn't have to hop up too high, but he already has 2 saves to his name halfway through.
And that was a quality scoring chance. You'd think they would have put that one away. Jacob trying to play keep away. But we're seeing some good composure coming out from 72 PC. Omelet making those defensive stops when they need to. Back and forth game so far.
Ooh. And a lot of low shots from both teams, which have been handled fairly easily on both sides. Jacob quick, wanted to find Wonder as quickly as possible. Luke needed some help. Lion Blaze gives it to him, but this is still 72 pin connector ball. Jacob wants to make sure it stays that way. Wonder hops over one. Here's Ty Not Tyler. Plays it slow. It's off the crossbar. Another miss means Lion Blaze has to make the save, but coming in quick was Wonder off the challenge and screening quick now. Ty Not Tyler, full tank of boost. Lion Blaze read it perfect, and we'll head back down to the blue back wall. Maybe a shot develops, but no. 72 pin connector forced to start from their own back wall.
And you called it that challenge from Lion Blaze, being able to read Ty Not Tyler so well. Even that shot, throwing the defense into a scary position. Luke misses his shot. Lion Blaze being able to get in there, get challenges, and get that ball in an awkward spot for 72 PC.
Ooh, tight pass from Freshness to Lion Blaze, but winning that really puts things out of whack for 72 pin connector, but they're somehow moving downfield despite Jacob just getting bumped left and right by both teams. Still though, 72 PC, here's Jacob. Ty Not Tyler, he's got Wonder close by, but Jacob is the one to punch it in. 72 pin connector on the board.
Jacob gets that over to Ty, that perfect little tap. Ty, he looked like he wanted to keep going for it, but Jacob was able to clean that one up. Ended up being a perfect little pass.
And a perfect little goal. And Lion Blaze just trucked 2 72 pin connector cars. Freshness wants to start things off for Omelet, who have been held scoreless and only have registered 4 shots on net. Instead, Ty Not Tyler has been finding a lot of rebounds off the opposing backboard. Omelet have to find a way to get to some of these challenges first, some of these rebounds first. Because Wonder, why is that coming straight back to him when there's 2 defenders that should have a clear? But it doesn't matter. Luke found Lion Blaze. Luke trying to get the rebound, but backing him up. Freshness, back to Luke. Ooh, just a little too high, and now a dangerous 2-on-1 the other way. Wonder 1, Wonder 2 goals! 72 pin connector.
Oh man, these guys got experience and ability. Wonder, oh, that was lovely. Getting underneath it. It was enough to just get the clear, but he stays with it and is able to get the backboard read as well. That was a gorgeous double tap.
What a way to start for 72 pin connector. Ty Not Tyler, he's had, I mean, every time I've seen him touch the ball, it was just a solid touch. I thought he had a really solid game. He wasn't able to get any goals. You could argue, well, Jacob wanted the goal more than Ty Not Tyler, but more times than not, Ty Not Tyler was first man on a lot of these possessions, James, and he deserves the 2 assists and the MVP in game.
Yeah, I thought that his shooting attempts, even if they weren't on target, were really putting Omelet in an awkward spot on defense and opening up opportunities for his teammates to come in and get these goals. Ty being there, just being aware of his surroundings, coming in, rotating quickly, getting to the ball, putting it in that tough spot. That was exactly what 72 pin connector needed. Omelet, on the other hand, we saw a few moments of that from Lion Blaze where he was able to shut down some of these plays. We saw Ty trying to take a little bit too much time. Lion Blaze was able to shut down that opportunity and then take the ball downfield, but still nothing that threatening coming out from Omelet, whereas we saw multiple scoring chances coming out for 72 pin connector.
And the ideas were starting to form for Omelet. You saw them starting to find each other in space on the attacking half of the field, but they weren't really connecting on those passes. So Omelet, they could definitely benefit from this reset. 0-0-5 minutes. They've got a lot more experience under their belt over this past offseason. And that experience, I think, will serve them for the rest of this match. It was still close despite what 72 PC were able to do. So Omelet for Luke, Freshness, and Lion Blaze. It's just another game. It's been a long day for both of these teams. That's something I don't think can be understated. You have played 4 matches today against top-tier teams. Here, trying to find a demo against Wonder, but they don't. And Freshness is forced to delay the counterattack that comes here for 72 PC. Ty Not Tyler slow to the ball, but he does get a demo. Luke will get the boomer, or the carry at least. He'll get the flip reset, and it will be Jacob to take the ball away. Still, we figured they were going to get a clear, but the ball still is Omelet's. Luke just pitches it back up, defended for now. Well, the rotation, no one wanting to overcommit here for Omelet. Everyone's sitting around midfield, but they're forced into a full retreat. The ball here is free for Ty Not Tyler, tries to sneak it in the middle. Double commit from Omelet, which Jacob just comes in. He came flying in from midfield. Omelet struggling to get to the ball before 72 pin.
Another shooting opportunity. Wonder, far post. This was amazing from Wonder. Look at the timing on his flip. Angles around it, flips right there, cancels it out, gets enough power, but the placement is what was so exquisite from Wonder.
Something that Wonder has always been able to do is CS. It always felt like when they got on offense, oh, Luke, that was close. Wonder somehow always found the net if they could get any amount of pressure on offense. Seems to be the same here for 72 pin, and he'll move the ball down again. That's 2 for Wonder. He's placing them left and right. Here we go.
Just slinging it sidearm every which way. This one again across his body, flipping it over Lion Blaze. And that one sails in. Wonder is scoring great goal after great goal. This is just a clinic from him.
And what is happening to Omelet? On some of these possessions, they've been so slow to get to the ball on defense. And it hasn't been solely a boost problem. It just feels like they're hesitant, like they're expecting a quicker touch from 72 pin connector. And so there's so much space, and it takes them so much time to get back to the ball. Bumps and demos maybe, but has it really had that big of an effect on their rotation?
I mean, there's certainly something going on. Jorby, I think it's a lot of it, the shooting from 72 pin connectors, putting them in awkward spots. We're seeing Omelet double commit. You see it multiple times, whether it's Ty shooting or someone else. They put the ball in that open spot towards net, force 2 players to go, and that just puts you behind from a boost standpoint, which keeps you in constant catch-up mode, which makes it where you can't really get possession, you can't really get much going. And that has been what 72 pin connector's been able to do best, is just keep those shots coming in, get them in awkward spots, keep the defense unstable.
Now Luke will start as first man. Lion Blaze, he's gonna be his winger for this play. Luke the first. Lion Blaze is challenged by Wonder, who seems to always find himself behind the ball this game, but the setup for Omelet is broken up, and Jacob now for the counterattack. Ooh, the little wave dash challenge, that was kind of sick. He slipped it right under the Octane with his Dominus. If that would have went in, that would have looked super odd, but kind of cool.
And odd but kind of cool, I think, sums up Jacob's play style, Jarby. He does things that are pretty unpredictable. I thought his defense has been quite good. That one, overpowering Wonder. Ty couldn't get the challenge. Fantastic shot.
Ooh. Wonder bit initially when he saw Lion Blaze, and he had to land, recover, and it just put him in really the spot you don't want to be in there. He was expecting a quicker shot from Lion Blaze, but Ty had already committed. And now you give Omelet some leeway in this second game, but handle this kickoff well. It may be water under the bridge. Still, Luke will keep the ball in midfield. It's actually a 1v1 with him and Ty Not Tyler, which will be won by Ty. Jacob up high. You want to talk about odd but cool? He's like, hey man, you see me up here. I know you want to hit me. But he'll boom the ball downfield. The read from Wonder's there. But Omelet have done a much better job on defense, James, with getting these hard clears, not struggling as much to get back to the ball. Now another chance, but Again, it's defended by Wonder. Wonder has not made offense an easy task for Omelet. Luke, oh, it's a 2v1 the other way. Back to Lion Blaze, and that will tie this game right up.
And exactly how you need to execute a counterattack was how they did it. Lion Blaze flipping upside down, redirecting that ball. That was a very tough shot. If he doesn't make that shot, it's an easy save. And that shot almost within reach of Wonder, but perfectly placed. And 72-pin connector, I thought they had this game locked down, but Omelet worked their way back in.
Don't really think you can ever count this Omelet team out. The way they've been hanging around lately, they seem to get more resilient by the tournament. But every team seems to give them a fight. And Wonder, certainly one of them. Jacob making the challenge happen, but 72 PC, 2 men back in the third, they're gonna come up quick. Wonder collecting that far midfield boost, which just will give 72 PC everything they want, but Freshness picks up the save. Ty Not Tyler sets for nobody. Freshness will find the clear, but Jacob back to Wonder quickly. Just when you think the play dies, here they come marching back again. Jacob, no shot for him. Freshness takes it away, but still 72 PC Hunt. Lion Blaze, can he find the counterattack? Wonder wants to stop it here. He gets the second touch out. No chance for Omelet. Freshness wants it. Luke wants it. Here we go. Off the ceiling. Can Luke get it? He hits the brakes, but no. Freshness pops it up. Here's Lion Blaze. Ty Not Tyler wants to kill it, but Luke wants to play ball. Wonder, just kill it. No, Wonder's greedy. He wants this. Back to Ty. Killed by Freshness. We got OT.
You could see him. It was ebbing and flowing there. Both teams trying to get that 0-second goal. Now out to Luke. Oh, that could have been the chance.
Ooh, and Luke takes Ty Not Tyler out of the equation, forced him to be late to the challenge, but Jacob makes up for lost time with a flick over one, and now Luke forced in the corner, back to Freshness, and Luke connects to the corner. Do Omelet have something here? Well, they get a double commit out of 72 PC, but Freshness can't capitalize. So now they're set up with Ty Not Tyler first, and he's got some space. He'll pick up the boost, and now the demo maybe opens up the gap. Ty Not Tyler rips around everybody, but no shot can be made. Here's Jacob, and a whiff from Wonder. The whole play was set up. It was a golden platter, James, but no goal for 72 PC.
That was so close. Ty Not Tyler had a thin margin to work with. It was a little too thin for him. That one skimming the post and going wide. Went for the shot. Maybe could have gone for the pass.
Oh, Luke. I don't know if that double was what he needed there. Freshness was waiting on the opposite side. Still, though, they press. Lion Blaze screening for a demo, and Jacob took his time handling that ball. Freshness with a quick challenge. Back over to Lion Blaze. We're just slapping this ball against the wall. Might be a couple dents by the end of the game. And picked up. Luke will get the boost. Has to handle that clean, and that's probably about as good as it gets for a clear out. Omelet set up here with a Luke demo. Jacob, not the best clear. It's right back to Luke, but Jacob makes up for it with a save. Luke coming in behind Freshness, who wants a setup in front of the box. He will work end to end. 72 PC starting to feel the strain and boost. 2 players sitting on about 25 or lower. Omelet, another high shot, but it won't be for anything. They do keep midfield though. Nothing. No shot. Omelet sitting around midfield. They were forced back. Now, again, Lion Blaze. Ground hop, air dribble, bump into the net. That's an Omelet victory to tie the match.
Don't put anyone in a 1v1 situation with Lion Blaze. This is what he'll do to you. The 1v1 air bump play. So clean from Lion Blaze, and Omelet steal this one. Jorby, I thought 72-pin connector had it. Omelet was so good in the back half of that game. You could tell that they were in control, even in those final seconds, forcing 72 PC back on their own, back in their own net, and really overwhelming pressure from them. In the end, it was too much. That play from Lion Blaze, a knockout blow.
It felt like those challenges in the corner in that last 30 seconds are really what killed 72 PC because they were just losing every corner boost. They would lose one after another. And next thing you know, 2 players are sitting on 0 boost, spinning around in circles for pads. Meanwhile, Omelet are just taking pot shots at the net, and there's nothing they can do about it. It was excellently executed by Omelet. But
it really was. And Lion Blaze, fantastic game from him. That counterattack goal, which he was able to redirect and get into the back of the net. And then that final play, Lion Blaze really proving his worth in this game.
So we're all matched up again, and as this bracket has gone, we had a 5-game set in the last match. Maybe we get another. 72 pin connector, Wonder, had turned into the striker for a while, but has quieted down since the last 3 Omelet goals. And your reaction, James, warranted, because 72 PC, too light of a shot from Ty Not Tyler. And now
reset.
Luke, he's just going to try to make the challenge happen. It'll keep the ball locked in the third. Freshness wins the ball clean against Wonder, a rolling ball. Lion Blaze fell back into it. And now Jacob, he saw them hunting, but he gets 2 pops and some space for 72 PC.
You're starting to see Omelet get more comfortable, Jorby. Even Luke in the air. We saw him going for the double tap last game, which is a shot that we've seen him hit before in that situation. So Omelet, though, I think the longer this game goes on, the more comfortable they get, the more challenging this is going to get for 72 PC. If we're already starting to see, that one pinch, is it in?
Whoa! Ty Not Tyler is upset. He's like, I'm totally gonna find the read off in case this bounces off. And it bounced the exact opposite direction he thought it was. So he does not get the goal. Oops.
Tough break. And I was just saying how Omelet, once they start getting going, it's gonna be tough, I think, for 72 PC to hang with them if they can get that level of gameplay that we've seen from them before going. But we did see some great goals from Wonder, shooting across his body. Wonder's shooting has been on point. See if Jacob can start getting involved. We've seen him going for demos and such, but not really finding much that works. And that one, saved!
Oh my goodness, I wasn't sure what was happening anymore. It was getting hard to read the game with how many whiffs in a row was that? 3? Whiffitis is a thing. One happens, it's very contagious. What a boomer from Ty Not Tyler. Wonder wants to get back to it, but Freshness is there and the play is dead. Freshness with space and a half. Flicks over one. Lion Blaze and Freshness. Someone's got to talk about who's going for that ball. And Luke will come in. No sweat for Omelet. It's just been a very slow progression. No one really able. Well, never mind. Omelet with a demo. Freshness. He got chipped off. And Ty Not Tyler scrambling. His brain scrambled trying to get back to that ball. Omelet all over him.
I was getting ready to say Freshness. That's a tough break not scoring it. And then Ty Not Tyler, I don't know, did he get bumped there or did he just blast that into his own net? I'm not really sure. I didn't see it.
We'll give Ty the benefit of the doubt, James.
Yeah, either way. Not the way that you expect to score if you're Joe Freshness.
But you take it. And so, Omelet. This is exactly how you drew it up. Freshness. Oh, you saw Luke. He was looking for that demo in front against Wonder. But Wonder makes that challenge. Jacob just gets to that touch. They trade demos. Wonder will take 2. But Freshness right on top can't buy time. He did get the boost. 72 PC, but despite those 2 demos, 2 staggered. Luke will pick up another. But where's the idea here for Omelet? They're just looking for an opening. The Freshness will actually find a hard hit against the backboard. You combine ball and wall, and you just get ball. That's what I'm going with, James.
It's a nice Jersey accent. Hit the wall.
Hit the ball. Oh, Luke can't win against Ty Not Tyler. And it's slow for Lion Blaze. Flip reset, taken away again. And now Luke screening across. Wonder will have another clear out. 72 PC. Jacob finally getting some space for Omelet, but now they got to get set up here. They got to find a way in midfield. Ty Not Tyler's forced back to his back wall. Lion Blaze just losing against him. And it will be Ty Not Tyler yet again, who seemed to be calling his name on defense more often than not. Well, the challenge is good, but everyone back Wonder almost having to avoid Ty, trying to find where the ball was going to go. And just, there's really nothing for 72 Pin Connector right now. Every time I think they finally get control, Omelet, they either take the ball away like this, like that was brilliant from Luke, take the ball away from Jacob. Now you win this challenge. You got Freshness on the wing, Lion Blaze center field. He'll screen across, take it from the corner. Freshness following him close. Tight rotation. Jacob wants the clear, but Luke was close there. Now, waiting for Ty Not Tyler's touch is Lion Blaze. He gave it to him for free! That's insurance late for Omelet!
Big mistake here from Ty. Jumping so quickly, didn't have to jump that fast, and then ended up not getting the greatest touch, and Lion Blaze punishes him for it, and that's gonna seal game number 3 for Omelet.
This series started out so well for 72 Pin Connector. You came out exactly how every team wants to start a match. Dominant, you set the pace, the tone is yours. But Omelet have marched right back into this set, and 72 Pin Connector have gotten scored on. It's been 5 unanswered goals over the last 2 games, James.
Yeah, Omelet, their engines are starting to rev. They're warming up. They're outpacing 72 Pin Connector. There's not really many, or there wasn't really much to show from 72 PC in this one. Omelet all over the place, challenging every single ball, having multiple scoring chances. And then on top of that, the defensive mistakes from Ty Not Tyler. I mean, that first goal, we're going to get another look at it here, I believe. Take a look. And yeah, that one just going in. And then this one here, Ty again, not the greatest, clear to the corner, cleanup goal. So defensive mistakes leading to those goals. And it's tough. You know, that's sometimes the difference. And when you have a series that's so important like this one, you've got to minimize those mistakes. They can be the difference between moving on to the next stage or getting knocked out.
Hot and cold for Ty Not Tyler. He did have 3 saves in that game, but you know, the saves don't matter when your name is also called for these other ones and they can't be handled. But there's something to be said about Omelet's pressure against 72 Pin Connector, and Jacob and Wonder also having struggles hanging on to the ball. I have to say, Omelet, James, you said it, they're revved up, and this is where they really shine. Momentum is theirs. One more game to go for Omelet to make stage 2. Will we have another 5-game set? Or will Omelet put this one to rest? Here we go. If you're looking at 72 Pin Connector, you're hoping for some more Wonder. He did set up a play there for Jacob, but there's nothing yet. Ty Not Tyler looks for Jacob. He's got him, but it's wide. Luke forced to get to this ball quick, and he does. That'll buy some time for Omelet, who were pressed quick off the kickoff.
Another double commit. Ty does get that to the corner, but it's tough on boost and positioning. When you do that, you start digging a ditch that you've got to work your way out of. You can see Ty even getting bumped there. Tough break right now. Ty looking for Jacob, and they do get it cleared finally. But still, you can see Jorby, 72 PC, struggling to keep up the tempo.
Well, Ty Not Tyler, he's able to wrap around here. He did beat Freshness to this ball, so maybe this is what they need, but no. Wonder too far off to do anything about it. He's going to pinch this out, create some space. Ty Not Tyler's close, but Wonder goes for the shot instead. Ty Not Tyler trying to close out the corner, but Omelet got him read like a book. Luke dumped down to Freshness. Nice pass, and Freshness was looking for the corner. The rebound comes so far out before Wonder can get back to it, and it was Lion Blaze who pushed it into his car. Here's a nice pass back to Wonder, but it's to nobody. The bounce won't be his either. Instead, Ty Not Tyler takes a laser shot, and that laser beam to the back of the net.
And I've been critical of Ty and his defense, but this shot making up for it. High shot, top corner, Lion Blaze sitting on the goal line in the perfect spot to handle it, but still couldn't deal because it was that good. And 72 PC, they get the lead, but can they hold on?
Wonder on that challenge too. He had chipped Freshness, which made his touch awkward. Wonder double tap. 72 Pin Connector. Didn't take long to get back on top.
I love this play from Wonder. Perfect first touch. Freshness misreading that bounce. Wonder playing the committed double tap shot. And he has been really the best offensive player for 72 PC, and he's stepping up in this game where their back is to the wall. They lose this, their tournament is over.
Wonder doing everything he can to make sure it doesn't happen. Forces one challenge against Freshness, but Freshness comes away with the ball. Freshness doing a ton of work. Kicking Jacob out. Jacob, poor touch, but he gets back to it. Tyler, he gets eliminated from the play. And this is an interesting sequence along the side. Both teams just kind of diving at the next challenge, cutting in on the rotation. Nothing really materializing. We are in the corner, and that was interesting, as Freshness is like, yeah, dude, I got that read easy, and we'll take it out. Ooh. Well, Freshness rolled it up. I thought maybe there'd be something. Oh no, that is a huge blunder from Lion Blaze. Completely lost control of his car, and 72 pin connector collects.
Yeah, that was really odd from Lion Blaze. Completely messes up. And Ty says, thank you very much. I'll take this to the bank and cash it.
Bank account's looking pretty good.
Yeah,
72 PC. You could relax a little bit if you were sweating before Game 4 started. I was just taking in that last goal. It's 72 PC. They got 3 goals in a hurry. The first touch for Lion Blaze. Things, do they settle down for 72 PC after getting 5 unanswered from Omelet? They put 3 unanswered of their own.
Missed
nice
though.
Response. Luke,
oh, this
1,
is a goal.
Lion Blaze 2, and Omelet. They might find a way back in.
This one, a big mistake from Jacob. Wonder out of position. He was thinking Jacob was going to hit it, and an easy goal for Lion Blaze. Omelet stay in this one. Just under 2 minutes left, Jorby. This is plenty of time for them to start chipping away at this lead, especially if they can get something here off kickoff.
Not the minimum you're looking at, but it's going to be tough as Jacob rolls forward towards, the low bounce, and barely the save from Lion Blaze back on the defense. Freshness, hard clear, and 2 from Omelet. We're coming off the sidewall. Luke trying to make up for that, and he does. Now he's got the pass to midfield. Freshness back to Luke. Tyler gets in front. Jacob and Lion Blaze. Jacob will screen him off the ball. Luke, hard clear out to Freshness. Do Omelet get something here? No, another challenge in midfield goes to 72 PC. This might be a play for Lion Blaze if he could have got around that ball, but instead it's back around the corner. Omelet forced into full retreat. Luke tried to turn in, but Jacob will win the ball in midfield yet again. Omelet, no midfield presence whatsoever as 72 PC are back on the orange wall. Here's a shot, high and light. Lion Blaze handles it. All is well and good on defense for now, but you got to get downfield if you're Omelet.
Omelet wasting time, so much time on there on defense, and a lot of that was due to the persistence of 72 pin connector going for challenge after challenge, poking it up, seeing what Omelet will do, and now another scoring opportunity. This one sails in. That's gonna be game. 72 pin connector gonna be forcing game 5.
And it's Wonder picking up the playmaker, this time forcing the flow back to the right side, beating the defender on the backboard. It was a great air dribble, and his position on top of the ball was perfect to flush it out, take it away from Omelet. 72 pin connector, they are winning these rebounds, but I do think it's that midfield game where Omelet were just slower to the ball on every touch. Jacob winning a few crucial midfield touches to keep 72 pin connector, to give them the breathing room they need to retool and reset. And it was almost a complete victory for 72 pin. We go once again, one more time today to game 5.
And there was some defensive mistakes this time from Omelet. We saw Ty have a tough previous game. This time making amends for that, getting a hat trick. Wonder also having a brilliant game. 3 assists for him, the playmaker and the goal. So 72 pin connector, they stay in it. But which version of the team will we see? Which version of Omelet will we see? We've seen both of these teams be able to be the one leading the charge, controlling possession, forcing the other team back. We saw Omelet do the same thing to 72 pin connector. So this one, again, Jorby, just like the previous series, it's anyone's game.
And in game 3, what worked so well for Omelet, James, was that those counterattack plays that they had. Luke and Lion Blaze really were at the forefront of it for the majority of that game, and they found so many opportunities off of that transition. Omelet got to find that magic again. Otherwise, it might be 72 PC instead of them heading to stage 2. One more time today, we head to Champions Field. 72 pin connector versus Omelet. Who moves on? We're underway. First touch for Jacob, back to Wonder. Wonder, he scored some goals. He's had some assists. Maybe he picks up another for his team here, but too high off the backboard. Jacob collects some boost and collects the ball. 1 and 2 will be sent to the corner. Tyler, a nice catch from him. Jacob steals the other corner boost as well. Omelet, off that kickoff, really struggling for a clear, and that hard clear from Jacob maybe makes things a little more difficult. Wonder cutting off the next attempted clear.
Good pressure early from 72 pin connector. We see so much boost stealing from Jacob. Even that clear, the ball stuck in this Omelet half. It has been that way this first 45 seconds. The 72 PC need to find a way to convert. That little hit there from Lion Blaze, so important.
Ooh, and Tyler took the perfect path. He didn't have to turn his car once. He just had a straight path up the wall to make that touch. Up and down on defense today, but up on that touch. We'll see Omelet, everyone trying to really test this backboard. For Omelet, their creativity has come from these infield passes. Luke, that's a high ball off the ceiling. Maybe there it is. Freshness does get to it, but Tyler is there yet again. Omelet still set up in the blue half, but losing that midfield challenge to Wonder means they got to go again from their own wall. Freshness. He somehow comes down with the ball again. The ball's behind Lion Blaze. He's got to be careful, and Wonder bulldozes his way in. That's a 72 PC lead.
Lion Blaze low on boost. Didn't want to use all of it. Was hoping that someone would be there to clean up the back line. Luke was so late to the ball, and Wonder wins that 50-50 over 2 players to get that one in. He has been the guy for 72 pin connector, scoring goal after goal and getting a huge goal here in game 5.
Oh, and no shot comes from Omelet off that kickoff where you thought at least Lion Blaze would have had that challenge. Wonder flicks another up, has to be saved. Freshness and Lion Blaze head downfield, but Jacob takes the ball away again. I don't think Omelet have received a single rebound off the backboard. Look at Jacob work around Luke. Wonder gets around him as well. And Omelet, you can feel the frustration as they just lose every single challenge against 72 PC.
Even that back pass, but I just want to say that play from Jacob was so good. Taking that hit, recovering on the back wall, then poking it by that final defender, and almost an own goal from Luke. Rebound for Wonder, and that will find its mark. Wonder scoring his second, and he is having a stellar game.
Every mark's a bullseye for Wonder, and Luke, that's a scary touch if you're Luke, and you can understand because you know what's going to happen if you can't make that touch. It's going to be a goal anyway, and so desperate for some room, for some chances. I mean, Omelet, they have one shot on net halfway through the game. 72 PC, well, the hunger is clear, but they've been eating all of the food on the pitch. Omelet coming away empty on everything so far. We have to see a completely different game in this half.
You wonder if we're going to have leftovers, Jorby, because we saw the same meal cooked up last time where Wonder scored the first 2 goals, and then Omelet was able to come back and actually win that game. So now we will see if 72 pin connector can hold on and get this comeback victory, or if Omelet's going to be able to pull this one back.
Maybe it just needed a little more time on the burner, but the third man gets burned, and now Jacob has a clear lane. There's one. There's Wonder blocked by Freshness. Cut close is Ty Not Tyler. Wonder gets bumped on his way out of the rotation, but Ty Not Tyler tries to nullify any effect it has. Still, Omelet. There's a chance for them, but we haven't seen it in game 5. They've been flat, dead in the water. They need something in this final minute. But 72 PC, they're burglars, stealing the ball in midfield. Jacob almost putting the knife in the heart of Omelet. There's another touch for Wonder, cleared out by Luke. Maybe this is what gives them life. No, Wonder diving back for the save. Quick pass shot. There's the goal for Omelet. They're on the board.
The passing coming out in these final moments. Wonder couldn't get that touch. Lion Blaze, that center ball. Jacob getting bumped as well. Couldn't get a clean approach on that ball. And we have a ball game here, Jorby.
Here we go. On the kickoff, it slides right to Wonder. Ty Not Tyler takes one out. Wonder's got his reset off the ceiling. Ty winning the challenge in front. Lion Blaze, tough task. Luke, a tougher one, but they make it happen. Still, Wonder cuts back on his rotation out to give it to Ty Not Tyler, who finds almost found Jacob. Too committed from Omelet. Desperate for a clear, but 72 PC are squeezing the life out of Omelet. Here's Luke, back over one. Ty Not Tyler, huge miss. Luke, can he find the touch? He missed it and went for the bump. No goal happens for Omelet, and they gotta try again, but that was the best chance Luke is gonna get.
That was a perilous moment. Ty missing that ball. That could have been disastrous. But somehow 72 pin connector battled through.
Lion Blaze bumped him, and Jacob couldn't get the flick. Now the counterattack. Luke has to flip forward for speed. Wins one challenge against Wonder. Ty needs a long clear away from an Omelet player. Lion Blaze, the Freshness, no good. 72 pin connector. Take down Omelet to move to stage 2.
What a series again. Back to back game 5 series that come down to the wire. And this time experience prevails. 72 pin connector getting the win here. All of these players, former RLCS pros, and now they're getting right back into the swing of things.
Turns out the NA leftovers, James, were 72 PC, and there was a lot of Omelet to eat for them. They had 5 games worth of it. I loved what I saw from this team. It's resilience that really can make fans of a team, James. And I thought that's exactly what 72 PC were in this set. After 5 unanswered goals from Omelet were only able to score 1 more goal in 2 games. They completely flipped the script on Omelet, taking them out in the very first stage of this regional. And we have our 8 squads for stage 2. We're going to take it back to Leaf and the guys to close out the day and check out those standings.
Awesome. Thanks, Jorby and James. Yeah, that was what a way to end it out. Nice hype match to finish off stage number 1 here. Omelet versus 72 PC. That was a good storyline too, Corelli. Just kind of that, former teammate against each other here. But again, 72 PC proves that this was the right move for them.
Absolutely. And I mean, I got to talk about Wonder, man. This guy looked amazing for this team. I mean, you talk about having to pick up new players, but my goodness, Wonder looked phenomenal on the 72 pin connector team. And I'm super excited to see him play.
It was just awesome to see. It was just like every single goal and Wonder again, here we go. And it's like, all right, he was just in RLCS last season. People forget that sometimes, but he's hitting shots like he should still be there. What a performance from him. What a performance all around, though, for 72. Because not only do they win this series, this is also so important for them to just get more tournament time in. Because for Omelet, sure, like obviously they want to make weekend 2, but they have the grid, right? They have that every single week that they will play in. But for 72 piece, like they got nothing else but the regionals. This is where they have to make their moves. And now again, they get a shot next week. And with the way they looked in this series, they are going to be a tough matchup, whoever plays them.
Yeah, again, I mean, I feel like 72 PC has always been that a team that you need to look at. And of course, with, in the offseason, not the most perfect results for them. It feels like a team with that just almost potential. Bringing Wonder on and the way he performed, if Wonder can keep that up, just to reiterate basically what you guys have said, if Wonder can keep that up, this is a roster 100% you have to keep an eye out. They made it to next week, to the top 16 in North America, which is not an easy feat on his own, right? So
Exactly. Yeah.
this looks like that final piece, but again, it will come down to, of course, again, Wonder with consistency, and it looks like he's been revitalized for sure. But let's take a look back now at today that we are done our Group B, day number 2 of Stage 1, and look at the standings, the way everything went today. For you, Corelli, anything off here? Or actually, I think Gibbs had something he wanted to say.
Yeah, Leaf, I was a little mad because if Omelet would have won, this would have been the perfect bracket. Like, it would have been the top 8 seeds and exactly like in the right order. Top 2 at 3-0, 3, 4, 5, 3-1. But for 72 piece, they get the win. They destroyed the perfect bracket here. So huge congrats to them. They were the 9th seed coming in. So definitely the team that you would expect to maybe pull off an upset somewhere along the way. So they make it in. But besides that, like, these RLCS teams look dangerous. They took care of business when they weren't playing one another. They were destroying teams. So watch out for all of them.
Yeah, and I got to say, you know, we talked about Alpine Esports in the beginning of the show during the pre-show, and I have to give them a lot of credit. I was very confident after seeing them when they played Envy, even though it was a loss. I was very confident in their qualification moving forward, and sitting at 3-1, qualifying for Stage 2. Alpine Esports is definitely a team to look out for.
And I just want to mention that, hey, I was off by 1. Gibbs, you were also off by 1. So technically we're even in our picks for who was going to go to this final. I guess 3-0 Alpine, you guessed 3-2 for version 1. It was 3-1, 3-1. So today we're even.
If that's what you want to say, Leaf, fine.
Today we're, hey, I was trying to be nice too and just mention that, you know, Corelli's pick did not make it. So but now I'm dragging him into it anyways. But let's take a look at next week, because this regional is not done. There are 2 stages left. Stage 2 is Saturday. Stage 3 will happen on Sunday. Stage 2 is another Swiss round, Gibbs, where we have 16 teams out of the 32 that we just watched over the past 2 days.
Yeah, for these past 2 days, we saw sometimes some easier matchups for some of these top dogs. But as we go into next weekend, every single match is so tough. We have 9 of the RLCS teams. We have, I believe, 14 of the grid teams, I think, overall, maybe 13 actually. But so much competition here where who knows who can make that run, because the Peeps came into this weekend as the 10th best team in the RLCS, and now they're going to go into next weekend as the number 1 seed. So anything can happen if you get on a hot streak and maybe get one of those top 2 spots for the bracket stage.
Well, what's good about this, Corelli, is that it gives teams, especially with the multi-week thing, is that it gives teams a chance that maybe if they just barely scraped in and weren't having the best day the next week to have a hot streak. Based out of these teams here, do you think there's, you know, we'll obviously talk about this on the pre-show next week, but any teams here that you think might have that hot streak and that potential to really shine and make it to that Stage 3?
Well, I think the initial thought is the Peeps. I mean, after having a very poor grid performance last week, or a few days ago rather, and then coming in and then it's like a strict 3-0 for them, just bang, 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 they're done and out. They only dropped a single game. So I believe it was the Sonics. So for the Peeps, can they carry this over into the next week is really the question, because the potential is very high for this team. It's really on them. Do they show up? Is the mental there that week?
Well, again, as we've learned over and over again, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but you don't sleep on the Peeps, and they're proving it. Why again? Time and time again. It's an age-old thing in Rocket League. But there we have it, our final 16 for Stage 2, which will be whittled down to 8 for that Stage 3. But that's next week. So I just want to get some final thoughts on our first week here. North America, Corelli just seemed to be relatively close. You know, we got a lot of those RLRS and bubble teams, though, really fighting it out.
I mean, at the end of the day, everything went pretty much according to plan. There were some upsets that I would have liked to see, other teams that I think maybe underperformed kind of near that bubble level. But at the end of the day, can't really complain with what we saw from NA. And I'm excited to see, as like you said, as we whittle them down to 8 teams left, I'm excited to see who prevails.
And Gibbs, any final thoughts on week number 1 here?
I'm just excited to see how these teams fare. Like Peeps obviously were hot this week. I feel like Alpine was actually really hot as well. So maybe those guys can continue with some upsets because they weren't supposed to make the bracket stage. But then you got teams like Rogue, maybe a little bit shaky at times. We'll see if they can bounce back. It's going to be a lot of fun. Every single match will be a fantastic match. And I'm expecting, like this week we saw decent amount of 3-0s. I think we're going to see a lot of game 5s next week.
so much more Rocket League to come. And don't forget that not only is RLCS Season X going on, you also have the grid happening on Thursdays and Fridays. All the orgs are streaming those, so make sure you check those out across various times and channels there. But of course, if you want some more RLCS action, you're going to catch that next week at 1:30 for the pre-show, and of course 2 o'clock Eastern for kickoff for that round number 2. But until then, I'm Leafex signing off with Gibbs and Corelli. More Rocket League come. We'll see you then.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it.